Chapter 4400. Not good. At this moment Bai-Hsien suddenly realized that she was in danger. She did not dare to be careless. Her frozen arms suddenly broke from the middle. Her body flashed and she was about to escape. Unfortunately, her arm was not broken. The Ice Worm King moved and instantly crossed all the layers of ice to attack the part of her arm that was not frozen. The ice layer did not exist in the eyes of the Ice Worm King. Bai-Hsien coldly snorted. This cold snort actually trembled because as the Ice Worm King approached, Bai-Hsien already felt that the space around her was filled with unbearable coldness. This was a situation she had never encountered in her life. Boom. Bai-Hsien was also a decisive person. Seeing this, her entire body immediately turned into fragments of light. She ignored the parts of her body that were already frozen and rushed in all directions. However, when Bai-Hsien flew, she sadly discovered that even the 7 colored threads of light were much slower in this extremely cold space. Compared to her previous teleportation, her flying speed was comparable to that of a snail's. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Bai-Hsien cursed 3 times in a row. She watched as the light around her slowly drifted and then slowly solidified. A kind of coldness began to permeate from the surface of her body into her heart. This permeation was also strange. Bai-Hsien felt that this coldness also carried Xiaohua's smile as it invaded her body bit by bit. This made her feel ashamed and unable to show her face. Did I do something wrong? Bai-Hsien suddenly felt a sense of regret. However, in just a moment, another kind of fear rose from the bottom of her heart. This was a kind of warning, a kind of alertness that the main body was being approached by someone. Not good. I can't let Xiaohua get close to the main body. Bai-Hsien's heart was filled with despair. Wing. The 7 colored light around Bai-Hsien began to forcefully revolve, and within the 7 colored light, there was an additional layer of blood-red light. Boom boom boom. The light formed a huge vortex, and from the void, countless 7 colored light fell down. The entire light suddenly exploded violently outside the ice layer. The Ice Worm King naturally also sensed the danger, but it only teleported a few miles and then flapped its wings and rushed into the ice layer. The dense milky white color instantly enveloped the 7 colored light. Layers of ice threads began to condense at the edge of the light layer that was about to explode. Little ice. Xiaohua did not know how to address the Ice Worm King. He casually said, "Back off." The Ice Worm King instantly understood Xiaohua's meaning, but it did not retreat even half an inch. Aha, this little guy is quite strong. Xiaohua faintly smiled and waved his hand. Rumble. An enormous palm-sized thunderbolt appeared out of thin air. This thunderbolt was divided into 4 layers, and each thunderbolt was formed by 4 threads of lightning. These 4 threads of lightning were the Yin lightning of 3 corpses, the true lightning of 5 Qi, the 9 heavens divine lightning, and the nether devil lightning. 4 lightning threads at the same time, perhaps only Xiaohua's main body could use them. When this lightning hand appeared, the lightning actually gave birth to the power of life and death. This power of life and death was extremely weak, but the Tao of life and death was still the head of the 3,000 grand Taos. When Xiaohua first set foot on the Tao of immortality because of his benevolence, his heart was touched by the sight of life and death. From there he glimpsed the outline of the Tao of life and death. Later on, as his cultivation deepened, his understanding of the Tao of life and death became more and more profound. However, the Tao of life and death was one of the 3,000 grand Taos and the head of the grand Taos. Not to mention the cultivators of the mortal world, even the immortals of the immortal world would not be able to use the Tao of life and death in their spells. Xiaohua was blessed by the heavens and cultivated the art of lightning. What was special about him was that he had the Thunderbolt Immortal, Wenxiu, Shi, and Wu clones. These 4 clones cultivated the art of lightning of Taoism, Confucianism, Devil and Soul cultivators respectively. Thunder had always been the will of the world and represented life and death. Because of this, Xiaohua was able to vaguely see life and death under the power of the 4 types of lightning. What was more special was that Xiaohua had the inside of space and could control the origin power of the netherworld. All of these fortuitous encounters allowed him to faintly mix a trace of the power of life and death into his lightning arts. In other words, this trace of the power of life and death was a high and mighty divine ability in the mortal world. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's Tao of life and death was too weak and could not guarantee success in a fight. As long as the opponent could dodge before the Tao of life and death fell, this near-invincible divine ability would be ineffective. At this moment, Bai-Hsien was frozen in space by the Ice Worm King. Although she wanted to self-detonate and use the power of self-detonation to escape danger, Her body was unable to move. Seeing Xiaohua's hand of thunder coming down, the Tao of life and death had already relied on the power of thousands of lightning to land on Bei Xian'er's illusory body. It was even more powerful than the Ice Worm King's ice seal. When the lightning fell, the Tao of life and death instantly penetrated through the layers of indestructible ice and solidified the huge whirlpool of light. Each of the whirlpools was like a dazzling ice flower with 7 colored threads of light that were abnormally clear. Not only that, but when the Tao of life and death passed through the light and landed on Bei Xian'er's illusory body, it was like rain pouring down. The 7-colored light faded at a visible rate and turned into black and white in just a moment. Ah? Bei Xian'er was shocked and her heart was filled with thousands of doubts. What divine ability is this? Just as Bei Xian'er's doubts arose, the black and white spread to her illusory body again. Not only was the 7-colored brilliance erased, but the thousands of vitality were also annihilated in an instant. It was like a blooming peach flower withering under the power of heaven and earth. The black and white within 1,000 miles slowly turned back into the energy of heaven and earth and disappeared without a trace before the ice seal spread again. Seeing Bei Xian'er's illusory body and 7-colored halo being destroyed by the hand of thunder, even Xiaohua himself was shocked. However, at this moment, a huge rumbling sound came from the depths of space. Demon Sovereign Shi's angry roar and Bei Xian'er's battle cry could be faintly heard. Xiaohua did not have time to think too much. He waved his hand and said with a smile, "Little ice, come back." Wang Wang. The Ice Worm King ignored the layer of ice and instantly landed in front of Xiaohua. It flapped its wings and circled around Xiaohua a few times as if it was asking for credit. Not bad, not bad. Xiaohua smiled. He opened his mouth and shot out a beam of light, which landed on the Ice Worm King's body. The light dimmed and the Ice Worm King was sucked into his body. After that, Xiaohua glanced around. The 7-colored halo around him had become very sparse. Presumably, Bei Xian'er had been attracted by Demon Sovereign Shi and was too busy to notice this place. Hee. The corners of Xiaohua's mouth curved upward as he sneered in his mind. He knew his plan had worked. As long as he could kill as many of Bei Xian'er's illusory bodies as possible, he would be able to force her true body out, or destroy this 7-colored halo shell world. With a sway of his body, Xiaohua flew towards the source of the sound. Although he had not teleported yet, his flying speed was already much faster than before. However, before Xiaohua could fly 1,000 miles away, he sensed something again and turned to look. He saw that Reverend Yun had revealed his dragon body, with rosy clouds gushing out from under his body. He too was flying towards the depths of the void. "How's the situation, fellow Taoist?" Xiaohua asked with a smile on his face. "I have killed more than half of Bei Xian'er's illusory bodies, but when I was about to unleash my attack, she suddenly vanished. After that, I heard the sound of fighting between Bei Xian'er and that devil spirit boy. I guess he must have found her true body." Bei Xian'er dared not to be distracted, so she kept her incarnation. Reverend Yun answered coolly. "Fellow Taoist, why can't you wield the Pangu axe?" Xiaohua asked again. Reverend Yun nodded regretfully and answered, "Yes. The Pangu axe is a divine item, and even with Ai's ability I still can't wield it freely. I'm sorry to disappoint you, fellow Taoist." "Haha, it's not really a disappointment." Xiaohua waved his hand smilingly. "If fellow Taoist can wield the Pangu axe now, it would no longer be the Pangu axe. Besides, if we could wield it freely, wouldn't we be invincible in the world?" "Haha, that's true." Reverend Yun laughed and said, "Wouldn't that be boring? Fellow Taoist, please wait for me." Even as he spoke, the Celestial moved his body and chased after Xiaohua. Xiaohua asked a few questions and found that the situation of the Celestial was similar to that of Reverend Yun. The Celestial complained, "Fellow Taoist, you have to find me a suitable magical item. I can easily deal with ordinary cultivators with my bare hands, but for an expert like Bei Xian'er, I can't easily deal with her without a magical item. Besides, although the bones of the Celestial are useful, I can't always use them. After all, they don't belong to I and I can't refine them." "Don't worry, fellow Taoist." Xiaohua replied helplessly, "Fellow Taoist, please refine the 2 essences first. Perhaps you'll have some luck in the future." "All right." The Celestial did not want to push Xiaohua too much. Following him, Xiaohua and Reverend Yun formed a triangle and flew into the depths of the space. After flying for several tens of thousands of miles, Xiaohua saw that the space in front of them was filled with countless colorful light patterns that looked like layers of rainbow bridges, covering the entire heaven and earth. Narrowing his eyes, he pointed his finger at them and said, Fellow Taoists, please take a look. Previously, as far as our eyes could see, this space was nearly boundless, and even our divine will could not reach far. But now, after we've killed a few of Basiener's shadows, the light in this space has weakened, and Basiener's ability to control the spatial barrier has been greatly reduced. If I'm not mistaken, these rainbow bridges are the shells of Basiener's true form, and the light in the spatial barrier originated from them. If fellow Taoist Yun's Pangu axe can be used, we can break the wall and get out of here. That's right. Reverend Yun nodded and said, I can smell a strong primitive aura from these light bridges. Even without the Pangu axe, we can still fight our way out. The Celestial yelled and increased his flying speed. Chapter 44:01. There was no need for Xiao Hua and the others to search carefully, as the billowing fiend energy and blood stains had already enveloped an area of several hundred miles under the Bridge of Light. All the fiends and the fiend energy were roaring crazily, shooting out beams of colorful light that looked like flying swords from time to time. When the fiend energy was killed, the light beams were tainted by the fiend blood. Wave after wave, it looked like the cycle of reincarnation. Boom. Just as Xiao Hua was about to rush forward to help, a huge rumbling sound came from where the Bridge of Light was, and then a ball of scarlet fire that was like a scorching sun flew out from the Bridge of Light. Wherever the fireball passed, the space collapsed, and an incomparably ferocious aura was unleashed from it, rushing toward the fiend energy. Pa 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 pa. Wherever the flames passed, light and shadow flashed past. The billowing devil chi was extinguished by the fireballs, and the torrential devil blood was also burned dry. Hordes of devils wailed and fled toward Xiao Hua and the others. Even Lord Shi revealed himself in the fiend energy in a somewhat sorry state. Demon Lord Shi's body expanded like a demon god. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched the fireball. Boom. The fireball's flames were extinguished, and Demon Lord Shi's demon fist was smashed into pieces. However, the fireball spun and actually managed to reduce the majority of Demon Sovereign Shi's strength. Furthermore, the force of the collision did not decrease in the slightest, and it continued to smash towards Demon Sovereign Shi. Good heavens! Lord Shi yelled as he fled toward where Xiao Hua and the others came from, and the billowing fiend energy was retracted as well. Basiener, are you trying to kill your husband? Don't worry, fiend spirit. We're here to help you. The Devis had been preparing for a long time. When they saw Lord Shi was defeated, they gave a loud roar and opened their mouths, shooting out 3 beams of light toward the fireball. Hee hee. Reverend Yun smiled. A ripple came out from his dragon horn, sealing the space behind Lord Shi. Layers of golden dragon symbols emerged from the space. Boom. The light pillars and dragon patterns blocked the sphere, creating a deafening sound. The space within hundreds of miles was destroyed by the sphere, collapsing. Countless dragon patterns and light pillars were destroyed by this strange sphere. After looking at the round ball again, an enormous 7-colored light pillar that could almost split the heavens and the earth was revealed. This light pillar trembled slightly, and the surrounding space trembled and distorted. A kind of godlike majesty came from this light pillar, enveloping the space within 1,000 miles. Damn it, this thing is really powerful. Reverend Yun was shocked when he saw the dragon marks being killed by the absolute power. What kind of magical treasure is this? Seeing that the light beam was ineffective, the celestial being's 6 arms immediately reached into the void, wanting to block the sphere. Unfortunately, this place was already close to Basiener's body, and the space was sealed by her. How could the celestial being enter the void? Roar. The celestial felt quite embarrassed and roared, I'll help you. Then the celestial being flew up and charged toward Lord Shi. His 6 arms turned into hundreds of white bones and smashed toward the sphere. Boom, boom, boom. The sphere was stopped by the celestial being's attack, but the celestial being was knocked back 100 miles. Puff. Seeing an opportunity, Xiao Hua released the Ice Worm King again without hesitation. Layers of ice instantly froze the sphere, and Xiao Hua waved his hand again, unleashing a thunderous hand mixed with the power of life and death. Umph. At this moment, Basiener's cold voice was heard coming from the towering light pillar. I've suffered a loss once. How can I not learn from my mistakes? As he spoke, the sphere spun once again, and a crack appeared in the frozen space nearby. Countless dense rainbow-colored rays of light gushed out from the crack, and the sphere suddenly disappeared before Xiao Hua's thunderous hand could land on it. The sphere disappeared and the thunderous hand naturally missed. However, after Xiao Hua withdrew his hand, he waved his hand and a powder fell in front of him. Xiao Hua looked at it and his face became solemn. He transmitted his voice. Fellow Taoists, this is Bei Xiener's life pearl produced in the seven-colored halo shell world. Not only is it extremely heavy, it's also incomparably sturdy. I'm afraid Bei Xiener has to rely on this life pearl to make up for her fatal weakness of softness. That's right. Lord Shifei came over and his face was still in shock. He said, Bei Xiener's life pearl is very powerful. Not only can the seven-colored brilliance destroy all things of the five elements, the holy aura hidden inside is also the nemesis of my demon race. Also, this object seems to be extremely heavy, and the space is unable to bear it. Previously, I followed the aura of Bei Xiener's bloodline to this place. I thought I could achieve something before Big Brother, but I didn't expect that this object would appear out of nowhere and almost injure me. Although this object is powerful, it can't reach far. Reverend Yun narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance, where the natal pearl was wheeling like a star near the huge light pillar. If we don't get close to Bei Xiener's true form, she can't do anything to us, said Reverend Yun. The problem is, the heaven being shouted, if we don't kill Bei Xiener, how are we going to break this life pearl's shell? That pearl is already so powerful, it seems like we can only use the Pangu axe to break her shell. Of course we can wait here with Bei Xiener, Xiao Hua said with a gloomy face, but Feng Wu Taoist Wu and once you can't wait, and neither can the 200,000 disciples of my fortune gate. It looks like we can only take a risk. Take a risk, take a risk. Kill this monster. The heaven being shouted. Human. Bei Xiener's cold voice rang out again, I admire you and I admire your helpers. All of you are very powerful. But even if you can wait until you get here and find my true body, you are still no match for me. If you surrender obediently, I will only kill all of you. I won't make things difficult for those humans outside, and I won't kill the 200,000 disciples you brought here. Otherwise, not only will I kill all of you, I will also kill the 200,000 humans. I will even order the 6 great saints of the Great Sage Palace to lead the demon army to invade the hidden immortal continent and kill all the human cultivators. You are indeed a big-breasted but brainless woman. Xiao Hua said coldly, you are forcing me to kill you. Hehe, at this point what else can you do? Bei Xiener burst out laughing, don't think that your thunder technique is very powerful, and that you can kill my incorporeal body. That little worm of yours is just a little worm in front of me. Boom, boom, boom. The previously frozen space of King Ice Worm collapsed under the raging seven-colored light tide. Even though some of the spaces were not unsealed, they were still shattered by the light tide. Seeing the light tide coming at him from all directions, the prime pearl that looked like a star also moved. A suffocating force came rushing over, completely suppressing Xiao Hua. Facing such an attack, Xiao Hua did not panic. He waved his hand and said, fellow Taoists, let's do it. In an instant, Reverend Yun, the heaven being, and the exalted fiend all understood Xiao Hua's intention, and they all burst out laughing. Reverend Yun moved his body and recited the heavenly dragon spell, causing the energy waves on his dragon horns to soar into the sky and meet the light tide. Meanwhile, the exalted fiend formation roared and activated it, sending billowing fiend energy toward the light tide like a tide. Seeing the 3 doppelgangers move, Xiao Hua smiled coldly and raised his hand to slap the top of his head. Boom! Within the soaring multicolored light, the 108th tribulation scattered nascent souls flew out according to the formation they had arranged in advance in his lower dantian. As soon as they landed in the air, they immediately set up a simple golden crow immortal slaying demon formation. Bei Xiener immediately noticed the formation. She cried out in surprise, You? How can you use your Kunlun mirror? Xiao Hua smiled coldly and did not answer Bei Xiener's question. Instead he ordered, fellow Taoists, kill this demon. Yes. 108 nascent soul cultivators answered in unison, then performed an incantation gesture. Gradually the entire demon formation flashed brightly and transformed into a huge gold crow. Xiao Hua already had a plan when he first came out of Bei Xiener's big 7-colored halo shell world. He knew that inside this barrier, all spatial artifacts couldn't be used. Moreover, his lower dantian was a part of Xiao Hua's body and didn't belong to space. Therefore, the group of 8th-rank scattered nascent souls inside his lower dantian could come out. Therefore, when Xiao Hua flew out of the dimension and asked the heaven being to enter, he also kept 36 nascent soul cultivators in his lower dantian, so that they could be of help at a critical moment. Even the Ice Worm King had to be sent into Xiao Hua's dantian from within the space. Damn it! Bei Xiener cursed under her breath when she saw the formation was taking shape, leaving her no time to react. The towering beam of light emitted a dazzling light, illuminating the space within several hundred miles as if it was daytime. Suddenly, a stream of light that looked like a mirror appeared in front of the light tide that was lunging towards the heaven being, Reverend Yun and Lord Fiend. The light tide fell into the stream of light and disappeared. As for the prime pearl, it had also vanished after shattering the space within 100 miles. The heaven being, Reverend Yun, and Lord Fiend were slightly taken aback, and they halted in midair. However, right after they stopped moving, the space within 10,000 miles in front of them had undergone a drastic change, as if it was going to destroy the heaven and earth. Not to mention the fact that the space within a radius of 10,000 miles was distorted and the light and shadows were torn apart, not to mention the fact that the rainbow tide was spinning madly within the space, creating huge whirlpools that were annihilated without any pattern. Not to mention that the natal pearl was also trembling, and the light and shadows on its surface were creating layers of illusions. Above the dimension, the thick beam of light in the colorful heaven and earth was expanding rapidly. It flew out from the heaven and earth like a giant python, whizzing and spinning wildly outside the dimension. As the beam of light spun, the seven-colored light tide poured out from the heaven and earth like the Milky Way, falling into the dimension that had undergone a drastic change. The unusual change in the great rainbow shell realm had attracted the attention of all the people in the sacred realm of Thousand Demons. Even golden-winged Great Rock and the other great saints of the demon race were struck dumb when they saw what was happening. Chapter 4402. Seven-star Great Saint Feng Wu was originally chatting with Taoist Wu, Wen Chu and the other great saints of the demon race. Suddenly the ground shook a few hundred miles away from them. The night in the sky began to settle, and layers of darkness fell like rain and frost. Following which, a vast aura rushed out from the ground, shooting straight into the night sky. When the aura covered thousands of miles, a huge shell was revealed from the ground. The terrifying aura was emitted from this shell. Looking at the surroundings of the shell, seven-colored light wrapped around it like ribbons of light. Wherever the ribbons of light swept past, the ground shattered and space was torn apart. Pieces of land were merged into the ribbons of light. High in the sky, the night was also torn apart and space was shattered. The stars and moons in the sky were hidden in the morning sun, but now they were revealed again. They were abnormally bright, as if the aura of the entire world was disturbed. The power of the stars and moons was sucked in. The ribbons of light expanded and so did the shell. Finally, it was tens of thousands of miles wide, and the aura covered hundreds of thousands of miles. The seven colors of the shell lit up the entire night sky. Although the sun had already shot out from the east, the sun couldn't cover the seven-colored light. Base Yenner's true body was revealed like this. Feng Wu, Wen Chu, the five-colored sea god shell, and the flying feather void beast couldn't get close. Not only were they forced back tens of thousands of miles by the terrifying aura and dazzling seven-colored light, they also had to use their powers to block the penetration of the seven-colored light and the powerful suction of the shell. The five-colored seashell couldn't help but exclaim, "Ancestor?" Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The five-colored seashell couldn't help but exclaim, "Ancestor." Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, several seven-colored halos flashed past his head. The five-colored sea god seashell's body immediately left its body and shot toward the halos. The sea god seashell's body also couldn't help but rush toward the seven-colored shell in the distance. The five-colored sea god shell was shocked. He hurriedly moved and disappeared in space. When he reappeared, he was hiding far behind the great Saint Golden-Winged Rock and the other great saints of the demon race. Looking at the place where the five-colored sea god shell was previously, Bai Qingyu's monster corpses were pulled into the sky by the seven-colored halos. These corpses were torn apart in the halos, and the various colors of the corpses were absorbed by the halos of the seven-colored sea god shell. The seven-colored sea god shell. In addition to the monster corpses in the sky, giant trees, rocks were also torn apart or sucked into the halos of the seven-colored sea god shell. Hiss. The golden-winged great Peng sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes flashed with golden light. He had never seen Bai Sienna use such a big divine ability. He also didn't think that Xiao Hua, who was sucked into the big seven-colored halo shell world, could cause Bai Sienna to use such power. Saint Golden-Winged Rock's shell became more and more now. He became more and Yu was. Tiger Wu in the battle. Before seeing the result of the battle, he wouldn't stretch out a single feather or use any kind of divine ability. With the great rock thinking this, the cunning flying feather and void beast naturally watched from the sidelines. He even moved closer to Feng Wu. He knew that even if Xiaohua was killed by the Great Ancestor, Feng Wu was still a 7-star Great Saint of the Great Sage Hall. Since Xiaohua had such a powerful divine ability, Feng Wu must be on the same level. Of course, if the Great Ancestor was killed by Xiaohua, the Flying Feather and Eye Void Beast didn't even dare to think about what would happen. Would the Great Sage Hall still be the Great Sage Hall of the demon race? Old Ancestor. Only the 5-colored sea god Seashell's heart was in his throat. He wanted to use his origin force to investigate, but his origin force was immediately shattered the moment it came into contact with the light beam. He could only wait silently in the distance. Fellow immortal, do you feel anything? Wen Chu frowned and asked Taoist Wu, how is fellow Taoist Xiao? Same as before, I don't feel anything. Taoist sorcerer also had a worried look on his face as he transmitted his voice. This big shell is too strange. It seems to be a world of its own. Taoist Xiao immediately lost contact with us when he fell in. Even my soul cultivation secret technique can't contact him. Rumble? Just as Taoist sorcerer's voice was transmitted, there was a deafening roar from the shell. Then there was a crisp cracking sound and some cracks appeared on the shell. Quickly, fellow Taoist Xiao is about to break free. Let's go over quickly. Feng Wu's phoenix eyes were the sharpest, and he immediately cried out when he saw the cracks appear. However, before they could move, an unexpected event occurred once more. Xiaohua released the 108 level 8 scattered nascent souls from his lower dantian. The Golden Crow immortal slaying demonic array was formed in a few breaths. Baixian was shocked and didn't dare to hide anything. She hurriedly activated all her demonic power and used all her divine abilities. Not only did the image of chaos appear in the 7-colored light shell realm, but she also absorbed a terrifying amount of yuan qi of heaven and earth and the power of the stars and moon to replenish her energy. However, Xiaohua was fully prepared. The number of scattered nascent souls that came out was beyond Baixian's expectation. Before Baixian was ready, the Golden Crow immortal slaying demonic array was activated. This was 108 8th tribulation scattered nascent soul cultivators. If they attacked at the same time, no one in the Thousand Devil Sacred Realm would be a match for them, let alone when they formed a formation. The huge Golden Crow flashed with lightning. Not only did the lightning condense into the Golden Crow's body, but it also turned into flames that spread into the space. Before the Golden Crow rushed into the chaotic space and landed on the whirlpool formed by the 7-colored light shell, its destructive aura had already caused the entire space to become chaotic. When the Golden Crow rushed into the space, the distorted space was instantly pierced through. The countless 7-colored light shell and the 7-colored light shell were annihilated at the same time. The Golden Crow screeched and pounced on the pearl of life that was filled with illusions. Boom! With a loud sound, the previously indestructible pearl of life was smashed into pieces. The 7-colored powder turned into dust and rose into the sky. After the pearl of life, it was naturally Baixian's real body. Under the Golden Crow's aura, the light pillar that supported the sky was extinguished. Xiaohua could even see Baixian's soft pink body. However, at this moment, buzz. Countless thick python-like light strips fell from the space outside and entangled the Golden Crow like a huge light net. Boom. There was no particular suspense. The Golden Crow rushed into the light net, and the thick light net could not stop it. In a moment, it was smashed into pieces by the impact. However, to Xiaohua's surprise, Baixian's real body had disappeared behind the light net, and what was coming toward him was the 7-colored light shell. Boom. The Golden Crow pounced on the 7-colored light shell and produced a loud rumble. Amidst the rumble, the 7-colored light shell began to crack. Dozens of 7-colored light shards, each measuring several acres in size, fell down from the cracks. Ah! Baixian's painful cry came from behind those broken light strips not far away. Then, before Xiaohua could order the 8 tribulation nascent soul to attack again, Baixian's hysterical voice came from the sky. Human, if that's the case, I'll die together with you. While she was speaking, dozens of 7-colored tentacles reached out from the turbulence of space and grabbed those 7-colored light shards. Then, amidst a loud noise, they attacked Xiaohua, celestial being Reverend Yun, Archfiend Shi, and the 8 tribulation nascent soul. The 7-colored light shards were very strange. After whimpering, they immediately disappeared from the space. In just a few breaths of time, the space in front of Xiaohua glowed with a sharp light, from which a cold aura that could cut one's soul rushed out. Without hesitation, Xiaohua teleported backward. At the same time, he waved his hand and the 4-colored thunderbolt hand came crashing down. As soon as Xiaohua moved, a 7-colored light shard rushed out, and the 4-colored thunderbolt hand came crashing down. But it was a pity that the seven-colored light shard went straight up. With a light swoosh, the thunderbolt hand was cut apart by it, and then it cut through the space and came crashing down on Xiaohua. The seven-colored light shard seemed to be one with the space, and there was no hindrance in the space. Xiaohua had just realized that the seven-colored light shard had already hit him. Swoosh. With a light swoosh, Xiaohua's transcendence golden body was immediately shattered, and his fleshly body was cut open. The cut was several miles long and several feet deep. The wound on the seven-colored light shard was very strange. Not only was it painful to the bone marrow, but it was also like an iron hammer had hit his soul. It was so painful that Xiaohua could not help but cry out, and his transcendence golden body shrunk rapidly. Ugh! Without waiting for Xiaohua to perform any other divine ability, the seven-colored light shard once again came crashing down on his neck. Xiaohua was scared out of his wits. Once again, the thunderbolts around him were activated, and he fled into the distance. Oh! Right at this moment, Reverend Yun's miserable howl was heard. A few of his huge dragon scales had been shattered by the seven-colored light shard, and dragon blood was flowing out from under the scales. Reverend Yun was already in such a state, but Celestial and Archfiend Sure were not any better. The surface of Celestial's body was covered with cuts, while Archfiend Sure's fiend body was chopped into a few pieces. The 108 Eighth Tribulation scattered nascent souls were also driven away by the seven-colored light shard. In particular, a few of them were nearly chopped in half by the seven-colored light shard. At this moment, Bai Xian was like a crazy woman who had completely lost her mind. No one dared to provoke her. No. Xiaohua had tried to dodge a few times, but he still could not escape from Bai Xian's vicious attack, and his body was covered with wounds. Then he looked at Archfiend Sure, Celestial, Reverend Yun, and those Eighth Tribulation scattered nascent souls. They were also covered with wounds, and it was hard for them to protect themselves. Xiaohua became more and more anxious, and he thought to himself, this seven-colored light shard must be a part of Bai Xian's shell, and I wonder how many years she has been refining it. This thing is also an invincible magical treasure in her seven-colored light shell realm. If we are forced to retreat by her again, not only will we not be able to protect ourselves, even those over 100 scattered nascent souls will be killed by her one by one, even though they have the overall strength of 9th-tier nascent souls. When that happens, all my previous efforts will be in vain. Chapter 4403. Thinking of this, Xiaohua clenched his teeth and opened his mouth again. Pooh! A ray of light rushed out and an object appeared in the air. This object was none other than Shang Huaming's god statue. Xiaohua had previously sent it into his dantian from the space in case of an emergency. He really didn't expect that. At this time, Xiaohua would finally have an opportunity to use this object. It was very strange. The moment the statue landed in the air, it immediately gave off an indescribable aura. Although the statue was the same as before, it didn't have any splendor and looked very inconspicuous in the seven-colored space, but Yi Shiwen didn't know what to say. However, as soon as that indescribable aura was released, all the seven-colored halos in the space suddenly became still. Even the rainbow-colored shards stopped in midair. In an instant, the entire space boiled, and all the halos surged toward the god statue. Ah! Bai Xian's surprised voice rang out once more. It was like a thunderclap that reverberated through the air. This voice was filled with disbelief and astonishment, but it was also filled with calmness and reverence. It was far from the crazed tone from before. Boom boom boom. The originally turbid halos in the space became transparent again. Bai Xian's huge body trembled as she slowly crawled down. A kind of solemnity, a kind of sacredness, a kind of sacrificial aura spontaneously emerged in the space. See God, this servant is guilty, this servant is guilty. A kind of almost hysterical voice sounded from where she was crawling. Bai Xian unexpectedly gave up on chasing Xiaohua and the others and threw herself in front of the god statue like a lowly servant. Looking at the god statue radiating 9 layers of brilliance that were even brighter than the sun, and the sacredness of the aura became even denser, Xiaohua let out a long sigh of relief. Bai Xian had previously said clearly that she had 2 goals in bringing Xiaohua into the seven-colored shell world. One was to kill Xiaohua and silence him. The other was to obtain the whereabouts of the god statue. However, Xiaohua also saw clearly that when he asked Bai Xian to confirm his identity, Bai Xian had once used light and shadow to create the image of the sea god. In front of that image, Bai Xian was so respectful and fearful. Therefore, Xiaohua believed that Bai Xian wanted to obtain the god statue of the sea god. However, he didn't believe that this god statue was as important as she said. Moreover, Xiaohua later tested Bai Xian several times. Bai Xian was rather fearful. All kinds of signs indicated that this god statue of the sea god was the only thing in the world that could restrain Bai Xian. Therefore, Bai Xian wanted to obtain it and not let others have it. Of course, Xiaohua couldn't be sure that his judgment was right. He was afraid that this was Bai Xian's trick to lure him into taking out the god statue. At this time, it seemed that he was already at the end of the road. Xiaohua had no choice but to take out the god statue. Seeing Bai Xian so fearful of the god statue, Xiaohua's heart was greatly relieved. He knew that he had made the right bet. There was a glimmer of hope in the dark. Because he was afraid that Bai Xian would take the god statue away, Xiaohua didn't release the god statue too far away. He still kept it in his domain. At this time, the seven-colored tide of light ignored Xiaohua's domain and directly rushed into the god statue. Xiaohua looked at Bai Xian lying on the ground and coldly said, Bai Xian, since you have seen the god statue, you should stop right? Quickly open the barrier, otherwise the Xiao will kill you. Bai Xian's body trembled. She looked extremely fearful and didn't dare to say a word. Jijia. Demon Sovereign Shi's scattered body slowly condensed at this time. The demon flame on the surface of his body dimmed a lot. He smiled and flew to Xiaohua's side. Looking at the god statue of the sea god, he shouted, Big brother, you are really powerful. This unremarkable thing is actually the biggest nemesis of this old beggar. Ha 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 ha. Before Xiaohua could speak, Bai Xian's wild laughter came from the light pillar again. Human, you are really shallow. I was just putting on a show and you fell for it. You think I am really afraid of this god statue? Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He waved his right hand and used the universe in the sleeve technique. He wanted to collect the god statue. However, the god statue that fell into the seven-colored tide of light was incomparably heavy. It seemed to have merged with the entire space. Even with Xiaohua's ability, he couldn't collect it. Damn it. I was tricked. Xiaohua's face was pale as he cursed in a low voice. At this time, he understood that if this god statue was as important as he thought, how could Bai Ming casually leave it in Shang Huaming's ancestral hall? Why didn't he carry it with him? He was still tricked by Bai Xian. He foolishly took the initiative to deliver this god statue to her. Ha ha. Bai Xian saw that Xiaohua failed to collect the god statue and slowly stood up. The pillar of light that supported the sky appeared again. Following Bai Xian's laughter, the incomparably heavy god statue slowly flew towards her. As it approached, the divine aura on the god statue became denser and denser. This god statue of the sea god is a sacred artifact used by the descendants of my sea clan to display the might of the sea god. Bai Xian's mood was extremely good. She smiled and said, With this object I can borrow the power of the sea god's bloodline and exterminate everything. Back in the Red Sea domain, Bai Ming used this object to exterminate 100,000 members of the sea clan. Since I can't use my spirit formation power to kill you all today, I will use this sacred artifact and let you all have a taste of my Shell clan's absolute saint's attack. Human, all of this is what you call fate. You took out my clan's sacred artifact to invite me to take your life. Let's go. When Xiaohua saw that the aura on the god statue was gradually turning corporeal, he dared not to hesitate any longer. Devis, Reverend Yun, Archfiend Shi, and the 108th Tribulation scattered nascent soul cultivators followed Xiaohua and sped away into the distance. They were not sure if they could escape from this great seven-colored shell realm. Haha. Bai Xian was not in a hurry to chase after them. She laughed and said, In front of the sea god, all of you are just ants. Not to mention in my great seven-colored shell realm, even in the sacred realm of thousand demons, all of you can never escape from the might of the sea god. As Bai Xian spoke, she saw the sea god statue getting closer and closer. Poof! A blood-red light shot out from the pillar of light and landed on the sea god statue. Boom! The sea god statue suddenly emitted a blood-red brilliance and fell towards Bai Xian's body. When the statue touched Bai Xian's true form, a sacred and majestic aura that could make all living things prostrate rolled out from the statue, and the entire space was filled with a buzzing noise. After that, the glow on Bai Xian's true form vanished in an instant. The statue swayed its tail as if it was alive, and the upper body of the human figure was surging violently. Human? Bai Xian, who had activated the sacred item with the blood essence of the descendants of the sea god, said in an extremely majestic voice from the statue, Since you have offended the dignity of the sea god, I'll let you die under the majesty of the sea god today. I'll let you know the wrath of the sea god, which should not exist in the mortal world. While speaking, Basiener, who had transformed into the sea god, waved her hands in the air. The entire space folded and rolled together, revealing the figures of Xiaohua and the others who were fleeing desperately. Then a shadow emerged between Basiener's brows. It was the shape of the sea god, and it drifted down with the aura of a supreme god. The 108 tribulation nascent souls simply could not resist the majesty of the sea god. They were all pressed down and shrunk to the size of 3 feet, either curling up or crawling on the ground. They had no strength to resist at all. At this moment, sure, the fiend no longer looked like a fiend lord, and he could no longer take the form of a human. Like the fiend formation, he had been pressed down into a fiend energy, drifting powerlessly in the air. On the contrary, although the celestial Reverend Yun and Xiaohua were suppressed by the sacred aura, they still straightened their necks and waists, stubbornly resisting it, although their resistance was weak and pale. Die. Basiener's voice was like that of a god. Use your blood and soul to offer to the sea god, use your blood to redeem your sins. Swoosh. The shadow of the sea god turned into layers and fell towards Xiaohua and the others. The seemingly light yet heavy aura of the sea god fell between Xiaohua's brows, and a feeling of extinction emerged in his heart. The gains he had made in the heavenly prison for tens of thousands of years, the gains his clones had made in the bloody storm in the ruins, the gains he had made from the sages of Wenchu, the gains he had made from the stars of Phoenix Parasol, the gains he had made from the primordial purple chi and so on were all gone at the same time. Although it was just a moment, it was another 100,000 years in Xiaohua's Tao state. When Xiaohua's eyes moved again, a feeling of enlightenment emerged from the bottom of his heart. There is a great terror between life and death. What I said is true. My countless accumulations have actually gone through in this moment of life and death. My Tao state has actually reached the late stage of Mahayana realm. In the future, as long as I have enough time to accumulate, I will definitely be able to reach the highest realm. Sigh, what a pity. Because along with his enlightenment, Xiaohua felt that the aura that was like the will of heaven and earth had passed through the space between his brows and rushed into his Naiwan palace and the mysterious dark clouds. Everything would turn into nothingness in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Xiaohua's heart suddenly moved again. He thought of the mysterious golden core that he had picked up in the spatial crack of the Dragon Island. That golden core contained an extremely great mystery, and Xiaohua did not dare to consume it back then. Furthermore, when Xiaohua's space was evolving, this golden core had already left Xinhua continent and arrived at another place that had yet to take shape. Xiaohua understood even more clearly that this golden core was definitely not the golden core of the cultivation world. Today, not only had Xiaohua reached the Tao state, his cultivation had also reached a certain height. Although Xiaohua still felt that he did not dare to try the medicinal pill at this moment, there was no way out. Xiaohua was the same as Bai Xian previously. He was prepared to fight to the death with his opponent. Presumably, if that mysterious golden core was consumed, when Xiaohua exploded, he would also be able to drag Bai Xian down with him. Chapter 4404. However, no matter where Xiaohua's consciousness went, there was still no news from Xinhua continent. Not to mention taking out the Jindan, he couldn't even take a look at it. However, just as Xiaohua was about to die, there was a sudden change. Outside Xiaohua's Naiwan palace, where the Buddha's Bodhi Buddha heart fire was, a transparent golden crystal that was even smaller than an ant appeared. It was the tiny godhead that Xiaohua and his clone had condensed back on the primitive continent. The godhood that looked like a crystal was almost inaudible, but when the shadow of the sea god floated down, and the aura that resembled the will of heaven and earth landed, the entire crystal shone with an indescribable brilliance. This brilliance was different from ordinary brilliance. It didn't come from the crystal but from various parts of the void. It was as if golden threads of light were suspended above the crystal. These threads of light were densely packed, and when the other end landed in the void, they disappeared without a trace. The crystal had many crystal faces, and there were even more that hadn't been revealed. These threads of light landed on different crystal faces. Some crystal faces had more threads of light, while others had fewer threads of light. At the same time, strange scenes appeared where the light threads touched the crystal surface. Patches of faith power faintly covered the crystal surface like clouds. Within the clouds of faith power, almost endless scenes of mountains and rivers, men plowing and women weaving, primordial phenomena, the collapse of the heavens and the earth, and other scenes flashed inexplicably. The crystal godhead wasn't supposed to be revealed, and it was only because the sea god's phantom approached that the crystal godhead was activated. However, as soon as the godlike figure of the sea god within the shell world approached the godhead didn't react at all. Instead, the figure of the sea god trembled and shattered into pieces. Almost at the same time, the figure of the sea god within the shell world was reduced to powder. Not only that, but the sea god's phantom was the power of the sea god's descendants that Basien had activated with the help of the sea god's sacred tool, the sea god's statue. This kind of power was invincible because of its so-called divine power. This divine power was originally a pseudo-divine power. At this time, the pseudo-divine power collided with the embryonic form of the godhood. Although the embryonic form was not solid and had not truly taken shape, it was still a real godhood. How could low-level cultivators like Basien and Xiao Hua understand the mysteries of this world? After the sea god's projection was shattered, the godhead's backlash, or rather, the godhead's fury rushed towards the sea god's projection. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, everything within a radius of 10,000 miles that could sense the sea god's shadow, except for the sea god's statue, turned into nothingness. Then, in the space that was devoid of light, a 9-colored dot appeared on the forehead of the sea god statue. As soon as the 9-colored dot appeared, the entire sea god statue flowed with light, and strands of color surged into the 9-colored dot. Basiener's hoarse and miserable cry resounded from within the statue, and then her nascent divinity was forcefully pushed out of the statue. All of this happened too quickly, and Basiener stood in front of the sea god statue in a daze, looking at it in disbelief. She did not know what had happened. In just a moment, the entire sea god statue turned gray, and all of the light fell into the 9-colored dot. Then the light around Basiener's body began to overflow and fall into the 9-colored dot. Basiener was shocked. Her figure flashed and instantly vanished. At the same time, the gray and lusterless pillar of light suddenly glowed brightly, and then countless enormous 7-colored pythons of light started to move throughout the heavens and the earth. Boom! The entire 7-colored shell world had just returned to Basiener's control when the entire barrier let out a thunderous rumble. The space within 10,000 miles, 100,000 miles, collapsed at the same time, and the 7-colored light pythons were forcefully extracted. At the same time, the light pythons turned into nothingness, and another 100,000 miles wide pillar of light shot into the sky. Looking at the 7-colored shell world that had previously trapped Xiao Hua and the others, Basiener's natal shell had already turned into powder, and with a loud rumble, it turned into dust. However, the huge light beam had only just shot out a few miles into the sky when layers of mushroom-like spatial collapses appeared high up in the sky. Countless inexplicable and obscure laws that no one knew about were wantonly tearing through the spatial collapses. The light beam rushed under the laws and crashed down again. The pillar of light that was hundreds of thousands of miles wide fell into the 9-colored dot in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. Xiao Hua was dumbfounded, and he also did not know what had happened. However, as far as his eyes could see, his surroundings were distorted, and his divine sense could not leave his body, so he could only stare blankly. The pillar of light fell into the 9-colored sky, and in the sky hundreds of thousands of kilometers above, many strange laws disappeared at the same time. However, layers of spatial collapse still existed, and an unknown law fell from the spatial collapse onto the entire Thousand Demons sacred realm. As the law fell, the dim 7-colored halo around Basien flowed out uncontrollably and fell towards the 9-colored light. Just as Basiener was panicking, an even denser 7-colored light flew out from another part of the space and quickly fell towards the 9-colored light. The source of the light was a 7-colored conch. Not only that, but other than the distorted light and shadow, there were even more faint, dense, 5-colored and 3-colored lights that all poured into the 9-colored dot. This. Xiao Hua was shocked. Impossible. At this time, Basiener's crazy voice hysterically screamed, "I am the sea god's descendant who can take away my bloodline?" Take away the sea god's bloodline? Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed. Naturally, he thought of the godhead. This must be the power of the godhead. Seeing the sea-like light surging over, Xiao Hua could not help but sigh. Damn it, what a big deal. This is probably going to take away the bloodline of the rainbow sea god shell in the entire Thousand Beasts sacred realm. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua smiled coldly and used his divine sense to check his own space. As expected, after the big 7-colored halo shell world shattered, his space could be sensed. Since this was the case, Xiao Hua did not hesitate to pull Bai Qing out of the Xinhua continent. However, he saw Bai Qing standing in midair in a daze. Before he could figure out the situation in front of him, the 5-colored light began to flow out of his body and turned into fragments of light that fell into the 9-colored dot. Ayo! Bai Qing cried out loudly, sensing the disappearance of his divine sense. He did not know what had happened. Wu. Without waiting for Bai Qing to say more, Xiaohua waved his hand and sent this hateful and pitiful demon king into the Xinhua continent again. Bai Qing wasn't the only one who was confused. All of Bai Xianer's descendants in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm were confused as well. The most miserable one was the great saint of the demon clan, the five-colored sea god Shell, who was closest to the nine-colored dot. Feng Wu, Wen Chu and the others were overjoyed when they saw the shell in the sky crack. Feng Wu was about to fly over to save Xiaohua, but before they could get close, another strange change occurred. An indescribable divine aura surged out of the crack, and the seven-colored shell, which was the most beautiful in the morning, instantly turned into nothingness. Feng Wu was overjoyed, but after the shell disappeared, an enormous beam of light shot out. Even a cultivator as strong as Feng Wu, who was at the 9th grade of essence force, was powerless under the impact of this beam of light. In an instant he was sent flying like a fallen leaf. Before Feng Wu and the others could regain their balance, they heard another cry of surprise from nearby. What's going on? Hearing the voice of the five-colored sea god Shell, Feng Wu and the others were alarmed and hurriedly looked over. The five-colored light around the five-colored sea god Shell surged and flew into the sky. No matter how the five-colored sea god Shell waved the shell, it could not stop this. Beside him, the golden-winged rock and the flying feather void beast looked on in confusion, not knowing what to do. The five-colored sea god Shell suddenly glowed with starlight, and the star marks hidden in the shell immediately flew up with the starlight. Woo. The brilliance of the stars and the moon fell from the sky, protecting the five-colored sea god Shell. As the space vibrated, the five-colored sea god Shell gradually turned into a star, and the five-colored star, which was thousands of miles in size, was revealed in the morning light just like that. Under the sunlight, the 7 colors of the star were so dazzling. Unfortunately, it was just like a flash in the pan. Even though the five-colored sea god Shell had turned into a star, the five-colored halo showed no signs of stopping. The colorful star slowly faded under the stunned gazes of everyone and the demons. The five-colored brilliance that was extracted just flowed into the light shadow that covered the surroundings and did not appear again. When the entire star turned black and white, the five-colored sea god Shell was forcibly pushed out of the star. The shell was still a shell and the brilliance was still brilliance, but the 5 colors were gone. The primordial spirit of the five-colored sea god Shell appeared from the shell. Although it was not in human form, the golden-winged rock had already seen the frustration, surprise and confusion on its face. The golden-winged rock couldn't help but ask, "Shell Saint, what's going on?" The five-colored sea god Shell looked at the golden-winged rock in despair. He wanted to hide the truth, but looking at the colors all over the sky, he knew that he was not the only one who would suffer today. Even the ancestor couldn't escape, so how could he hide it? My bloodline has been taken. The five-colored sea god Shell's voice was like the wind, like a wandering soul answering. How is that possible? Both the golden-winged rock and the flying feather void beast were shocked. After all, the demon race was different from the human race. The bloodline was extremely important. The five-colored sea god Shell's sea god bloodline was taken away. Could he still be the five-colored sea god Shell? Chapter 4405. Hearing the five-colored seashell's absent-minded answer, the 2 great saints of the demon race were shocked. They looked at Feng Wu, Celestial and the others with fear. However, to their surprise, Feng Wu and the others were also puzzled. They looked at the five-colored seashell and the strange light and shadow in the distance. Xiaohua put Bai Qing, who had lost her bloodline, into his spatial zone. He had another thought. He knew that his Xinhua continent was isolated from the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. The backlash from the godhead and the stripping of the sea god's bloodline would not affect the Xinhua continent. Bai Qing's bloodline had been stripped, but the five-colored sea god Shell still had Bai Bo and the little white dragon. However, Xiaohua only thought about it for a moment. He did not take Bai Bo out of Xinhua continent. Not to mention that Bai Bo was already pregnant with the little white dragon's flesh and blood. Just her act of rescuing the little white dragon from the heavenly dam water prison was something that Xiaohua, who clearly distinguished between gratitude and grudges, could not allow such a cruel divine punishment to fall upon her. Although the Thousand Demons' sacred realm was huge, and the 3 continents were even bigger, the divine punishment was very fast. In just half the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the light that came from all directions had become sparse. The space within hundreds of thousands of miles had lost all color, except for the cluster of 9 colors. The light and shadow barrier was still there. Fellow Taoist. Celestial flew over and asked curiously, what kind of technique is this? It's really magical. Xiaohua did not answer Celestial but looked elsewhere. At this time, Reverend Yun and Archdevil Shur were also flying over with wounds all over their bodies. The 108 tribulation scattered nascent souls were also flying over from all directions. Fortunately, although most of them were severely injured, none of them had lost their lives. Xiaohua slapped the top of his head, and his innate energy gushed out, sucking all the scattered nascent souls into his dantian. Then Xiaohua squinted his eyes and looked at Bei Xian'er in the distance. Bei Xian'er did not transform into her human form. Her original body, which had lost its color, was still standing there, looking very majestic. However, a tentacle grew out of Bei Xian'er's body, and the tentacle tightly grasped the 7-colored conch that had also lost its color. Bei Xian'er. At this point, Xiaohua no longer called Bei Xian'er Senior. He only said indifferently, "Are you satisfied with this ending?" "Where exactly are you, God?" Bei Xian'er didn't dare to transform in front of Xiaohua. She could only ask in fear. Xiaohua shook his head. "Let's not talk about whether or not I'm a god. You think I look like a god? How could Xiaohua be a god? Who had ever heard of a god who was only at the 9th level of origin energy in the mortal world?" Thus, Bei Xian'er hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, "If you are not a god, then your bloodline must be even purer. Otherwise there would be no divine punishment." "Forget it." Xiaohua smiled bitterly and waved his hand. "I don't know what the reason is. After all, this kind of divine punishment is too strange. It is not something that an insignificant cultivator like me can understand. However, no matter what the process was, the ending is already like this. I just want to ask you, are you satisfied?" Bei Xian'er didn't speak for a long time. When there was no more light coming from outside the barrier, she said, "You guessed right. Most of what I've told you is true. It's just that Bei Ming and I are not lovers. In the words of you humans, he and I are very close blood relatives. He has been very good to me since I was young. I have always regarded him as my blood brother. I'm not looking for him for the sea god statue. I'm just looking for him. Moreover, I believe that he is also looking for me. Blood relations are not something that can be isolated by some spatial boundary." Xiaohua nodded slightly. He now believed Bei Xian'er's words. Because when he saw Bei Ming, it was in that innate great formation. Presumably, Bei Ming wanted to use that great formation to find Bei Xian'er. Unfortunately, Bei Ming didn't have the body of a half-god. He couldn't escape the corrosion of the clear time demon formation. "The reason why I wanted to kill you is actually only for one reason. I didn't want the news that Bei Ming and I were stranded here to be leaked, and I didn't want the bloodline of the sea god to be discovered by the sea tribe." Speaking of this, Bei Xian'er smiled bitterly. "I did it, and I did it thoroughly. Even if the pursuers of the sea race are here now, when they see Bei Ming and me, I'm afraid they will never kill us. Because we don't have any bloodline of the sea god." Bei Xian'er paused for a brief moment, then threw her head back and cried out hysterically, "Oh heaven! Almighty gods, please tell me what have I done wrong? Didn't I spend so much effort just to find my elder brother? Didn't I spend so much effort just to protect myself and prevent the sea race from discovering us? What have I done wrong? Why am I being punished like this by the gods?" Celestial, Reverend Yun and Archfiend Shur had different expressions. Celestial didn't care, Reverend Yun looked pensive, and Archfiend Shur didn't think so. Upon hearing Bei Xian'er's sorrowful and unyielding voice, a cold smile emerged on Xiaohua's face. "Bei Xian'er," he said word by word, "there is no need for any gods to answer this question, let alone the heaven. I can tell you. It's not your fault for looking for your elder brother, and it's not your fault for protecting yourself. It's because you've done something you shouldn't have done. I don't know what you've done, so I can't tell you anything. First, let's talk about how you've suppressed the little white dragon for over 200 years. What does the little white dragon have to do with you? He doesn't know anything. You've heard that I might know something about Dark North, so you captured him and brought him here. But since he said he didn't know anything, why did you still suppress him? You've been suppressing him for 200 years. The lifespan of an ordinary human is no more than 100 years. How many 200 years can one live? Fortunately, he is a dragon. Not to mention the suppression. Because of your suppression, the Demon King of Shrouding Sky Ridge and the Demon King of Ancient Bell Mountain have a lot of thoughts. Who knows how many of those demon clans and humans related to this Xiao died on the way to rescue this Xiao. Let's not talk about the little white dragon. Xiao Hua coldly said, since I've already come here and rescued Bei Ming from the danger zone and personally brought him to you so you can reunite with your elder brother, I can be considered your benefactor. But, in order to prevent your tracks from being exposed, you actually bit the hand that fed you and wanted to kill me inside your great rainbow halo shell world. An ungrateful person like you, if you don't suffer the wrath of the heavens, if you don't suffer the punishment of the gods, how can the heavens be fair? You only put your own benefits first and don't care about the lives of others. You act as you please in the thousand demon sacred realm and act as the ancestor of a demon race. You don't even put the Virokana revered world sovereign and immortal Emperor Go-Chin in your eyes. A selfish person like you, a domineering person, if you don't suffer the wrath of the heavens, if you don't suffer the punishment of the gods, how can the heavens be fair? Today your sea god Shell clan is suffering the punishment of the gods, and it is all because of you. It is all because of your previous sins, the consequences of your previous actions. Only you are qualified to taste such a bitter wine. But at this moment you still don't repent and don't see your mistakes clearly. You still dare to thicken your skin and question the heavens? If you don't suffer the punishment of the gods, then who will? You. Bei Xiener was truly angry and forgot that the main culprit of the divine punishment was Xiao Hua. She angrily said, what qualifications do you have to criticize me? You didn't kill humans, you didn't kill demons? Not to mention anything else, you led 200,000 humans to attack Bai Qingyu and killed more than 1 million descendants of my Bai Qingyu clan. Why didn't you suffer the punishment of the gods? I killed people and I also killed demons. However, I have always been afraid of the heavens and I also believe that the gods are watching over me. Chapter 4406. However, before Bei Xiener had a chance to gloat over Xiao Hua's misfortune, Xiao Hua's physical body was revealed within the crumbling golden body. Although Xiao Hua's physical body was riddled with wounds, with many of his muscles and bones exposed, those wounds had been inflicted by Bei Xiener's natal shell, and had nothing to do with the power of the sea god. How is this possible? Bei Xiener exclaimed once again. At this point, she had finally come to a realization that this human cultivator was definitely not an ordinary cultivator. Xiao Hua raised his hand and looked at his intact palm, then lowered his head and looked at every part of his fleshly body. Once again he recalled the demigod body that Elder Wu of Huda Stockade told him when he was still in Million Ming Mountains. The demigod body, as the name implies, possesses the body of a great god. Aside from the quintessence of a great god, the demigod body is no different from a great god. Now, I seem to have formed the embryonic form of a quintessence. If I'm not mistaken, the golden threads on the crystal face should be extremely pure power of faith. Xiao Hua then raised his head to look at the nine-colored brilliance and thought to himself, Elder Wu also said that the demigod body and godhead are not something that can be obtained through cultivation, and can only be obtained by relying on the power of heaven and earth and prying into the mysteries of heaven and earth. I was fortunate enough to obtain both, so it can be said that I possess the divine power that Bei Xiener spoke of. However, I'm still in the mortal world, so I don't know how to control divine power. As such, it's not that I can't obtain the power of the sea god, it's that I can't obtain it. If this were in the past, perhaps Xiao Hua would really have reached out to touch the nine-colored radiance to test his own thoughts. However, Xiao Hua was already a grand ascension stage cultivator, so how could he risk his own physical body in such a reckless manner? The power of the sea god is contained in the bloodline of the Shell tribe, so Bei Xiener can use her bloodline to activate the holy artifact of the Shell tribe. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes. He really couldn't bear to abandon the power of the sea god, and his mind raced. That's right. I can't use the power of the sea god as a flying god, so I have to use a holy artifact. Or perhaps the sea god's power also required a bloodline or a saint artifact. The statue of the sea god has already been destroyed, and there are no more descendants of the sea god in the Thousand Beasts sacred realm. My bloodline cannot be borrowed. If that's the case, I'll have to find a suitable saint artifact. Little doe. At this moment, Xiao Hua thought of the unknown origin of the item without hesitation. At the same time, he didn't know how to repair it or activate it. But it was another extremely terrifying small fight. Little Doe was able to destroy the sword tomb, trap the ferocious flames of the celestial being Bloodbone, and even release the Pangu axe. Presumably it's not a saint artifact, but it can also restrain the nine-colored sea god's power, right? Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out Xiao Dou. What is this? Bei Xiener was slightly stunned. Seeing Xiaohua toss the small bucket towards the nine-colored sea god's power, she couldn't help but mock. Human, don't waste your time. The sea god's power will be taken away by the sea god soon. What? Hearing this, Xiaohua couldn't help but be shocked. He hurriedly raised his hand and pointed at Xiaodou. He raised his head and said, "You said that God can sense the sea god's power. He will descend here?" Bei Xian'er sneered and replied with contempt, "How can Lord Sea God come to such a low-level world? The sea god's power still exists at this moment only because of the sea god's light world around it. After a while, this light world will disperse under the sunlight and the sea god's power will dissipate in this space. The three continents won't be able to withstand the sea god's power, so the sea god's power will naturally go far away. In the end, it will be taken away by the sea god." "Oh, so that's how it is." Xiaohua was relieved when he heard this. However, Bei Xian'er said again, "If not for my sea god's bloodline and the saint artifact, it would be impossible for you to use this sea god's power. You should give up on this idea. Once your saint artifact comes in contact with the sea god's power, it will definitely be crushed into powder by the god's punishment. You will also..." Bei Xian'er originally wanted to say that Xiaohua would also be affected, but seeing that the previous two sea gods' punishment didn't injure Xiaohua, she obediently shut her mouth. "How do you know if you don't try?" Xiaohua pointed at Xiaodou with his finger and Xiaodou fell down. Shua. The nine-colored sea god's power was actually taken away by Xiaodou. Moreover, Xiaodou, which had never changed before, actually emitted a nine-colored brilliance when it came in contact with the sea god's power. Layer after layer of light waves wantonly overflowed from the four walls of Xiaodou, and around Xiaodou, a thin layer of pitch-black space faintly formed. An aura that could exterminate all living things was emitted from the space. Bei Xian'er's eyes fell out if she had eyes. Suddenly Bei Xian'er shouted, "You, how can you be a human? You must be a heaven race. This seems to be a heaven race's saint artifact." Bei Xian'er's voice was loud and full of fear. "Che." Xiaohua disdainfully glared at Bei Xian'er and said, "If you don't know, don't guess blindly. The Xiao is a real human. How can I be a heaven race? Then, how can you have a heaven race's saint artifact? Isn't this the legendary saint artifact used by the heaven race during the ancient war, 10,000 extinguishing heavenly dipper?" Bei Xian'er couldn't believe her eyes and shouted, "Although I have never seen this item before, but this 10,000 extinguishing aura is exactly the same as what is recorded in my Red Sea region's royal secret codex." "Where is the secret codex? Is there a method to refine the 10,000 extinguishing heavenly dipper? How do I activate this 10,000 extinguishing heavenly dipper?" Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and asked. "Greedy human." Bei Xian'er was completely convinced at this time. She sighed and said, "My Shell race's secret codex was already snatched away by the Sea race when they invaded the Red Sea region. If I took the secret codex, even if I escaped to the Thousand Devils Sacred Realm, I'm afraid the Sea race would still chase after me. As for how to refine the 10,000 extinguishing heavenly dipper and how to activate it, you should go find the heaven race's secret codex." "How would I know?" Forget it. Xiaohua's mind rolled up the 10,000 extinguishing heavenly dipper. Sure enough, no more divine energy was produced. Xiaohua easily stored the 10,000 extinguishing heavenly dipper into his space along with the sea god's power. At this time, the 10,000 extinguishing heavenly dipper could no longer stay in the space where Reverend Yun was. Instead, it landed in another unformed space and stopped, floating quietly. After the nine-colored sea god's power was gone, the sea god's light realm was also slowly disintegrating under the scorching sun. Bei Xian'er's true form was revealed under the sunlight. Although the seven-colored brilliance was no longer there, her snow-white skin was tinged with a pinkish color, which really made Xiaohua's itch rumble. As if unable to bear Xiaohua's passionate gaze, Bei Xian'er's huge body emitted a rumbling sound and quickly shrunk. In just a moment, she had transformed into a beautiful woman dressed in a snow-white dress. Unfortunately, this beautiful woman's face was filled with an unyielding stubbornness. Her eyes were also filled with frost, and she looked at everything around her with impatience. It was only when her gaze fell on the conch in her hand that warmth appeared in her eyes. The light realm was gone, and Xiaohua's gaze moved away from Bei Xian'er's body. He looked around and saw that the ground had collapsed, leaving behind a deep pit. The mountains and lakes he saw before were all gone, and under the deep pit and the crack in the ground, there was an undulating mess. Gravel, wood chips, flesh and bones were scattered everywhere. Everything was completely different from the Baiqingyu that Xiaohua saw before. The sea turns into mulberry fields, the mountains are moved and the seas are filled. That's all there is to it. Xiaohua looked around and released his divine sense. Then he shook his head slightly and sighed, if it weren't for this battle, how could it have become like this? While he was talking, a rather anxious yuan will swept over, but when it landed on Xiaohua, it was quickly withdrawn. Then a phoenix spread its wings and flew over from afar. Wasn't that the 7 stars' great saint Fengwu? After Fengwu, Wen Chu and Taoist which each used their divine abilities and flew over like shooting stars. The 3 clones shouted almost in unison, fellow Taoist, are you all right? Haha. Xiaohua lowered his head to look at his tattered Taoist robe and the wounds on his body. He said with a smile, however they are all flesh wounds and can't be considered serious. I'll be fine after resting for a few days. Even fellow Taoist Celestial was injured. This ancestor of the 1,000 demons sacred realm is indeed powerful. Fengwu narrowed her eyes and her gaze fell on Bei Xian'er not far away. A 7 stars great saint is indeed awe-inspiring. Bei Xian'er felt the ferocity in Fengwu's eyes and said with equal harshness, unfortunately Xiaohua didn't think you were my opponent, so he didn't dare to pull you into the barrier. Otherwise I'd like to see what you're capable of. It's not too late now. Fengwu flapped her wings and sneered. There seemed to be no fear in her tone. Ancestor. At this moment, the 5-colored sea god shell also flew over with a long face and said anxiously, What exactly happened? What happened? It's nothing. Bei Xian'er looked up at the sky and pointed at the sun, saying, the night of the 1,000 demons sacred realm has passed and the day has come. The sun still rises. When the day ends and the night comes, the stars still rise. But the 5-colored sea god shell wanted to ask more, but Bei Xian'er snorted coldly and scolded it via voice transmission. Only then did the 5-colored sea god shell stand to the side and look at the sky, feeling wronged. It was the golden-winged great rock that flew the fastest. Only now did it come over with the flying feather void beast. When the 2 great saints of the demon race saw Bei Xian'er, they didn't dare to slight her and hurriedly bowed. Bei Xian'er didn't say anything to the 2 great saints of the demon race and only nodded slightly. The 2 great saints seemed to be very used to Bei Xian'er's attitude. After getting up, they looked at each other and stood to the side without saying anything, quietly waiting for Bei Xian'er's orders. Bei Xian'er glanced at the 3 great saints' respect and felt slightly relieved. She asked again, Baiqingyu caused such a big commotion, why did only you 3 great saints come over? Where are the other 3? Chapter 4407. Yes, old ancestor. The 5-colored sea god Seashell hurriedly replied, there's a warning from the north of the 1,000 demons sacred realm. 3 demons have been killed for no reason. About 200,000 demons have gone missing. The 3 great sages have split up and gone to investigate the situation. Bei Xian'er was stunned. The demons from the Boundless Sea, Suncheong Mountain and Dark Abyss didn't go? They actually alerted 3 great sages? Old ancestor, the golden-winged rock said, Sangyu Heaven sent 3 great sages to investigate, but they didn't send back any information. They probably can't come back. Seeing that the situation was urgent, Dragon Sage and the others went personally. Bei Xian'er nodded and didn't ask any more. At this time, Xiaohua had already transmitted the whole story in his heart. When Chu, Fengwu and Wu's eyes lit up. They really didn't expect Bei Xian'er's ability to be so powerful, and such a miraculous thing actually happened in the big 7-colored halo shell realm. The so-called divine punishment, godhead, divine race and sea god were all unheard of. After Xiaohua finished speaking, he looked at the 3 great sages of the demon race and knew it was time to end this matter. He took out the Kunlun mirror and used his magic power to bring little white dragon and jade wave out of the Xinhua continent. Ah! Bei Xian'er exclaimed in surprise when she saw Jade Wave. On the other hand, Xiaohua glanced at Bei Xian'er and said indifferently, apart from the fact that I won't attack unless I'm attacked, I'm different from you. Unless it's the end, I definitely won't cut off all paths of retreat and leave no chance of survival for others. I know you didn't believe me before, but now, do you believe me? The 3 great sages of the demon race were confused. Bei Xian'er looked up at the blue sky and then at the vast land. She sighed. Alas, even if I don't believe you, so what? Her tone was so vicissitudes of life that she didn't seem so depressed when she was defeated by Xiaohua. Then Bei Xian'er bent down and performed a courtesy that Xiaohua didn't understand. She said, Spiritual Master Zhao's breadth of mind is the first I've seen in my life. I was wrong before, please accept my bow. Sigh, Senior, there's no need to be so courteous. Xiaohua also sighed. Based on the sea god statue alone, regardless of whether the rainbow conch was related to Shang Huaming or not, Beixian was definitely related to him. He could be considered half a disciple of Shang Huaming. As a junior he should be on good terms with Beixian, but because of Beixian, things had escalated to this point. Not only had Beixian suffered divine punishment, but even the sea god bloodline of the Thousand Monster Sacred Realm and the innocent rainbow sea conch had been affected. Xiaohua and Shang Huaming's previous feelings had almost completely vanished. Furthermore, Xiaohua almost didn't dare to believe that if the rainbow sea conch could transform and learned of what had happened, he would fly into a rage. Therefore he could only help Beixian up and said, "This is fate playing tricks on us. You and I are just pawns in the game. The previous misunderstanding. Why don't we just let it go? Spiritual Master is so magnanimous. I really don't have the face to face you. I will do as you say." Beixian stood up, her heart filled with complex feelings. At this moment little white dragon woke up from his daze. He was shocked to see the three great sages. Although he had never seen a great sage before, how could he not recognize the aura and appearance of the great sage of the demon clan? He was just about to pull Jade Wave and escape when he turned around and saw Xiaohua. Beside Xiaohua was Daoist sorcerer who he was even more familiar with. "Xiao, little white, why are you here? There's nothing for you to do here. Hurry up and leave." Little white dragon's face didn't show any ecstasy. Instead, after a flash of surprise, his face immediately tensed up. He hurriedly shouted and gave Xiaohua a look. Xiaohua smiled, his heart filled with warmth. He waved his hand and said, "Little white, I've wronged you these 200 years. Huh?" Until now, little white suddenly realized that although the Xiaohua in front of him was very familiar, his temperament was completely different. Even with his own strength, he couldn't detect Xiaohua's strength. Little white retreated a few feet in shock and said anxiously, Are you Xiaohua? If he's not Xiaohua, who am I? Who am I?" Daoist sorcerer extended his hand and said with a smile. Daoist sorcerer didn't look like Xiaohua. His face couldn't be distinguished by the naked eye and divine sense. However, little white dragon knew immediately that Daoist sorcerer was the soul cultivator Xiaohua. He was the soul cultivator Xiaohua who cultivated together with him in the mysterious dark clouds of Xiaohua. Little white dragon stretched out his hand almost without hesitation and shook hands with Daoist sorcerer. Feeling the slight heat from Daoist sorcerer's hand, little white dragon immediately understood. He was really ecstatic and shouted, "Congratulations, fellow cultivator. Haha, no need to congratulate me. It won't be long before I congratulate you." Daoist sorcerer said with a smile and looked up at Jade Wave behind little white dragon, who was at a loss. Little white dragon chuckled and waved at Jade Wave, "Come here quickly." As soon as Jade Wave landed in the air, she immediately saw the three great saints of the demon race. She almost fainted, but when she saw Beixian, she was surprised because she only knew of the great ancestor, but had never seen her before. However, just 3 demon race great sages were enough to make her feel like she was sitting on pins and needles. She stood in the air and didn't dare to move. However, what puzzled Jade Wave was that the 3 demon race great sages didn't even look at her. They all held their breath and looked at the sky, treating her as nothing. While Jade Wave was at a loss, little white dragon's voice came. Jade Wave was slightly stunned and didn't move. "Bitch." Little white dragon was angry and shouted, "These are my good friends. They came specially to save me. Why aren't you coming over to greet them?" "Yes, darling Xiao." Jade Wave panicked and hurried over. Hearing Jade Wave call little white dragon darling Xiao, Xiaohua's face was a little embarrassed. He instantly thought of Fairy Jing and felt bitter in his heart. Hee. Little white dragon proudly pointed at Jade Wave and said, "Big brothers, this is little one's wife. Little brother took her in when I was in by Qingyu. When little brother was suppressed in the heavenly dam water prison, she took care of little brother. Seeing that she was so attentive, little brother took her. And little brother escaped from the heavenly dam water prison. It was also her credit." Come, this is..." Little white dragon first pointed at Xiaohua and was about to introduce him. Then he remembered and scolded, "This is the real Xiaohua Daoist Xiao. You don't have to call me darling Xiao in the future." "Yes, darling Xiao." Jade Wave answered naturally. However, her face immediately flushed red and she looked at little white dragon with some fear. "Bitch, what did I tell you? Little White Dragon felt that he had lost face and scolded, "Call me." At this point Little White Dragon rubbed his nose like Xiao Hua. Forget it, he had called himself Xiao many times in the past 200 years. He had forgotten that he didn't have a name. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "You are this Xiao's brother in tribulation. You also helped this Xiao block the calamity of suppression for 200 years. So what if your surname is Xiao? How about I call you Xiao Bai?" Little White Dragon was a member of the dragon race and had always regarded women as nothing. He could scold Jade Wave at will, but this didn't mean that he was stupid. On the contrary, his experience and the inheritance of the dragon race from the fire dragon soul allowed him to understand more. He had seen Xiao Hua grow from a chi condensation cultivator to a high-grade cultivator that even he didn't know the depth of. Now that Xiao Hua was able to remain calm in front of a great sage of the demon race, he naturally guessed Xiao Hua's cultivation base. A human Grand Ascension stage cultivator called him a brother in tribulation and even asked him to take his surname. How could Little White Dragon not know to climb up the ladder? He didn't pay any special respects and only smiled casually as he replied, "Hee hee, thank you, big brother." He then pointed at Xiao Hua and said, "This is Xiao Hua, Taoist Master Xiao. Greetings, Taoist Master Xiao." Jade Wave's expression tensed up as she respectfully saluted. Her posture was very standard and was the etiquette of a human woman. It seemed that she had worked hard before. Xiao Hua smiled and raised a hand to help Jade Wave up. "You are Xiao Bai's wife and my sister-in-law. From now on we are a family, so there's no need to be too polite." "Yes, Taoist Master." Jade Wave's heart was finally at ease upon hearing Xiao Hua mention a family. Some of her previous worries had been answered. "These are all my good friends." Xiao Bai naturally couldn't recognize all of Xiao Hua's clones, so it wasn't convenient for him to introduce them at this time. He simply pointed at the clones and said with a smile, "I'll introduce them to you in the future. Greetings, uncles." Jade Wave saluted again, even though she really didn't understand what these so-called uncles meant. "Haha, get up." Feng Wu and the others laughed. Xiao Bai is really lucky. After being suppressed, he can actually find a beautiful woman to serve him. Not to mention fellow Taoist Xiao, even we are jealous. This is where my charm lies. Big brothers, you can't be jealous. Xiao Bai's tone was very similar to Xiao Hua's. He even touched his nose and said, "Ha ha ha." Feng Wu and the others couldn't help but laugh again. "You really boast shamelessly. Little White, stand at the side." Xiao Hua and the other clones finished laughing, and then they instructed, "Yes, big brother." Xiao Bai pulled Jade Wave and hurriedly stood beside Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua raised his head, looked at Bai Xianer and asked, "Senior, Xiao Bai was suppressed by you for no reason for 200 years. How do you think you should compensate him?" "This is my fault. Xiao Bai, whatever compensation you want, just say it. I'll agree to it." Bai Xianer saw with her own eyes that the only bloodline of the Sea God clan had an affair with Little White Dragon. Moreover, Jade Wave still had Little White Dragon's bloodline in her bosom. She also had Sea God's bloodline. This Little White Dragon was originally her family, so why would she be stingy? Even without Xiao Hua saying it, she was willing to agree to any condition of Little White Dragon. Chapter 4408. How could Xiao Hua not know what Bai Xianer was thinking? He smiled and said, "This condition is too good for you, Senior. How about this? I have a condition that I hope Senior and the three great saints will agree to." The Rock was surprised. He tilted his head and looked at Bai Xianer before asking Xiao Hua, "What is Taoist Zhao's condition?" "I want Little White to be the Dragon King of the West Sea." Xiao Hua said word by word. "Impossible." The flying feather space beast shouted, "Not to mention the North Sea Dragon King Ao Hong, even if Ao Qian died, the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas is still the ruler of the West Sea. Even without the palace, there is still the Dragon Island. Even the second great saint of the demon race, the black-armored Pentaceratops, doesn't dare to say that he can be the ruler of the West Sea. How can we agree to this?" "What you can't do, I can do it. The black-armored Pentaceratops can't be the ruler of the West Sea, but Little White can. Because I want Little White to be the ruler of the West Sea." Xiao Hua lightly said, "I want you to agree that if one day Little White wants to be the ruler of the West Sea, you can only agree and not oppose." The Rock, flying feather space beast, and the five-colored sea god shell looked at each other. They then cautiously looked at Bai Xianer, but unfortunately they couldn't see anything from her face. After a while, the Rock smiled and said, "The ruler of the West Sea is not something we can decide. Since Taoist Xiao has such an intention, I will naturally do my best to help you accomplish it. It can also be considered as compensation for Xiao Bai. Yes, I also agree. The flying feather space beast also agreed. Only the five-colored sea god Shell didn't say anything. Of course, it was not that he didn't want to agree, but because Bei Xian'er was behind him, he didn't dare to make a decision on his own. Daoist Zhao's thoughts are also my thoughts. Bei Xian'er finally revealed a smile. However, I still hope that Bai Bo can be the Empress of the West Sea Dragon Palace. Haha, this is Little White's matter, I can't agree on his behalf. Xiao Hua replied with a smile. There are 7 great sages in the Thousand Devils Sacred Realm. Now there are 4 great sages here, and with this Xiao, the Dragon Master of the Dragon Island, this Xiao doesn't believe that the Dragon Emperor of the West Sea Dragon Palace can't change hands. Bei Xian'er smiled bitterly. Looking at Jade Wave's cute and lovable appearance, Bei Xian'er understood that even if Little White Dragon kicked her away, she would still crawl back to Little White Dragon's side. Needless to say, if Little White Dragon became the Dragon King of the West Sea Dragon Palace, if Jade Wave did not establish his might, how could he expect Jade Wave to cause trouble with Little White Dragon? However, Bei Xian'er also understood that as a Little White Dragon of the Dragon Clan, it was naturally attractive to the females of the Demon Clan. It was only because he had suppressed him in the Heavenly Dam Water Prison for 200 years that Jade Wave had the chance to pester Little White Dragon. Otherwise, who knew how many wives and concubines Little White Dragon would have had in these 200 years? However, Bei Xian'er had no other choice. Because of her mistake, because of the divine punishment, only Jade Wave and the child in her womb were left of the sea god's bloodline. Moreover, if Jade Wave became the queen of the West Sea Dragon Palace, it would be extremely beneficial to the Shell clan's reproduction in the 4 seas. Therefore she gave an extremely rare smile. Looking at Little White Dragon, she asked, Xiao Bai, if you agree to my conditions, I will definitely do my best to make you the master of the West Sea. Who are you? Little White Dragon naturally had eyes but could not see. He glanced at Bei Xian'er and asked disdainfully. I'm not human. Bei Xian'er smiled and said, I'm from the Shell clan and also, the great saint of the Demon Clan, the ancestor of the 5-colored sea god Shell. Similarly, the other great saints also call me ancestor. Also, it was my idea to capture you and imprison you here. You should. Little White was about to fly into a rage when Jade Wave, who was beside him, hurriedly hugged his arm and said anxiously, Darling Xiao. Bei Xian'er ignored Little White's anger and said again, Spiritual Master Xiao also said that this is your compensation. Moreover, I also agreed that as long as you are willing, you can do whatever you want in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. So good. Little White Dragon pinched his chin and looked at Bei Xian'er with a lustful gaze. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Hua frowned and transmitted his voice, Little White Dragon, don't be rash. Little White Dragon could ignore Bei Xian'er's temptation, but he could not ignore Xiao Hua's reprimand. His heart trembled and he drooled. He said in all seriousness, Ancestor, you are thinking too much. Previously, this junior hated Bai Qingyu to the bone, and wished that I could eat the flesh of those 3 demon kings and drink their blood. However, since my wife has taken care of me, what more can this junior ask for? Perhaps the reason why Ancestor captured this junior to Bai Qingyu was to fulfill this junior's fate with my wife. This junior can't thank senior enough. As he spoke, Little White Dragon tidied his clothes and bowed to Bei Xian'er saying, Junior Xiao Bai greets Ancestor. Damn it. Xiao Hua saw how Little White Dragon acted with ease and couldn't help but laugh inwardly. This Little White Dragon is really something. No matter if it is young grass or old shells, they all like his glib tongue. Although Bei Xian'er's sea god bloodline had been stolen, she hadn't lost much of her abilities. Moreover, she was the ancestor of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. As a descendant of the Red Sea Domain's royal family, how could she not have some means to control the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm? Now that she likes Little White Dragon and is thinking about her lost bloodline, the chances of Little White Dragon sitting on the dragon throne of the West Sea Dragon Palace increased by 30%. Little White Dragon has the fire dragon soul of the West Sea Dragon Palace and can control the dragon throne of the West Sea. This is 20%. I am the Dragon Master of the Dragon Island, and I can be said to be famous in the 4 seas. I should be able to fight against 20%. This gives me a 70% chance. As for the remaining 30%, the Dragon Palace of the 3 seas will take 10%, and the Immortal Palace will take 20%. Hee, it seems like it is only a matter of time before Little White Dragon sits on the dragon throne of the West Sea Dragon Palace. Good. Bei Xian'er said good 3 times in a row. She waved her hand and said, "Good child, come over and stand beside me. When this matter is over you can go with old ancestor. Your strength is much weaker than Ao Hong's. After I help you increase your strength, you can rightfully become the master of the West Sea Dragon Palace." "Many thanks, old ancestor." Little White Dragon stood up with a smile but did not go to Bei Xian'er's side. He said, "Junior and Big Brother have not seen each other for hundreds of years. Junior will be following old ancestor in the future. It is better for me to get closer to Big Brother first. Although we are not blood related, we have lived and died together. It is better than being blood related." Little White Dragon naturally did not know about the matter between Bei Xian'er and Bei Ming. However, his words immediately touched Bei Xian'er's heart. Bei Xian'er's tears immediately gushed out. She said repeatedly, good child, I am relieved that Bibbo can find such a loving husband like you." "Damn it, what is this?" The flying feather and eye void beast at the side rolled his eyes. Little White Dragon was lustful by nature. Where was the shadow of a loving husband? However, he had never seen Bei Xian'er so fond of any demon in the Thousand Demons sacred realm. Even the five-colored sea god Xiao was not good. After Little White Dragon finished speaking, Xiao Hua glanced at the golden-winged great peng bird and the five-colored sea god Xiao. He waved his hand and threw Bai Qingyu's Demon King Bai Qin, Shrouding Sky Ridge's Demon King Peng Jun, and Ancient Bell Mountain's Demon King and I Quan out of Shenhua continent. The three Demon Kings landed in midair and looked around. They immediately pounced in front of Bei Xian'er and shouted, "Old ancestor, you have to make the decision for us." Bei Xian'er's face was full of smiles, but when she saw the three Demon Kings, her face turned cold again. She didn't even say a word and just looked at them coldly. "Old ancestor." Bai Qing still couldn't see the situation clearly. Although Anai Quan had never seen Bei Xian'er, he had heard a lot from Bai Qing. Now he saw Bei Xian'er's unkind expression and then looked at Xiao Hua and the other clones who were more arrogant than the three great sages. Little White Dragon was even more arrogant. How could he not know what to do? There was no need for the flying feather and eye void beast to give him a signal. He turned around without hesitation and pounced in front of Xiao Hua. He kowtowed and shouted, "Spiritual Master Xiao, this is all my fault. I was blinded by greed. I wanted to take Senior's strength in the hidden immortal continent under my command. This is completely my greed. I am willing to atone for my sins. As long as Senior can spare my life, I am willing to agree to anything." After speaking, Anai Quan fell in the air and didn't say another word. Anai Quan naturally understood better than Bai Qing and Peng Jun. He was just using Xiao Hua's reputation to attract human cultivators. He wanted to use Shui Mingzi's hand to establish his own force in the hidden immortal continent. Compared to Bai Qing and Peng Jun, his crime was the lightest. Moreover, everything was achieved with the help of Shui Mingzi and other human cultivators. He himself didn't have any direct fault. He could even push everything to Shui Mingzi. However, this was also Anai Quan's cleverness. He already understood that Xiao Hua knew everything, so he took the initiative to take the blame. Even if Xiao Hua didn't think highly of him, at least he wouldn't blame everything on him. Looking at Peng Jun of the Sky Concealing Ridge, he obviously didn't have Anai Quan's servility. Although Peng Jun already understood when Anai Quan turned around, he still hesitated and looked at the expression of the golden-winged rock. How could the golden-winged rock give him any hint? After Anai Quan finished speaking, Peng Jun also turned his head and bowed. "Junior knows he was wrong. Please punish me." Old ancestor? Only now did Bai Qing wake up and look at Bei Xian'er, but his eyes were still full of confusion. He really didn't understand. How could the old ancestor, who was more powerful than the 6 great saints of the demon clan, be defeated by Xiao Hua of the human clan? However, when his gaze fell on the 5-colored seashell beside Bei Xian'er, he saw that the 5-colored seashell had lost its 5-colored brilliance. He sucked in a breath of cold air. As a demon king, he naturally had a decision. He turned his head without hesitation. When he was about to kneel, his gaze swept over Bai Qing, who was snuggling up to the little white dragon. Bai Qing was stunned at first. Chapter 4409. At this point, Bai Qing suddenly stopped, as if he had realized something. He lifted his body slightly as if he wanted to look in Bai Bo's direction. However, he only lifted his body for a moment before stopping again. With this lift and stop, Bai Qing's thoughts were clear, and he figured out the cause of this matter. At this moment, his heart was more assured than Anai Quan and Peng Jun. With Bai Bo by Little White Dragon's side, how could his life be in danger? Senior, this is all Junior's fault. Bai Qing didn't dare to mention Bei Xianer, and only poured dirty water on himself. I shouldn't have tortured Senior's substitute. Moreover, Junior shouldn't have. Bai Qing really didn't know how to defame himself. After all, he was doing things for Bei Xianer, and he really didn't have any plans of his own. Junior's father deserves to die. Bai Bo naturally knew her father's character. Seeing her father like this and thinking about Bei Xianer's words, Bai Bo knew what Xiaohua needed. She hurriedly flew over and knelt in the air. Although her abdomen wasn't particularly swollen, she still deliberately slowed down her movements, appearing very careful and clumsy. She said pitifully, even if he has something to ask Taoist, he can't suppress Taoist substitute and suffer the pain of being refined by the fire pillar every day. This crime is already deserving of death. He shouldn't have flaunted in the Thousand Demons sacred realm, or even the hidden immortal continent to tarnish Taoist's name. This is even more deserving of death. Especially, for the sake of Taoist, who knows how many humans and demons have lost their lives. Although my Bai Qingyu's demons have all died in this battle, but my Bai Qingyu's demons deserve to die. And Xiaohua's face was as heavy as water and he didn't say much. He had already killed nearly 1,000,000 demons and wiped out Bai Qingyu. At this moment he also had the intention to kill Demon King Bai Qing, but, for Bai Qing's sake he couldn't really kill her. Moreover, it seemed like this matter wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. Bai Bo begged again, but Junior also knows that my father isn't a human, and his thoughts aren't as sharp as a human's. Many things can only be understood after the fact. When he was in Bai Qingyu demon realm he was influenced by the other demons. Even the matters in the heavenly dam water prison were all handled by the juniors. Junior knew that father was in the wrong, so when Senior was being interrogated under the heavenly dam water prison fire pillar, Junior was very lenient and wanted to make up for father's mistake. I hope Senior can spare my father's life on account of this Junior serving Senior's substitute for over 100 years. This Junior is willing to agree on behalf of my father and offer the Bai Qingyu demon realm to Senior as an apology. Damn it. Hearing Jadewave's words, Anai Quan involuntarily cursed in his heart. This little seashell, although he didn't mention a name, his words were all hinting at this king. Especially this Bai Qingyu. The demons were all killed by the humans, and the terrain of this place changed drastically. It must have been a battle between the great sages of my race and the humans. Bai Qingyu must have been trampled to the point of no return. She naturally didn't feel any burden by offering Bai Qingyu to the humans. But what about my ancient Bell Mountain? That's my painstaking effort for who knows how many years. However, it was only an instant before Anai Quan's thoughts changed rapidly. He thought to himself, Jade Wave dared to offer Bai Qingyu to the humans, so why wouldn't I? My ancient Bell Mountain is surrounded by ferocious demon kings, and they are even more dangerous than Bai Qingyu. Even if the humans occupy the ancient Bell Mountain, they might not be able to defend it. Damn it, my life is more important now. Besides, now that the human army isn't here, they must have gone to attack the ancient Bell Mountain and concealed Sky Ridge. How can my ancient Bell Mountain be a match for those ferocious human armies? Thinking of this, Anai Quan cried out, unwilling to fall behind, that's right. This junior also has the same thoughts. This junior's sins are truly too grave. This junior is willing to offer the ancient Bell Mountain to Senior to atone for my sins. The moment Anai Quan spoke, Peng Jun's nose was about to become crooked from anger. His originally bent body couldn't help but straighten up. This was truly bullying a demon. He was merely interrogating a 5th-grade essence energy human, and when he was interrogating he didn't even dare to speak loudly for fear of scaring this human until he lost his memories. He had tormented himself for several hundred years, and not only did he not get anything out of him, it was all for naught. Instead, he had to hand over his tens of thousands of years of foundation to the humans. How could he accept this? Besides, behind him was the demon race's #1 great sage. If he relented, where would the golden-winged great rock's face be? Looking at Xiaohua again, he really laughed out loud. The more he looked at Jade Wave, the more he liked her. She was truly a tactful little lass. Xiaohua actually didn't think too much. He just wanted to squeeze out some benefits from the 3 demon kings, or perhaps from the 3 demon race great sages. But this little lass was great. Not only did she serve little white dragon well and repay him with her body, she even handed over her ancestral inheritance to him. This made him, who originally wanted to be ruthless to the 3 great demon kings, how could he bear to do it? However, looking at Peng Jun's appearance, Xiaohua smiled slightly and asked, "You are the demon king of concealed Sky Ridge, right? Why, you look a little unconvinced." Junior is Peng Jun. Facing Xiao Hua, a human Grand Ascension stage expert, even though Peng Jun felt wronged, he still had respect for the strong. He straightened his body and bowed slightly, saying respectfully, Junior feels that. Junior was wrong. Senior, please punish me. However, Junior didn't know it all. He was Senior's substitute, and Junior is the Demon King of Concealed Sky Ridge. If I want to do something, I don't dare to have too many misgivings. If Senior's punishment is too heavy, Junior feels. Xiao Hua's face turned cold, and Peng Jun immediately felt his entire body turn cold. A wave of fear rose from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Hua's voice once again appeared in his ears and even in his heart, although the one you suppressed was Xiao Bai. But the one you really wanted to suppress was me. Think about it, if we humans suppressed your race's great sage, how would you react? Xiao Bai is like me. Suppressing Xiao Bai is suppressing me. If I don't wash away my humiliation with blood, how can I get rid of it? But. Peng Jun knew what Xiao Hua said was true, but he felt that he was really wronged. Xiao Hua glanced at the golden-winged rock, feeling a little puzzled. Because of the three Demon Kings' intentions apart from Peng Jun's, he already knew the other two Demon Kings' intentions. Moreover, Xiao Hua also understood that the three Demon Kings must have other backers. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to make a move on Dragon Island's Dragon Master. But from the golden-winged rock's reaction, this demon race's first great sage didn't seem to know it all. Sage Peng. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua simply ignored Peng Jun, looking at the golden-winged rock and asked indifferently, Do you know about this? The golden-winged rock raised his brows, his eyes flashing with golden light, and replied disdainfully, This sage doesn't know about this. If it was this sage's intention, how could this sage let Concealed Sky Ridge take the blame? If it were Ni Quan, he would definitely accept the golden-winged rock's words and take the blame himself. But Peng Jun was different. He looked at the golden-winged rock in surprise and asked curiously, Is this not Sage Peng's intention? Damn it, of course this sage doesn't know. The golden-winged rock scolded, This sage doesn't know Taoist Xiao, and has no intention of coveting the human race's power. Why would this sage instruct you? That's strange. Peng Jun scratched his head and said, This junior received Song Yu Tian's order to interrogate a dragon that was with Senior Xiao. This junior rushed to Bai Qingyu. Where's the beast's skin for the message? The golden-winged rock was a little angry and asked. Peng Jun smiled bitterly and said, If you need a reply to a message, you will send 2 pieces of beast skin. One of the beast skin has a message, and it also has the symbol of Saint Peng. After this junior reads the beast skin, it will disappear. The other beast skin is blank. After this junior writes it, I activate my demon energy and it will fly away. If there's no need for a reply, only 1 beast skin will be sent. Damn it, you're really stupid. The golden-winged rock scolded, You've been used by other demons and you still think you're loyal to me? Peng Jun stiffened his neck and said, That beast skin has your mark, so of course this junior thinks it's your instruction. How dare you talk back? The golden-winged rock was furious. He flapped his left wing and was about to hit Peng Jun. But when he saw the stubborn look on Peng Jun's face, he sighed and lowered his wing. Although the golden-winged great rock was innately strong and intelligent, it was also stubborn and arrogant. It was the same for itself. It really couldn't force its juniors to be stronger than it. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and watched the farce. He could not understand if what the golden-winged rock said was true. However, Reverend Yun was a body condensed from the dragon cleansing pool in the folded Emerald Legacy land. If the golden-winged rock obtained Yun's body, it would be very beneficial for him to step into the supreme realm and break through the void. Therefore, Xiao Hua could not rule out the possibility that the golden-winged rock was just putting on a show. Xiao Hua said indifferently, Whether Sky Obscuring Ridge did it intentionally or not, this matter has tainted my name and Sky Obscuring Ridge must pay the price. Either Peng Jun dies or he can be spared from death, but he cannot escape punishment. Sky Obscuring Ridge must choose one. You have to pay the price for offending an expert. Feng Wu smiled and said, Reverend Xiao is my good friend. You can see that Reverend Xiao is my friend. Peng Jun, don't you feel honored that you have given Sky Obscuring Ridge to me after offending me? Just as Feng Wu said, although Peng Jun's submission to Xiao Hua was an apology to a Mahayana cultivator, it was, after all, a humiliation to the human race. Not only Peng Jun's face but also the golden-winged rock's face. If Peng Jun did it intentionally, Feng Wu would not say anything no matter what Xiao Hua did. But obviously, Peng Jun was being used by some demon race. Since Feng Wu was a 7 stars great saint, He could not help but feel a little sympathy for Peng Jun. Therefore he also spoke. Feng Wu's words were fundamentally different from Xiao Hua's. Peng Jun had given sky-obscuring ridge to Feng Wu, a 7 stars great saint of the demon race. It was not a humiliation but an honor. Chapter 44:10. At this point, if Peng Jun still hesitates and doesn't make a decision, then he doesn't deserve to be the demon king of Shrouding Sky Ridge. Peng Jun hurriedly bows and says respectfully, Junior is willing to offer the foundation of Shrouding Sky Ridge as thanks for Junior's offense. Hee. Xiao Hua smiles faintly and says, this is just this Xiao's idea, I haven't asked Xiao Bai. If he isn't willing then this Xiao will still not agree. Yes. And I Quan hurriedly smiles, Junior understands so I ask immortal friend Xiao to kindly accept it. Little White, what do you think? Xiao Hua turns to ask Little White Dragon. Little White Dragon hasn't opened his mouth and is met with Bai Bo's pleading gaze. To be honest, Little White Dragon being suppressed in Bai Qingyu is not so much suffering, but rather enjoying. Demon King Bai Qing gave his daughter to him, how can he have the nerve to take Bai Qing's life? As long as he doesn't take Bai Qing's life, then Peng Jun and Anai Quan won't lose their lives. Moreover, Little White Dragon is using Xiao Hua's name in Bai Qingyu, so Little White Dragon can't speak. Therefore, Little White Dragon says with a smile, this matter will be decided by Big Brother, Junior has no objections. And this is also good. Xiao Hua nods, this Xiao will accept Bai Qingyu, Ancient Bell Mountain and Shrouding Sky Ridge on behalf of Xiao Bai. This Xiao won't take your lives. Many thanks, Senior. And I Quan, Bai Qing and Peng Jun finally let out a sigh of relief and bow in unison. And I Quan cleverly says, Junior will rush back to Ancient Bell Mountain and restrain Junior's boy, don't block Senior's disciple's tiger's prestige. Don't be anxious. Xiao Hua says coldly, you can avoid death but you can't escape punishment. Although you have already revealed your demon realm, this matter is only known to the 1,000 demon sacred realm demon race. I'm afraid it won't be able to clear this Xiao's name in hidden immortal continent. This Xiao still has to think about how to punish you. Senior? Bai Qing really wants to cry but has no tears. He fiercely glares at Anai Quan and says, what should we do to satisfy Senior? Could it be that we have to offer a humble apology? Xiao Hua pinched his chin and said with a grin, that's a good idea. I'll let you carry the thorns from here and go to my sect to ask for forgiveness. The humans of the hidden immortal continent will definitely know about this. If Bai Qing had arms he would definitely slap himself in the face. He was really too talkative. Speaking of punishment, Xiao Hua actually didn't have any plans in his heart. He just felt that it would be somewhat satisfying for the 3 Yao kings to take out the Yao realm to atone for their crimes. But if he really did say it, he would be in a bit of a difficult position. Bringing a bramble and asking for punishment was nothing more than a joke. Suddenly Xiao Hua had an idea. He looked at the 3 monster kings with a smile and asked, do you know about the sutra seeking extreme bliss? I know. Bai Qing answered honestly, previously I Bai Qingyu had a demon who was duped to go over and become the Buddhist sect's merit. Junior's brother also went to seek revenge for this matter and has yet to return. And very good. Xiao Hua nodded, it's good that you all know. I've already killed your brother. What? Bai Qing was shocked and looked at Xiao Hua in disbelief. Xiao Hua said coldly, otherwise how would this Xiao know that Bai Qingyu suppressed Xiao Bai? Sigh. Bai Qing finally understood the root of the matter. Xiao Hua said again, you don't have to hate this Xiao. You all should go and find out who instigated your brother to go to the Pure Land world. They are the main culprits. Yes, this Junior understands. What else could Bai Qing say? Now is the right time. Bai Qing, this is an excellent reason. You knew that your brother was killed by the sutra-seeking extreme bliss monk, so you went to seek revenge with Peng Jun and Anai Quan. Do a round with those monks and give them some merit. Xiao Hua says with a smile, after this round this Xiao will no longer pursue your sins. Okay. Bai Qing didn't even think and agreed without hesitation. On the contrary, Anai Quan was bewildered. He hesitated and said, Senior, we are all Yao kings with 8th grade essence energy. Isn't this acting too fake? Go. Xiao Hua waved his hand, you will know when you go. Yes, this Junior understands. When Anai Quan heard this he immediately understood. He then asked, does Senior have any other instructions? Chunzong can't be touched. Xiao Hua nodded and replied, that fire ape can't be harmed. As for the rest, you all do as you see fit. Of course, the prerequisite is that you all don't get killed by that pig. Pig? Peng Jun was shocked. Since when did the sutra seeking extreme bliss have a pig? If this junior encounters danger, can I mention senior's name? And I Quan thought more than Peng Jun and asked with a smile. You all are thinking too much. Xiao Hua laughed. Once you mention this Xiao's name, that pig will slack off. You all just have to torture him. Yes, this junior understands. And I Quan nodded vigorously and said, this junior will definitely help brother by take revenge and stop the sutra seeking extreme bliss. And go. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, go to your respective Yao realms first, then prepare to head to the Pure Land world. Many thanks, senior. Ni Quan, Peng Jun, and Bai Qing bowed respectfully. Just as Ni Quan and Peng Jun, the two demon kings, were about to move, Xiao Hua suddenly said, oh right, you're not allowed to take a single item from the two demon realms. Ni Quan and Peng Jun, the two demon kings, swayed in the air and almost fell to the ground. With just a thought, everything turned into nothingness. After the two Yao kings left, Xiao Hua turned to look at Wu and Wenchu and said with a smile, I'll have to trouble you two to call back the Fortune Gate's disciples. No problem, we'll be back soon. Wu and Wenchu nodded. Their figures flew up and swept past Ni Quan and Peng Jun. They swept up the two demon kings and left. Seeing that Xiao Hua was about to call back the 200,000 human disciples, the golden-winged Great Peng was slightly puzzled, but he couldn't be bothered to care about the trivial matters of the heaven-concealing ridge. He looked at Feng Wu and said with a smile, Feng Xing, you're a 7-star great saint of our demon race, how can you not go to the Great Holy Hall after reaching the Thousand Beasts sacred grounds? Moreover, with the addition of Feng Xing, our demon race already has 7 great saints, we still have to arrange the seats for these 7 great saints. Peng Xing is too polite. Feng Wu laughed and said, this saint has already fought with Peng Xing before. If Peng Xing hadn't broken through his bottleneck, this saint would have had a chance to take the first seat. Now that Peng Xing is not far from breaking through the void, how can this saint be his opponent? Feng Xing, you should go. Flying Feather Void Beast laughed and said, this saint wants to see the surprised expression of the profound armored Pentaceratops when he sees Feng Xing. That guy has been eyeing Peng Xing's position for a long time. He didn't expect that he wouldn't even be able to keep his position as the second great saint. Hearing the 3 great saints' words, the Pentaceratops seashell felt bitter. Although he was still a great saint of the demon race, without the bloodline of the sea god, he might not even be able to compare to the nether demonic dragon spider. However, who would care about the Pentaceratops seashell's feelings at this time? The 2 great saints only invited Feng Wu to the Great Holy Hall. Feng Wu thought for a moment, then discussed with Xiao Hua in his mind. He turned and bowed to Xiao Hua saying, fellow immortal Xiao, thank you for taking care of me before. Now that I've reached the 1,000 demon sacred realm, it's time for me to make a trip to the Great Holy Hall. Let's part ways here. Xiao Hua naturally knew that Feng Wu wanted to see the Great Holy Hall, and also wanted to see if he could find the mastermind behind Peng Jun's orders. He smiled and cupped his hands saying, Feng Xing is a great saint of the demon race, so of course he has to go to the Great Holy Hall. The Xiao will send Feng Xing off. Fellow immortals, will meet again someday. After bowing to the Devis, Feng Wu spread his wings and soared into the sky, heading in the direction of the Great Holy Hall. Ancestor will take our leave. The golden-winged Great Peng, the flying feather void beast, and the Pentaceratops seashell didn't dare to delay. After bowing to Bei Xian'er, they also left with Feng Wu. Seeing the 4 great saints leave, Bei Xian'er waved her hand, and a yin and yang bracelet appeared in her hand. She gave it to Xiao Hua and said in a low voice, this is some rare treasure of the 1,000 demon sacred realm. It's useless to me and the Tao sect has many methods. Taoist, please keep it first. Xiao Hua looked at the yin and yang bracelet in front of him. He knew clearly that this was a gift from Bei Xian'er to thank him for returning the rainbow conch seashell. The things inside were definitely precious. Unfortunately, Bei Xian'er was too eager to show off. Even now, she still didn't want to say it out loud. Thus, Xiao Hua didn't refuse. He waved his hand and sent the yin and yang bracelet into the space. He said, thank you, senior. Shall by Jade Wave. Bei Xian'er looked at the little white dragon and Jade Wave and said, I'm leaving. Come with me. Yes, old ancestor. Jade Wave agreed without even thinking. However, the little white dragon shook his head and said, old ancestor, Junior still wants to talk to Xiao Hua about some things. Let's wait for a few days. See. Jade Wave stared blankly and immediately understood. She also hurriedly nodded and said, "Indeed. Old ancestor, you go first. Boy will bring Xiaohua over in a few days." "Okay." Seeing the little white dragon being so sentimental, how could Bai Xian blame him? She transmitted a few words to Jade Wave and then nodded towards Xiaohua. Her figure flashed and she disappeared without a trace. Seeing that his enemies were all gone, Xiaohua looked at the blazing sun that had already passed its peak, and then looked at the mess on the ground. He couldn't help but sigh again. "Big brother?" The little white dragon said with a smile on his face, "It's all Junior's fault. I shouldn't have used Big Brother's name to move around the Thousand Demons sacred realm in the hidden immortal continent. I've caused trouble for you." Xiaohua floated in front of the little white dragon, stretched out his arms and said with a smile, "Between you and me, is there still a need to say these words? Your thoughts of using my name to move around, how could I not know?" "Big brother?" The little white dragon was very happy in his heart. He also stretched out his arms and hugged Xiaohua. Xiaohua patted the little white dragon's back and said, "I originally wanted to give you some opportunities, but looking at that old ancestor, she also had the same intention. She's from the Shell race and also the ancestor of several great sages. Presumably, the things she prepared would be more suitable for you. I can only give you the benefits of the West Sea Dragon Palace Lord." Chapter 44:11. Haha, big brother? Little White Dragon also patted Xiaohua's back and said with a smile, "Little brother should suffer a bit for you. You are too polite." Seeing that Xiaohua was so unguarded against Little White Dragon, Jade Wave's eyeballs were about to fall out. She understood very well that as long as it was a monster, as long as it was an adult, it wouldn't let other monsters get close to it. Especially the higher one's strength, the more vigilant they were. Because as long as they got close, they might be killed by other monsters if they weren't on guard. If the monster race was like this, then the human race was even more so. How could they be like Xiaohua and Little White Dragon, one dragon and one human hugging like brothers? Of course, the two identical Xiaohuas hugging made Jade Wave drunk. Unfortunately, the following sentence immediately shocked Jade Wave. Because Little White Dragon said with a smile, "However, little brother likes it. Presumably, the West Sea Dragon Palace has many beautiful sea creatures." Ha ha ha. Xiaohua laughed and loosened his arms. "This is not something I can control. You have to ask Jade Wave and Ancestor." "She dares to control." Little White Dragon glared at Jade Wave, but Jade Wave acted as if she didn't see it. Instead, she walked in front of Xiaohua and took out a heaven and earth ring from her bosom. She respectfully handed it to Xiaohua and said, "Big brother, this is the corpse and blood clothes left behind after Li Jing self-detonated in the Heavenly Dam water prison. I didn't know that Li Jing was Big Brother's lover, so I offended you that day." It had to be said that as long as it was a woman, no matter if it was a human or a demon, they were all exquisite. Jade Wave simply didn't argue with Little White Dragon and only spoke to Xiaohua. She knew that Little White Dragon trusted Xiaohua the most. She only needed to curry favor with Xiaohua. She simply didn't need to compete with other women for Little White Dragon to obediently listen to her words. At the very least, Little White Dragon wouldn't dare to neglect or abandon her. Sure enough, Xiaohua saw that Jade Wave was so honest that she even spoke of her malice towards Fairy Jing. He smiled slightly. Although his smile was extremely bitter, the praise in his eyes was obvious. After receiving the cosmic bracelet, Xiaohua did not release his spiritual force to explore it. He stared at the cosmic bracelet for a long time, as if he was looking at the scene on Heartbreak Mountain from a long time ago. From this moment onwards, there will be no distractions in my heart, no emotions to depend on, no heart to depend on, no soul to return to. However, when people are in front of me, there is no longer a shadow in my eyes. A journey on the mountain, a journey on the water, I walk towards the place of loneliness, the shadow of the night invisible. The wind blows, the snow blows, the noise shatters my heart's dream, there is no such sound in this world. Fairy Jing's singing, the setting sun, and the red clouds in the sky seemed to be vivid in his mind. Fairy Jing's delicate body trembled slightly as she opened her mouth. The scene of the unforgettable love water turning into a stream of water and falling into her mouth was revived. "Who are you? Why did he look so familiar? Where is this?" Fairy Jing's curious and puzzled eyes appeared in front of Xiaohua again. "All right. Although I don't know who you are, looking at you makes me feel at ease. My name is Li Jing and my Buddhist name is Fairy Jing. I'm in charge of a seaside country in a corner of the hidden immortal continent. If fellow Taoist arrives at the seaside that day, you can come to my country for a chat." Farewell? Fairy Jing's unhurried voice sounded in Xiao Hua's ear again. That distant figure was so far away, and that faintly discernible voice was so faintly discernible. At this moment, it unexpectedly became an eternal farewell. In particular, the unforgettable love water. Fairy Jing deliberately wanted to forget Xiao Hua, but as it happened, when she saw the little white dragon's appearance, all her feelings surfaced again. Fortune made fools of people. For Xiao Hua and also for her own mistake, Fairy Jing used her life to make up for it. Big brother? How could the little white dragon not understand the pain in Xiao Hua's heart? He flew in front of Xiao Hua and explained the cause of the matter. He didn't talk about Xiao Hua, only muttering in a low voice, "This time we will be separated by yin and yang. Even if I have a myriad of thoughts, they will all turn into a flower of the yellow springs. I will have no one to tell the hidden grievances in my heart." Even Jade Wave, who already knew the course of events, couldn't help but shed some tears. Even the Celestials and other clones sighed endlessly. In the end, the little white dragon said, before Fairy Jing left, she had a wish. What? Quickly say it. Xiao Hua hastily raised his head and asked. As long as I can do it, I will definitely do it. This? The little white dragon smiled bitterly. Fairy Jing's request, I'm afraid Big Brother can't do it in a short time. Quickly say it. Xiao Hua asked sternly. Fairy Jing only wants to reincarnate and no longer be the descendant of some monster race. She only wants to be a clean person, even if she doesn't have any cultivation and only wants to live a quiet life. The little white dragon said solemnly. AI. Xiao Hua sighed, but a moment later, his eyes lit up again. He said in shock, You mean? Not bad. The little white dragon laughed. Big Brother can't do it now, but he should be able to in the future. As the little white dragon spoke, between his eyebrows, in front of his dragon horn, several strands of soul surged. An extremely small dark green ball of light flew out. As soon as that ball of light appeared, it immediately wanted to dissipate. How could Xiao Hua let this ball of light dissipate? He released his netherworld origin power and instantly sent this ball of light into the dark side of the space. He chose the root of the underworld fruit tree and placed it there. When he saw a transparent underworld pearl slowly appear, Fairy Jing's soul quietly fell asleep. Only then did he feel at ease and leave the space. Big Brother. The netherworld origin power was so powerful. The little white dragon had cultivated soul techniques, so how could he not sense it? He asked somewhat hesitantly. No need for the future. Xiao Hua said proudly. Fairy Jing's wish can be realized by this Xiao right now. Ah. The little white dragon was stunned, and Jade Wave was even more stunned. However, Xiao Hua's gaze swept over Jade Wave and he said indifferently, This matter can only be known by people this Xiao trusts. This Xiao doesn't want others to know. Bai Bo smiled sweetly. With such a resourceful Big Brother and his trust in her, how could she possibly think of divulging it? Big Brother, you really are my Big Brother. You are too powerful. The little white dragon could only shake his head in admiration. He sighed and said, What kind of spirit pills have you taken in the past 200 years? I can't believe your cultivation base has reached such a level. Damn it, even if I want to impersonate you in the future, I'm afraid I can't. Then be yourself. Xiao Hua said smilingly, The Dragon Emperor of the Western Ocean Dragon Palace is still waiting for you. Good. Hurry up and let the Dragon King of the Western Ocean wash his ass clean, and wait for me to kick him. The little white dragon laughed. With your cultivation base you are far weaker than Ao Hong. Reverend Yun twitched his mouth and said mockingly. The little white dragon could not be compared with Reverend Yun before, and the gap between them was even greater. With a crying face he said, Isn't it all my big brother's fault? Why didn't you bring your little brother? Tisk, hurry up and find that patriarch of yours. Reverend Yun said disdainfully, She might have some good ideas. Oh, don't be so hasty. Xiao Hua suddenly thought of something and transmitted his voice. About the incident at Yellow Flower Ridge, haven't you recovered your memory yet? Not completely. The little white dragon said solemnly, That seal is very powerful, and I can only break it when my overall strength has reached a certain level. Oh, if Big Brother is in a hurry you can try to break it. Xiao Hua thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, I'm not in a hurry. Besides, this seal was made by that man. I'll try not to break it if I can, or it might affect your memory. Of course, if possible, you can ask Patriarch. She might have some ideas. She. The little white dragon was surprised. How could she possibly have some ideas? Don't ask. Xiao Hua smiled mysteriously and said, just trust me. Alright. Naturally, the little white dragon believed Xiao Hua's words without a doubt. Let's go with Jade Wave for now. Xiao Hua patted the little white dragon on the shoulder and said, when you have the overall strength, you can follow me and roam the 3 continents. Alright, I'll definitely do my best for Big Brother. The little white dragon nodded vigorously, then gave Jade Wave a glare and said, hurry up and lead the way. Big Brother, I'll take my leave. Jade Wave respectfully saluted Xiao Hua, then flew away with the little white dragon. Alright, fellow Taoists. Seeing that the world was quiet, Xiao Hua smiled and said, you all should go back and rest. Damn, this base Yen is too powerful, I also need to meditate. Ah, that's right, this Bai Qingyu is ours anyway. Fellow Taoists can find a place to meditate in this demon territory. Taoist Yun laughed, but then he looked into the distance and said, unfortunately, fellow Taoist Wu and the others will be back soon. Fellow Taoists should wait until you're done. Taoist Yun smiled and disappeared into the void. Archdevil Venerable Shi, Celestial Being, and the others also entered the void. Not long after, Taoist Wu and Wenchu returned together. In fact, since Xiao Hua appeared in Bai Qingyu, ordered 200,000 Fortune Gates disciples to attack Shrouding Sky Ridge and Ancient Bell Mountain, joined forces with his clones to fight the 3 demonic beast race saints, and finally attracted the power of the divine punishment to defeat Bai Xian'e, it only took a few hours. The 200,000 Fortune Gates disciples had yet to reach the 2 demon territories. Taoist Wu and Wenchu were carrying 2 demonic beast kings, and their teleportation speed was extremely fast, so they naturally could return at this time. Taoist Wu and Wenchu were outside the Great 7-Colored Radiance Shell world. Together with Feng Wu, they held the 3 demonic beast race great saints hostage, so they didn't suffer any special injuries. Seeing the 2 clones, Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said with a smile, fellow Taoist Wu, please go back and rest. I have something to say to fellow Taoist Wenchu. Alright. Taoist Wu didn't ask any more questions and returned to the void. Wenchu was puzzled and asked, is there anything else, fellow Taoist? Xiao Hua smiled and said, when the 3 demonic beast race great saints saw the 3 demonic beast kings offering Bai Qingyu, Shrouding Sky Ridge and Ancient Bell Mountain to me, they didn't stop them. Of course, they didn't put the 3 demonic beast kings' territories in their eyes. More importantly, they felt that the 1,000 Beasts Sacred Realm is the demonic beast race's territory, and we humans have no place here. Even if we obtain the 3 demonic beast territories today, we will have to abandon them in the future. Therefore, if we want to control the 3 demonic beast territories, we need a transmission array. Among all the fellow Taoists, other than fellow Taoist Lei, fellow Taoist Wu, and fellow Taoist Lei are proficient in the transmission array. We will have to trouble fellow Taoist now. Chapter 44:12. Haha, so that's how it is. Wenchu laughed. Previously, fellow immortal Lei Ting often bragged about how powerful the transmission array he built was. I've long wanted to compete with him. Today, I'll take this opportunity to dampen his spirit. That's great. Xiao Hua nodded. The Grand Cosmos Shifting Token is still in fellow Taoist Lei Ting's hands. However, with fellow Taoist Wu's technique, the Grand Cosmos Shifting Token doesn't seem that important anymore. After fellow Taoist builds the transmission array, you can leave behind a spiritual sense mark. After you get the Grand Cosmos Shifting Token, you can connect the 2 transmission arrays together. I understand. Wenchu squinted his eyes and used the clear sight technique. He looked around and said with a smile, Bai Qingyu has been reduced to this state. I'm afraid it's not suitable to build a transmission array. Shall I go further and take a look? Alright. Xiao Hua agreed. Fellow Taoist, you can start building the transmission array first. After I settle the matters here, I'll bring the other fellow Taoists to help you. Well said, well said. Wenchu said. A cloud appeared under his feet and he flew into the distance. After Wenchu left, Xiao Hua raised his eyes and looked at the sun in the west. He sighed in his heart. He raised his hand and took out the universe bracelet with Fairy Jing's bloody clothes and remains. After looking at it for a moment, he said in a low voice, Fairy Jing, although Qing's death wasn't my fault, Qing died for me. Since Qing's soul has entered the cycle of reincarnation, it's time for her flesh and blood to be buried in peace. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua released his spiritual sense, wanting to find a place with beautiful scenery to bury her. Unfortunately, Bai Qingyu had long been destroyed. Where could he find a suitable place? Forget it. When this matter is over, I'll find a place for Fairy Jing to rest in peace. Xiaohua sighed and put away the universe bracelet. He stood in the air and waited for the Fortune Gate's disciples. At this time, the heaven and earth origin energy within tens of thousands of miles was still chaotic. Countless strands of heaven and earth origin energy condensed into a fierce wind that rushed towards Bai Qingyu. It was the biting cold wind. Xiaohua stood alone under the sun. His figure was elongated, and his Taoist robes fluttered in the wind. People often say that a general's success is built on the bones of 10,000 soldiers. When a cultivator cultivates to the highest level, their prestige reaches the highest level. Isn't this the same? Bai Qingyu, the Fortune Gate's disciples who had slaughtered close to 1,000,000 demonic beasts, and the Fortune Gate's disciples who had been killed by the 1,000 sacred realm demonic beasts, had all become the bones that had created Taoist Zhao's name that had shaken the three mainlands. Although Xiaohua had just grasped the creation realm and was gradually peering into yin and yang, he was still unable to let the souls of these pitiful disciples rest in peace. Watching the setting sun, Xiaohua actually felt a chill down his spine. He shrunk his neck, but just as he was about to release his divine sense to check on the Fortune Gate disciples, a faint smile appeared on his face. With a wave of his hand, he brought Little Black and Little Yellow out of Xinhua continent. "Daddy, Daddy!" Little Black and Little Yellow both shouted and landed on Xiaohua's shoulders. One used its tongue to lick Xiaohua's ears while the other used its two claws to scratch Xiaohua's hair. It was no different from when they were young. Hearing Goldie call him Daddy, Xiaohua faintly smiled. He knew that the two little things didn't go out for nothing. "Why did the two of you also come to Bai Qingyu?" Xiaohua raised his hand to rub the two little things' heads and asked with a smile. After all, time was tight, so the two little things only gave a rough account of what had happened in Bai Qingyu. Boy heard that Daddy was suppressed by Bai Qingyu's Beast King, so he naturally came to save Daddy. Little Yellow's mouth was fast, and he had already finished Xiaohua's words. It took him a full hour to tell Xiaohua everything that had happened after he and Little Black left Xiaohua. Although the two little things were standing on his shoulders, and the two little things' 200 years of training was similar to the training of ordinary Qi refinement or foundation establishment cultivators. Although there were some dangers during that period and they had gone through several life and death situations, overall, it was more daunting than dangerous. It was a pity that he was too concerned, and Xiaohua couldn't help but shudder. He regretted letting the two little things out. At the end of the story, Little Yellow suddenly asked curiously, "Oh right, Daddy, you're so powerful now, how could you be suppressed by Bai Qingyu's Beast King?" "That shouldn't be, Daddy." Little Black didn't interrupt, and only now did he say with confidence, "If I'm not wrong, it should be that dragon-shaped soul. Otherwise there's no way we couldn't tell." And Daddy said it was his good friend. Little Yellow naturally understood and said with a smile, "It must be him." Xiaohua smiled. He already knew that he was wrong. If the two little things were always by his side, Little Yellow would probably have to call him Mommy. How could they tell the little white dragon apart? "You guessed correctly," Xiaohua replied. "The little white dragon has successfully condensed his body. He's now called Xiao Bai." "Where is he?" Little Yellow jumped on Xiaohua's shoulder and shouted, "Hurry up and call him out. He actually dared to lie to us. Teach him a lesson." He's not here now," Xiaohua replied. "He went to a place. When you see him again, I'm afraid you won't be able to defeat him. How can you teach him a lesson?" We want to go too," Little Yellow shouted. "Daddy, I really didn't expect there to be so many experts in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. Boy also wants to go there to cultivate." Xiaohua's heart stirred. He thought of the bloodline inheritance and essence left behind by the Truth Listener beast and the Heaven-swallowing beast after they were killed. He thought to himself, "Damn it, could it be that this is also a kind of karma? Is this Little Yellow and Little Black's opportunity?" Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "You don't have to go there. Daddy has a way to let you surpass the little white dragon. However, there's not enough time now. How about I let you cultivate after I'm done with the matters here?" Okay. Little Yellow shouted and jumped on Xiaohua's shoulder. "Surpass the little white dragon, surpass the little white dragon, teach him a lesson." On the other hand, Little Black replied steadily, "Everything will be decided by Father." Seeing the two little ones like this, Xiaohua's mood was great. He smiled and said, "Little Yellow, do you still remember Dyer?" "Who is Dyer?" Little Yellow was stunned and asked curiously, "Should I remember?" Xiaohua smiled. When Dyer hugged Little Yellow that day, Little Yellow was dying. How could it know Dyer's name? Moreover, when Dyer entered the space, Dyer was dying and Little Yellow was still unconscious. When Little Yellow and Little Black grew up, he separated Dai from the Xinhua continent. How could Little Yellow remember Dai? It's the girl who hugged you before you met Daddy. Xiaohua reminded. It's also the big white goose lying beside you when you were at home. Oh, I know. Little Yellow immediately understood and asked, she's called Dai? If that's the case, she seemed to have taken care of Boy. Where did she go after that? Wait a moment. Xiaohua smiled and sent Dai out of the Xinhua continent. Greetings, sage. As soon as Dai landed in the air, she couldn't be bothered to look elsewhere and hurriedly bowed. Get up, Dai. Take a look at who this is. Xiaohua smiled and raised his hand to help Dai up. Dai felt a little strange, but when her gaze fell on Little Yellow, a smile immediately appeared on her face and she called out, Little Yellow? You're back? Ah, Sister Dai, so you're called Dai? Little Yellow was also familiar with Dai's aura and wagged its tail as it landed in Dai's arms. Dai instantly returned to the time when she was a child. She happily hugged Little Yellow in her arms and lovingly patted Little Yellow's head. It was rare for her to feel calm again. People were always strange. Even Dai, who was from the Flying Feather clan of the 10,000 Demon Realm, was the same. In her memory there was always an unforgettable time. This time, whether it was due to coincidence or a cycle, but the memory of this time brought her an incomparable sense of security. Dai followed the goddess of the 10,000 Demon Realm to the Dawn Rain continent. Although there was Xianwan's protection, there was always a feeling of being homeless. On the Dawn Rain continent, she occasionally encountered the seriously injured Little Yellow. Little Yellow's pitiful experience made Dai throw her own misery aside and wholeheartedly care for Little Yellow. It could be said that it awakened the maternal instinct in Dai's heart in advance. After Little Yellow left, Dai was still reluctant to part with it. When she saw Little Yellow again in Xiaohua's space, the feeling of despair and anxiety in her heart suddenly disappeared. Little Yellow made her feel safe. After thousands of years passed, Dai became more and more scrupulous. Meeting Yuanya was love. Love was worrying about gains and losses, but it was never about safety. Even when she saw Xiaohua again, Dai didn't have much of an impression of Xiaohua. It was only because of Little Yellow that Dai felt at ease with Xiaohua's strength. It was a kind of worship and respect. At this time, when Dai saw Little Yellow again, a special person who brought with him special memories, Dai's heart suddenly calmed down. It was even more tranquil than when she returned to Xianwan's side. An indescribable sense of security filled Dai's heart more than ever. 2 tears of joy couldn't help but fall from the corner of Dai's eyes. It was not the feeling of familial love, but it was the feeling of family love that made Dai's body glow with a layer of holy brilliance. Sister. A drop of tear fell on Little Yellow's body. Little Yellow was startled and hurriedly looked up. When he saw Dai's appearance, he cried out, What's wrong? Who bullied you? Tell me quickly, Little Black, and I will go and vent your anger for you. Don't be afraid, Little Black and I are very powerful now. If the 2 of us can't do it, there's still Father. He's very powerful. I'm afraid he's even fiercer than the great saint of the demon race. While speaking, Little Yellow stretched out his paw and wiped away the tears on Dai's face. Feeling the warmth of the furry paw, Dai showed a happy smile, patted Little Yellow's head and said, Silly child, sister is crying because of happiness. Now that Taoist Master Xiao is here, who would dare to bully sister? Chapter 44:13. Hee, that's good, that's good. Hearing this, Goldie stretched out a claw from Dai's arms and shouted to Little Black, Little Black, come here, this is Sister Dai. I've told you before. I know, I've seen her at home. Little Black was not as excited as Goldie. He flew closer and wagged his tail. Greetings, Sister Dai. Hello, Little Black. Dai replied with a smile. She did not hug Little Black. It was not that Dai's chest was not big enough, it was that her heart was not big enough. Sister, where have you been for the past few hundred years? Isn't our family doing well? How did you learn to run away from home? Goldie did not have any scruples in front of Dai and asked directly. Dai was startled. She raised her head slightly and looked at Xiaohua. Xiaohua only looked at her with a smile and didn't answer. Dai's mind quickly turned. She smiled and said to Goldie, It's a bit boring at home. Sister is going out for a walk. Hee, that's right, it's not good to stay at home all the time. Goldie spoke quickly and said, Little Black and I also came out, but I don't know where sister went. Dai Was a bit speechless. She could tell Goldie what she saw from the Thousand Demon Realm to Dawn Rain Continent, but she did not want to lie to Goldie. Xiaohua smiled and said, "After Yuanya returns, I'll let him tell you about it." "Oh, Father, Yuanya is still here? Didn't he leave with his master? What about his wretched master? Is he still so lecherous?" Goldie's words could not be stopped. It was like a torrential river. How was it similar to the ferocious Di-Ting beast in the great desolate continent? Right, how is Yuanya and that Diawu? It's been a few hundred years. Their children should know how to play soy sauce now, right? Xiaohua held his forehead and smiled bitterly. When he was young, Goldie was talkative, but Xiaohua thought it was cute. Who would have thought that Goldie would become a chatterbox now? Yes, master is dead. Ye is now your father's disciple. On the contrary, Dai, replied calmly, Diawu also left ya. If there are no accidents, she should have died a few hundred years ago. They can't have children playing soy sauce. Ioyo. There are so many stories. Goldie was extremely excited, as if his gossipy heart had been revived. He cried out, "Back then Brother Ya was completely infatuated with that Diawu." At this point, Goldie suddenly froze as if he had understood something. He said in surprise, "Sister, you're called Brother Ya?" "Yeah." "Ioyo, sister, how can Brother Ya be worthy of you?" He was really bored. Out of 3 questions he couldn't even answer a single one. Moreover, his cultivation was also extremely poor. "Don't look for him. I think Brother Lu is not bad. He's handsome and has a glib tongue." While they were talking, a loud and clear dragon roar came from the distance. In the sky, dozens of colorful dragons flew over under the stars and moon. They were majestic, and the golden dragon in front was even more eye-catching. However, when they flew closer, a powerful aura appeared beside the golden dragon. This aura was restrained and not ostentatious, as if the owner of this aura was deliberately keeping a low profile. Even so, the aura that leaked out was enough to suppress the dragon's aura. A bloody, soul-devouring and terrifying aura was emitted from that aura. "Brother Ya?" Goldie was dumbfounded. He whispered, "When did this guy become so powerful?" "He's not just powerful." Blackie curled his lips and said, "His ability to pick up girls is even higher." Xiaohua, who was beside them, heard it clearly. He was so shocked that he almost fell from the sky. He was very surprised in his heart. Damn it! Where did these 2 brats go? Where did they learn these words? The dragons were the first to arrive, but they didn't dare to approach. When they were a few miles away from Xiaohua, they stopped and turned into their human forms. They bowed and said, "Greetings, Dragon Master Xiao." "Good, thank you for your hard work." Xiaohua nodded slightly and said. Yuanya, Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan flew over. Yuanya bowed and said, "Master." Xiaohua looked at Yuanya and asked, "How many dragons did you kill?" "Not a single one." Yuanya replied, "They were scared out of their wits by Master. I waved my demonic spear and they all surrendered." Good. Xiaohua didn't ask Yuanya anymore. He waved his hand and asked Yuanya to leave. He then turned to ask Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan, "What did these dragons say? Who sent them?" Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan didn't dare to delay. They bowed and said, "Greetings, Dragon Master. Let me tell you, they themselves don't know who gave the orders. And it's not out of my expectations." Xiaohua nodded. He wasn't surprised at all. Ao Sheng said again, "Let's talk about this after I return to Dragon Island and see Long Su on the island. There should be some clues." "Little Elder, you're too optimistic." Xiaohua smiled and said, "If there were any clues in Long Su, why would Ao Jia let you be the bait?" Unfortunately, Ao Jia underestimated this person. He didn't expect dozens of dragons to appear at once. "If it wasn't for me, you would have been eaten by them." "Damn it," Ao Sheng said angrily, "when I return to Dragon Island, I will definitely expose that bastard's face." "What right do you have?" Xiaohua said coldly, "Even Ao Jia doesn't dare to show his cards. What right do you have?" Ao Sheng heard and couldn't help but feel dejected. Ao Zhan smiled and said, "Little Elder, don't worry. Don't you still have me? Even if I'm not strong enough, there's still Dragon Master Xiao." "I feel useless." Ao Sheng raised his head painfully and said, "I want to be like Yuanya and step on that piece of shit under my feet to vent my anger." Ao Zhan shrugged and expressed his helplessness. On the path of strength, if it wasn't hard work, then it was opportunity. Ao Zhan obtained the inheritance of the dragons in the relic realm. That was an opportunity. But even if there was an opportunity, he still had to work hard. He wanted to stand above the dragon palace. It wasn't something that could be done in a short time, let alone Ao Sheng. I'm back. Yuanya flew to Dai's side. There wasn't much of a smile on his face. He only said one sentence and didn't ask how came out of Xinhua continent. Then he looked at Goldie and Blackie and said, "You two are back too." Look. Goldie said unhappily, "We haven't seen each other for hundreds of years and he still doesn't look happy. What's so good about him? Sister don't want him. I'll find you a better one. Brother Lu isn't enough, but there's still Wang Bianfei. That little guy is outstanding. He must be a handsome young master now." Yuanya was stunned. He glanced at Goldie but didn't react. Dyer smiled and ignored Goldie. She patted his head and said to Yuanya, "You're not hurt, are you?" "No." Yuanya answered with one word. "Good." Dyer also answered with one word. Both of their eyes were full of smiles. "Sai, there's no other way." Seeing that the two of them were silent, Goldie was also helpless. He cried out, "A fresh flower stuck in cow dung. A tortoise and a mung bean, they're compatible," Blackie said from the side. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at Ao Sheng, who was in pain. He muttered in his heart. Ao Sheng was the current dragon body of the dragon god of the primitive continent. Xiaohua obtained the dragon bones and other things left behind by the dragon god in the primitive continent. These things could be said to be Ao Sheng's, but they could also be said to not be Ao Sheng's. After all, it had been 2 lives. However, Ao Sheng was very affectionate. When he heard that Xiaohua was suppressed by Monster King by Qingyu, he ignored his own safety and came to rescue him. Of course, Ao Jia calculated it. If not for Ao Sheng's stubbornness, how could Ao Jia bear to let Ao Sheng take the risk? Based on Ao Sheng's affection, Xiaohua couldn't say that the dragon bones and other things had nothing to do with Ao Sheng. But the problem was that the things left behind by the dragon god were useful to Taoist Yun. The dragon god had a dispute with Jiang Luer's Maitreya Buddha in his previous life. Xiaohua didn't know what this dispute was and he didn't have the right to know. But Xiaohua had the right to decide what the dragon god left behind. Now that Jiang Luer had abandoned the position of Buddha Lord in her previous life, it was even more impossible for Xiaohua to give all of the dragon god's things to Ao Sheng. Besides, even if Xiaohua wanted to give everything to Ao Sheng now, with Ao Sheng's current cultivation and dragon body, it was impossible for him to get it. These things were enough to make all the dragons go crazy. They would only make Ao Sheng die faster. Since he had made his decision, Xiaohua smiled and asked, "Ao Sheng, I have an idea. Are you willing to accept it?" "Haha, I already knew that Dragon Master had an idea. Tell me. When Ao Sheng heard this, the pain on his face disappeared like the wind blowing away the clouds. "Damn it." Xiaohua touched his nose and smiled bitterly. "I seem to have fallen into your trap." Hee. Ao Sheng glanced at Ao Zhan and said, "Ao Zhan was just an Eastern Sea Dragon Guard before, but now he is so powerful. I asked him many times but he refused to say anything. But do I still have to ask? Even a blind person can see that it is related to Dragon Master. Compared to 200 years ago, Dragon Master's strength is even more different. If I don't look for Dragon Master, who else can I look for? You are my Dragon Clan's Dragon Master." Ao Zhan also smiled and said, "Spiritual Master, Ao Sheng is definitely a Dragon Clan member who is very affectionate. It is rare in my Dragon Clan. He is also very concerned about you. If you can help him, please do your best to help him." "How can I not know about his cunning mind?" Xiaohua smiled and said, "Back then in the Stacked Jade Legacy realm I already knew." Hee. Hearing Xiaohua mention the Stacked Jade Legacy realm, Ao Sheng's heart calmed down. He knew that Xiaohua had already agreed. But Xiaohua's face turned serious and said, "You have to make a dragon oath in front of me first." "No problem," Ao Sheng said without hesitation. "I will never betray Dragon Master in this life. I will not betray Dragon Island. I will." Chapter 44:14. That's not it. Xiaohua waved his hand in annoyance. Just as he was about to explain, he thought, everything in this world has karma. The karma between Lord Dragon God and the previous incarnation of Maitreya Buddha is their own matter. If I force Ao Sheng to swear a dragon oath not to take revenge on Jiang Luer, wouldn't that be interfering with their karma? This is unfair to Ao Sheng. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore." Ao Sheng asked curiously, "What does Master Long want to say?" There's no need." Xiaohua laughed. "Even if I don't trust Ao Jia, how can I not trust Ao Sheng? This so-called dragon oath, let's not talk about it anymore. Xiaohua. Ao Xing was really touched. He actually called Xiaohua by his name. I will never betray you in the future. You dare? Xiaohua glared at him. When the time comes, I'll slap you into meat paste. Ao Xing shrunk his neck and curled his lips. You're right, with your strength, who dares? Since you've agreed, then it's easy. Xiaohua raised his head and said to the group of dragons, return to the Dragon Island and inform the Dragon Hall of this matter. Ao Xing will cultivate with this Xiao, and when he succeeds, this Xiao will let him return to the Dragon Island. Yes. We obey Master Long's order. How could the group of dragons dare to disobey? They urged their bodies to fly away. Wait. Xiaohua raised his hand and said, don't be in a hurry to return now, wait for my Fortune Gate disciples to set off, then all of you will return together. Yes. The dragons were overjoyed. The Fortune Gate disciples were an army of 200,000, who would dare to face them head-on. Then this junior will return with the Fortune Gate disciples. Ao Zhan smiled. Actually, this junior also wants to cultivate with Master Long. You don't have to. Xiaohua laughed. Your opportunity is different from Ao Sheng's. Oh, there's one more thing. Xiaohua then told Ao Zhan about Jiang Hong leading the group of dragons back to the Heavenly Paradise River. In the end, he said, Jiang Hong and Lu Yi are this Xiao's disciples, and they are in charge of the Heavenly Paradise River. They will help you return to the Dragon Hall. Jiang Hong may have some ambition, but she is a woman after all, this Xiao. Lu Yi, to restrain her, you don't have to worry too much about it. Others may not know your opportunity, but how could this Xiao not know it? Your strength will surpass hers sooner or later. When Ao Zhan heard this news, he was both surprised and happy. He didn't dare to believe what Xiaohua had said. But when he looked at Yuanya, who was not far away, he didn't know what Yuanya was like before, but now Yuanya was far beyond his reach. If Yuanya was like this, why couldn't Jiang Hong be like this? Why couldn't Jiang Hong and Lu Yi's descendants do the same? The assistance that Xiaohua spoke of wasn't just assistance, it was simply the main force. Ao Zhan took a deep breath, bowed and said, Junior, thanks Master Long. Now that I think about it, getting to know Master Long was really the wisest decision of this junior's life. There's a saying in the human race, if you treat me like a country knight, I'll definitely repay you like a country knight. Xiaohua smiled and said, although this sentence is not appropriate to use here, it still means returning a plum for a peach. This Xiao is still willing to leave his trust to a brave man. Yes, this junior understands. This junior will also carefully deal with the worries that senior has mentioned. This kind of thing isn't rare in my dragon race. Senior, please rest assured. Ao Zhan carefully agreed to the matter regarding Jiang Hong. Also, Xiaohua transmitted again, this Xiao wants Little White Dragon to be the master of the West Sea. Little White Dragon? Ao Zhan stared blankly, then smiled and said, Senior, rest assured. This is what Little White Dragon deserves. At the same time, it's also what this junior wants. This junior can only step into the Dragon Palace Hall after controlling part of the power of the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas. Senior's thoughts coincide with this junior's. Haha. Xiaohua laughed loudly, then it's decided. Xiaohua. Daoist Xiao? While Xiaohua was laughing, another human cultivator flew over from the distance. Before they even got close, a woman's voice was already heard. Amidst the surprise there was uncertainty and even more weakness. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and looked over. It was really Xin Songzi and Daoist Jingting, the two seventh tribulation scattered nascent souls, bringing Sun Kong, Zhang Daoran, Zhai Xingzi and Gusu Qiudi over. At this moment, Gusu Qiudi was nestled in Zhai Xingzi's arms. Her face was bright red and her eyes were as bright as stars. Xiaohua's heart warmed. With a smile on his face, he floated over to welcome them. Seeing that Xiaohua had only taken a step and his figure had already crossed 100 miles, he stood still and cupped his hands, saying, I thank the four of you for coming to the Thousand Demons' sacred realm to help. Hee, I knew it. Gusu Qiudi's face was pressed against Zhai Xingzi's chest. She didn't directly answer Xiaohua, but instead said coquettishly, although Xiaohua is already the most powerful cultivator of the three continents, he definitely won't change from the past. Zhai Xingzi smiled bitterly. This Xiaohua in front of them wasn't the same nascent soul cultivator as them in the past. He was a human Mahayana cultivator. A human Mahayana cultivator. Just thinking about it made Zhai Xingzi's blood boil. He didn't know how many years it had been since a Taoist Mahayana cultivator appeared in the three continents. But now, he saw and knew that this Mahayana cultivator was a fellow cultivator who had gone through life and death with him. How could he not be moved? Zhai Xingzi patted Gusu Qiudi's back. He stopped with Xian Songzi and said respectfully, "Zhai Xingzi greets Taoist Xiao." Gusu Qiudi moved away from Zhai Xingzi with difficulty. She raised her hand slightly and said with a smile, "I'm heavily injured and can't greet you properly. Please forgive me, Taoist Xiao." "Master." Xian Songzi stopped and let go of Zhai Xingzi. He bowed and saluted. Taoist Jingting also called out and stood together with Xian Songzi. Zhang Daoran greets Senior Xiao. Zhang Daoran now prostrated himself in admiration of Xiao Hua. That day he still wanted to join hands with Xiao Hua, Sun Kong, and Zhai Xingzi to become the four heroes of the hidden immortal continent. But now he couldn't even become Xiao Hua's disciple. How could he be compared to the four heroes? Greetings, Taoist Xiao. Sun Kong didn't think as much as Zhang Daoran, but he also saluted respectfully. He didn't dare to be negligent. Xiao Hua smiled and took out a medicinal pill from his bosom. He handed it to Zhai Xingzi and said, "This is a medicinal pill refined by me. It's also useful for Confucian cultivators." Fellow Taoist Gusu only forcefully activated her true qi and suffered a backlash from my Taoist magic tool. Her meridians were only damaged. You don't have to worry too much. Fellow Taoist Gusu took my disciple's medicinal pill earlier. I'm afraid it's not quite right for her. Oh, this Taoist magic tool should be the one you obtained from Senior Tsonglongzi's cave, right? Hehe, Taoist's eyes are indeed sharp. With one look you can tell that I was injured by a Taoist magic tool. That magic tool is Senior Tsonglongzi's. Gusu Qiudi was overjoyed. When Zhai Xingzi brought the medicinal pill over, she swallowed it in one gulp. Immediately, clouds surged around her body. Wisps of righteous qi appeared out of nowhere and slowly entered her body. My humble wife is like this. Taoist, please forgive me. Seeing Gusu Qiudi take the medicinal pill in front of Xiao Hua and heal her injuries, Zhai Xingzi was afraid that Xiao Hua would be angry and hurriedly explained. How could Xiao Hua put on airs in front of his old friend? He waved his hand and said, "Fellow Taoists, there's no need to be so polite. Fellow Taoist Gusu, the sooner you take the medicinal pill, the better. Moreover, you and I are old friends. Normally you can just call me Taoist. Moreover, you three fellow Taoists came to the Thousand Demon Sacred Realm from afar to save me. I can see this favor clearly." "We don't dare." Zhang Daoran hurriedly replied, "Back then we received a lot of Taoists' kindness. In these hundreds of years, we didn't have the chance to repay it. Since Taoist Wenting is in trouble, how can we just stand by and watch?" Although our cultivation is limited, for fellow Taoist, we are willing to go through water and tread on fire. Damn it. It's a pity that before we could even get close to Bai Qingyu, we were schemed against by the Shenhuang order. We were almost killed by them several times. Exalted Sun Kong said with lingering fear. Zhai Xingzi also shook his head with a bitter smile. Indeed. We were only thinking about the obstruction of the demon race in the Thousand Demon Sacred Realm. We never thought that the Shenhuang order of the Confucian cultivator would use the news of Taoist being suppressed to kill us. Now that I think about it, it was really dangerous. We wanted to help but were powerless. In the end, if Taoist didn't help us, we would have already lost our lives in Bai Qingyu. Zhang Daoran sighed. Xiao Hua said loudly, "There's no need for strength. It's enough as long as you have the heart. Fellow Taoists, I will remember this favor. If you have any difficulties in the future, please don't hesitate to find me." The three were overjoyed. This was the promise of the supreme cultivator of the three continents. The three bowed to express their thanks. When Zhai Xingzi stood up, he said somewhat embarrassedly, "Taoist, I have a presumptuous request. I hope Taoist can agree." "It's okay. Fellow Taoist, just say it. As long as I can do it." Xiao Hua was startled and hurriedly replied. He. Sun Kong and Zhang Daoran both laughed. Zhai Xingzi's face was red. He looked at Gusu Qiudi who was recuperating not far away and said, "Qiur has followed I for hundreds of years. Taoist disciples don't care about this, but Confucian cultivators can't. Qiu doesn't say it, but there's always a knot in her heart. I want to ask Taoist to accompany I to the Gusu family, to ask for their hand in marriage." Oh this. Hearing this, Xiao Hua's expression became extremely awkward. He shook his head and said, "I'm a Taoist cultivator. Although I'm a Mahayana cultivator, it doesn't conform to the rules of Confucian cultivators." Zhai Xingzi was extremely depressed. He didn't expect Xiao Hua to not agree. He could only smile and said, If Taoist feels that it's not suitable, why don't you send a disciple? Those disciples are also Taoist cultivators. They're not suitable. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Ah." Zhai Xingzi opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Xiaohua looked at Zhai Xingzi's anxious expression and said slowly, "How about this, when we return to Hidden Immortal Continent, I'll ask a literary star to accompany you to the Gusu family to ask for their hand in marriage. How about that?" What? A literary star? Zhai Xingzi was dumbstruck. He stuttered even more, "Taoist knows which family head? I don't know any family head." Xiaohua smiled and said, "This literary star is I's good friend. Don't worry. When the time comes, not only a literary star, but also a literary saint and great grandmaster. I will give you hundreds of them. Let's see if the Gusu family dares to not agree. All right, do you still want the immortal soldiers of the Immortal Palace to open the way for you? I'll ask the Immortal Palace's true monarch to send 100,000 over, how about that?" Chapter 44:15. All right. Zhai Xingzi was ecstatic to the point of being dumbstruck, and he could only nod his head vigorously. He really didn't dare to believe Xiaohua's words, but the problem was that Xiaohua was a Grand Ascension Stage human race cultivator, so how could he be joking around with him? Cough cough. Zhang Daoran coughed and said with a smile, "Forget about the immortal army from the Immortal Palace, we are Taoist cultivators. Even though Taoist is already a human Mahayana realm cultivator, Confucian cultivators are still the rulers of the Hidden Immortal Continent. If Taoist Wenxing comes out, the Gusu family will have some face, so there's no need to cause any trouble." That's right. Zhai Xingzi came to his senses and hurriedly said, "Taoist Wen is a Taoist Mahayana realm cultivator, so it's best if you don't attract the attention of the Immortal Palace. When we return to the Hidden Immortal Continent, we'll deal with this matter." Xiaohua was also overjoyed and he said, "Confucian cultivators have 4 joys in life, which are rain after a long drought, meeting an old friend in a foreign land, the wedding night, and the nomination for the golden role. Today we've met in a foreign land and in the future, Taoist Zhai Xingzi, this is the most joys in life." Haha, that's right. Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong both smiled as they congratulated star-plucking child. Meanwhile, Xiaohua's smile was filled with bitterness. He very naturally thought of Fairy Jing, a woman who had also drunk the water of forgetfulness, and also surpassed the water of forgetfulness through bitter thinking. Her experience was similar to Gusu Chioti's, but the ending was also completely different. "Fellow Taoists, please wait on the side. When we return to the Hidden Immortal Continent, I will accompany you for a chat." Xiaohua looked into the distance and saw that the 2 groups of Fortune Gate's disciples had yet to appear, but their killing intent had already soared to the sky, spreading in all directions. Xiaohua smiled and said to Zhai Xingzi and the others, "Yes." The 3 of them didn't dare to say anything, and they surrounded Gusu Chioti, waiting for the Fortune Gate's army to return. After half a cup of tea's time, killing intent surged like a tidal wave, and the 200,000-strong army had already appeared. At the front of the army, 2 lightning boats flew over. When they were 100 li away from Xiaohua, they stopped, and 2 groups of people flew down from the boats. Xiaohua's gaze swept over the crowd, and at the same time, there was a smile on his face, but at the same time, there was surprise in his eyes. This was because Ing Per and his clansmen from the Lui Merchant Union flew down from the left lightning ship while Xiong Yi, His Highness Lan, Taoist Master Qing Su, Venerable Master Fan Tian, Ao Zhantian, Su Tingzi, and the others flew down from the right lightning ship. When Ing Per saw Xiong Yi flying out, he deliberately slowed down to let Xiong Yi and the others greet Xiaohua first. Before he could even get close, Royal Highness Lan fell to his knees with tears streaming down his face. "Master, this disciple deserves to die. Please punish this disciple." Xiaohua was shocked. He raised his hand and grabbed Royal Highness Lan from a distance. Royal Highness Lan felt a flash in front of his eyes. He didn't feel anything at all. His figure had already appeared in front of Xiaohua. His heart couldn't help but tighten. "What's wrong?" Xiaohua hurriedly asked. "Did something big happen?" "Master." Xiong Yi also hurriedly flew over, but he was still far away from Xiaohua. He also shouted, "This disciple also deserves to die. Master, please punish me." "What's going on?" Xiaohua had a bad feeling in his heart. This disciple is incompetent. Xiong Yi glanced at the pale-faced Royal Highness Lan and sighed inwardly. He rushed to say, This disciple led close to 30,000 disciples to Bai Qingyu to save Master, but, on the way we lost close to 40%. In this grand array we lost another 10%. Close to half of the disciples have fallen. This disciple asks Master to punish him. Xiaohua raised his head and looked up at the sky. His eyes were filled with grief. He had already mentally prepared himself for this outcome. After all, the Fortune Gates disciples in the soaring Dragon Mountain range couldn't be compared to the Fortune Gates disciples in the Xinhua continent. The difference in strength was too great. At most they were in the Golden Core realm. Coming to the 1,000 demonic sacred grounds, they weren't even enough to fill the gaps between the demonic beast race's teeth. However, the loyalty of these Fortune Gates disciples in the soaring Dragon Mountain range wasn't any worse than the Fortune Gates disciples in the Xinhua continent. They relied on these tens of thousands of disciples to rush to Bai Qingyu. Xiaohua had already used the Netherworld Origin Force to investigate. He could absorb souls that could be absorbed into the inside of the Netherworld, regardless of whether they were from the demonic beast race or the human race. However, according to Xiong Yi, 40% of the disciples had died on the way to Bai Qingyu. Their souls had most likely entered the Netherworld. Xiaohua couldn't find them at all. Even if Xiaohua wanted to arrange for them to re-enter the Fortune Gate, he couldn't. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiaohua retracted his gaze and looked at Prince Lan. He asked, "What crime did you commit?" This disciple didn't protect junior brother Changyu well. On the way to Bai Qingyu, junior brother Changyu encountered the demonic beast race. In order to save this disciple, junior brother Changyu perished together with the demonic beast race. Prince Lan didn't dare to raise his head. His upper body was prostrated in midair as he wept. See? Xiaohua sucked in a breath of air. He couldn't believe this news. After all, he had taken in so many disciples and none of them had died. Even during the war with the devil race in the ruins, Yuanya and the others didn't suffer such a tragedy. Damn it. Hearing this grievous news, Xiaohua was furious. He regretted letting Bai Qingyu, Shrouding Sky Ridge and Ancient Bell Mountain go. Tell me the cause of this matter in full detail. Xiaohua gritted his teeth and said word by word. Prince Lan complied and recounted the matter once again. It was exactly the same as what he had told Xiong Yi. Hearing this, Xiaohua released his divine sense and looked in that direction. It was a pity that his battle with Bei Xiener had involved too much area. The place where Changyu had died had long since disappeared. He couldn't find any traces at all. After Master left, junior brother Changyu cultivated diligently. Before he died, he was already an early nascent soul cultivator. Deep sorrow appeared on Xiong Yi's face. When he came to Bai Qingyu this time, this disciple and junior brother Lan advised him not to come. We told him to stay at the soaring Dragon Mountain range with senior brother Li Xiang. After all, the 1,000 Demon Sacred Realm is too dangerous and his strength is still shallow. But he said that Master had given him a new life. Even if he dies, he wants to die in front of Master. Sigh. Hearing this, Xiaohua felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. To be honest, his feelings for Changyu and Wu Tian were not as deep as Xiong Yi, Prince Lan, and Li Xiang. It was even more incomparable to Lu Yi and the other disciples. However, it was these disciples who knew how to repay the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring. They knew how to be grateful. They knew that they would die if they came to Bai Qingyu, but they still rushed to meet their deaths. How could he repay their gratitude? Even if he had massacred Bai Qingyu and killed nearly 1,000,000 demons, the lives of his disciples could not be redeemed. All of a sudden Xiaohua's heart was filled with regret. He regretted all the cover-up he had done in order to uncover the mastermind. If he had stood out earlier, interrogated Shui Mingzi earlier, and rushed to Bai Qingyu earlier, Changyu would not have died. Nearly half of the Fortune Gates disciples on the soaring Dragon Mountain range would not have died. Taoist Master Xiao, please restrain your grief. Seeing Xiaohua's complicated expression, Taoist Master Qing Su hurried forward and bowed. Although your sect's disciples have suffered some casualties, they died defending Taoist Master's reputation. They died in the battle with the demons. Their deaths are the victory of our human race, the price of our human race's dignity. Their deaths are great. Their deaths will certainly be recorded in the annals of history. When our Tao Gate rises in the future, their deaths will be recited by thousands of generations of Tao Gate's disciples. AI. Hearing Taoist Master Qing Su's words, Xiaohua nodded slightly. He also understood in his heart that it was too late to say anything now. Regret was useless. Moreover, regardless of whether he chose to cover it up or not, many things would still happen. Things in the world would never go according to one's thoughts. It was impossible for his disciples to never die. Wait for me to rise. Xiaohua waved his hand to let Xiong Yi and Prince Lan rise. He said solemnly, "None of you did anything wrong. What was wrong was the ambition and selfish desires of some people. You were too weak to resist the schemes of others. It was inevitable that you had to pay some price." "Yes, master." Xiong Yi stood up, still full of guilt. Although Prince Lan's face was sad, he was happy in his heart. "How is the soaring dragon mountain range?" Xiaohua asked again. Xiong Yi said, "When we came here there was nothing wrong. However, there are too many eyes and ears in the Immortal Palace. Disciples trading with the Luo Yi Merchant Union and going out for training will fall into the Immortal Palace's eyes and ears. According to the latest news from the Luo Yi Merchant Union, the Immortal Palace might be going on a crusade against the soaring dragon mountain range. Master, we have to hurry back." Prince Lan hurriedly advised. "With these 200,000 Fortune Gate disciples, we won't be afraid of the Immortal Palace's crusade in the future." "Don't worry." Xiaohua nodded and said, "Wang Bianfei, Yu Zhongquan, and the others have already brought a group of disciples back to the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range. With them there, the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range will be safe. Moreover, times have changed. The Immortal Palace might not go on a crusade against the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range." "That's good." Xiong Yi raised his eyebrows and said, "This disciple was worried that senior brother Li Xiang would be unable to support himself in the Fortune Gate Dao Palace." After Xiong Yi finished speaking, Prince Lan pointed at Taoist Master Qing Su and said, "Master, this is Taoist Master Qing Su. Master should know them. They came to Bai Qingyu to rescue Master under the Grand Mist Ancestor's orders. However, they did not send a message to us and only arrived just before the battle began." "It's fine. It's better to have a heart than not. It's better to come than not." Xiaohua forced a smile and said, "This Xiao thanks the Grand Mist Ancestor for his concern. Taoist Qing Su, please bring this Xiao's gratitude back." "Yes, this junior will definitely do so." Taoist Master Qing Su was very happy to see Xiaohua still calling him Taoist. He bowed and said, "When this junior met senior for the first time, I already said that the ancestor has made it his mission to revitalize the Tao sect. He will treat all Tao sect's cultivators as his disciples." When this junior reported senior's matter to the ancestor attached great importance to it. Later, didn't this junior pay a special visit to senior? This time, when the ancestor heard that senior was in trouble, he didn't hesitate and prepared to come personally. However, many of the ancestor's friends dissuaded him. They believed that if the ancestor showed himself, he would be attacked by the Immortal Palace and the Lightning Sound Temple. This was not appropriate for the Tao sect in the 3 continents. Under their death persuasion, the ancestor had no choice but to give up his original plan. That's why he sent I and a dozen other Taoists to rescue senior. Chapter 44:16. At this point, Taoist Master Qing Su's face was filled with surprise. He looked at Xiaohua and asked tentatively, "Who knew? Senior's cultivation was actually so deep. Although we came, we couldn't help senior at all. Moreover, we had to rely on senior's disciples to save us." "Oh, right, senior is probably a tribulation-passing cultivator of our human race now, right?" Xiaohua naturally understood that the tribulation Taoist Master Qing Su mentioned was different from the one on Danrain mainland. He pondered for a moment and didn't hide it. He smiled and said, "I was lucky enough to have reached the Grand Ascension stage." Taoist Master Qing Su had met Xiaohua 200 years ago and had some understanding of Xiaohua's strength. He couldn't believe that Xiaohua had surpassed him by so much in just a few hundred years. Moreover, he had only met Xiaohua once before following the Fortune Gate disciples to attack the heaven-concealing ridge in ancient Bell Mountain. The highest cultivation among the Fortune Gate disciples was close to the lower 8th grade. Therefore, Taoist Master Qing Su guessed that Xiaohua was a tribulation-passing cultivator. However, he still underestimated Xiaohua's strength. He couldn't help but exclaim, How is this possible?" At this point, he immediately realized that he had been rude and quickly bowed. "Senior, please don't blame me. Junior was just too surprised. Junior didn't expect senior's cultivation to have reached the heavens." Don't blame me. You and I are old acquaintances. No wonder you are surprised." Xiaohua was already numb to this kind of surprise. He smiled and waved his hand. He looked at Master Heaven Flipping Master and said, "These fellow Taoists are unfamiliar. I.O. Taoist Master Ching Su slapped his forehead and said with a smile, I was just thinking about talking to Senior. I was so surprised by the miracle of Senior's cultivation progress that I forgot to introduce him. He is also a disciple of Ancestor. His name is Master Heaven Flipping Master. This is, before he could finish, Xiaohua smiled and said, So you are Master Heaven Flipping Master. This Xiao has heard of your name for a long time, but I have never seen you before. Xiaohua's words sounded like a compliment, but in fact there was a reason for it. That year on the Great Snow Mountain he met Xan, who had disguised herself as Xan, and the little monk Ci Hui, who was the physical body of Manjushri Bodhisattva of Namo Great Wisdom, who had yet to attain fruition. They even went to look for Fantian Venerable together. It was at Fantian Venerable's abode that Xiaohua and the others met Gu Zhen, the Buddhist sect's protector. Master Heaven Flipping Master didn't know these secrets. Junior's Heaven Flipping Master greets Senior. Senior, Junior's cultivation? How can Junior compare with Senior's cultivation with Senior? Hee hee. Xiaohua smiled and nodded. He then met with the other cultivators of the Tao sect. In the end, Taoist Ching Su said respectfully, Senior, before we came here the Ancestor said that if we succeed in the rescue, we must invite Senior to see the Ancestor. Now, Junior doesn't dare to ask Senior to go personally, but I hope Senior can agree. Once we return we will report to Ancestor and ask Ancestor to choose a time and place to meet Senior. Now Senior and Ancestor are the only supreme cultivators in our Tao sect. Both Seniors are the pillars of our Tao sect. The revival of our Tao sect will fall on the shoulders of both Seniors. Juniors are looking forward to the two Seniors joining hands. Xiaohua had already seen the face of the Grand Mist Ancestor when he had just arrived in the Three Mainlands. He wasn't interested in this kind of ugly cultivator, even if this cultivator had taken it upon himself to revive the Tao sect. However, Huang Xiaolong was clear that he could avoid meeting the Grand Mist Ancestor when his cultivation was still low. Now that his cultivation was on par with the Grand Mist Ancestor, he was bound to meet the Grand Mist Ancestor. Since that was the case, Xiaohua was looking forward to seeing Grand Mist Ancestor's expression when they met. And you can report this to fellow Taoist Grand Mist. Xiaohua smiled and said, when we return to the hidden immortal mainland, you can arrange the meeting with Xiong Yi. Many thanks, Senior. Taoist Master Ching Su was happy to hear Xiaohua agree. Since that's the case, we will take our leave and report this to Ancestor. There's no need to rush. We will go together. Xiaohua smiled and said, after all, there are many demons in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. Bai Qingyu's actions will definitely attract the attention of many demon kings. If you go back alone there will be many obstructions. And then we will respectfully accept. We will borrow Senior's reputation to avoid some dangers. Taoist Master Ching Su said with a smile, Junior will not disturb Senior. Junior will go and talk to fellow Taoist Xiong Yi and fellow Taoist Lan about future matters. Xiaohua agreed with a smile and left Xiong Yi and Lan with Taoist Master Ching Su and Venerable Master Ching Su. Seeing that there was no one in front of Xiaohua, Ao Zhantian hurriedly brought Su Tingzi and the other cultivators over. Before they even got close, Ao Zhantian said respectfully, Junior greets Master Xiao. Su Tingzi panicked and said in a low voice, Junior didn't know that Senior was you long. Please forgive Junior for offending you along the way. Pahong and the other cultivators apologized like Su Tingzi. They were all terrified. After all, they had said many bad things about Aoe. However, Su Tingzi was more remorseful than panic, especially when he heard Ao Zhantian call Xiaohua Master Xiao. Previously, at Yaotai Mountain, Xiaohua wanted to take him as his disciple because of Su Tingzi's help. Unfortunately, Su Tingzi was too cautious and was afraid that Xiaohua's power would bring disaster to him. Now, Su Tingzi was still at the mid-nascent soul stage, but Xiaohua was no longer at the 5th stage. How could a human Mahayana realm cultivator accept a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator as his disciple? Especially when this cultivator had rejected him directly. At this moment, Su Tingzi wished he could go back 200 years and kneel in front of Xiaohua and acknowledge him as his master. Xiaohua naturally wouldn't make things difficult for these juniors. He smiled and helped Su Tingzi and the others up. What happened in the past is already in the past. Don't mind it too much. If I wasn't with you all, I wouldn't have known about Shui Mingzi's evil intentions. Therefore, not only are you all not at fault, you all have contributed greatly. Moreover, I'm very happy that you all came to Bai Qingyu. From today onwards, all of your previous vows are null and void. Pahong and the others were even more disappointed. They wanted to serve Xiao Hua for another 1,000 years. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua no longer cared about the loyalty of these nascent soul stage cultivators. Actually, Pahong and the others wanted to mention serving Xiao Hua, but they didn't expect Xiao Hua to block their path before they could even speak. Even if they wanted to speak again, it was impossible. Many thanks, Senior. Although Pahong and the others thanked him, their tone was filled with disappointment. Just as they were about to fly to the side, Xiao Hua suddenly smiled and said, I already know that you all wanted to come to Baiqingyu to rescue me. Now that my fortune gate wants to spread its influence on the hidden immortal mainland, we need a lot of disciples. If you are willing, you can find a suitable master among my fortune gate disciples. As long as you find one, I will let them accept you as their disciples. How about it? Many thanks, Senior. Pahong and the others thanked him again. This time their tone was filled with ecstasy. Xiao Hua was already a grand ascension stage cultivator, how bad could his disciples be? Ao Zhantian and Su Tingzi stay behind. The rest of you can go first. After I make arrangements, you all will return to the hidden immortal mainland with the Fortune Gate disciples. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Su Tingzi's heart was filled with joy. After Pahong and the others left, Ao Zhantian frowned and said, Master Xiao, you saw what these cultivators did. They colluded with Shui Mingzi. Although they don't have any intention of harming Master Xiao, I still feel that they are unreliable. Xiao Hua nodded and smiled. I understand. I was just about to ask you, how did you deal with Shui Mingzi's matter? Of course I killed him. Ao Zhantian said without hesitation. That bastard colluded with the ancient Bell Mountain's demonic beasts. Not only did he want to harm Master Xiao, he also coveted the Dao Gate's forces on the hidden immortal mainland. If I don't kill him, who else should I kill? Other than him? Xiao Hua smiled and said, It seems like there are still 4 cultivators missing. And those 4 have already been persuaded by Shui Mingzi and are preparing to join the ancient Bell Mountain. When they reach Baiqingyu, they will attack Master Xiao and nullify the blood oath they made. Ao Zhantian explained. As for the rest, they are still hesitating, so I didn't make a move. Isn't that the case? Xiao Hua smiled. When faced with a life-threatening situation, anyone would have selfish thoughts. As long as they still have a conscience in their hearts, I feel that they can still be saved. Moreover, under this kind of test, I feel that I have let down the Fortune Gate's disciples and all of you, not to mention them. What's the harm in giving them another chance? AI, Senior is too kind. Ao Zhantian smiled bitterly. This Junior can't do such a thing. Junior likes to be decisive when killing and doesn't want to be sloppy. As long as there's an opportunity to make a move, I will immediately make a move. That's good. Xiao Hua smiled. If I can't do it, I'll leave it to you. And no problem. Ao Zhantian didn't think much about Xiao Hua's words and casually agreed. However, just as he finished speaking, he suddenly understood something. He looked at Xiao Hua and couldn't believe his ears. When Xiao Hua nodded slightly, he turned around and knelt in the air. He kowtowed and said, Disciple Ao Zhantian greets Master. Get up. After Ao Zhantian kowtowed 9 times, Xiao Hua helped Ao Zhantian up and said, Master has already taught you the Dao Gate's magic arts. Moreover, you came to Baiqingyu to rescue Master, and you didn't forget your original intentions in the face of Shui Mingzi's temptation. Master naturally won't disappoint you. In the future, you have to deal with the Fortune Gate's affairs with Xiong Yi, Prince Lan, and the others. Do more things that Master doesn't like to do. Yes, Master, disciple understands. Rest assured. Ao Zhantian had always called Xiao Hua Master Xiao and had long regarded Xiao Hua as his master. Now that his dream had come true, he couldn't stop smiling. Congratulations, Senior Ao. Su Tingzi's mouth was filled with bitterness as he cupped his fists and congratulated Xiao Hua. Chapter 44:17. Fuck. Ao Zhantian was overjoyed. When he saw Su Tingzi congratulating him, he scolded Su Tingzi, Master asked you to stay, but didn't you follow me and fight Shui Mingzi without any regard for your life? Why don't you understand what Master means? Do you still need Master to say it out loud? Hurry up and thank Master. Ao Zhantian's words struck Su Tingzi like a bolt of lightning. He looked at Xiao Hua in a daze and opened his mouth. He wanted to ask if Ao Zhantian was telling the truth, but he couldn't say anything. PFFF. Ao Zhantian kicked Su Tingzi's leg, and Su Tingzi's knees went soft and he fell to his knees. Only then did he come to his senses. He cried and kowtowed, "Disciple Su Tingzi greets Master. I was blind and missed the opportunity. Disciple thanks Master for not abandoning me." Similarly, after Su Tingzi kowtowed 9 times, Xiaohua helped him up and said with a smile, "What's lost is lost. It will never return. If you hadn't stood out from the crowd that day, Master definitely wouldn't have given you another chance. However, since you've done it, the opportunity has come. Master won't say anything else. From now on, follow Ao Zhantian and take care of the affairs of the Fortune Gate." "Yes, Master. Disciple understands." Su Tingzi was overjoyed but also a little ashamed. After replying, he followed Ao Zhantian to greet Xiong Yi and the other Fortune Gate disciples. Xiong Yi and the others saw Ao Zhantian and Su Tingzi formally acknowledging Xiaohua as master, and they all congratulated them with smiles. Yingpe waited for a while but no one came forward. Xiaohua personally sent a voice transmission. "Fellow immortal Yingpe, why aren't you coming over?" Only then did Yingpe rush over with a few elders. He bowed and said, "Junior greets Master Xiao. Wait for me." Xiaohua looked at Yingpe's respectful attitude and the many elders behind him. He smiled and said, "I'm still the same old Xiao. It's just that I'm stronger now. This is more beneficial for the cooperation between the Fortune Gate and the Fortune Gate. You don't need to think too much." "Yes, Teacher Xiao will forever be our clan's Teacher Xiao." Yingpe nodded. "No matter what realm you are at." Finished speaking, Yingpe hurriedly took out a beast skin and handed it to Xiaohua. "Master Xiao, Junior has received news that the Immortal Palace may be going on a punitive expedition to the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range in the near future. Previously in the war, Junior has already informed Xiong Yi. However, it was too chaotic at that time so I couldn't explain it clearly. This is the beast skin used to transmit the message. Senior, please check it carefully. Send these Fortune Gate disciples back. If the news is true, the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range's Fortune Gate disciples will suffer more losses." Xiaohua was very happy to see that Yingpe did not say anything and hurriedly told him about the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range. He took the animal skin and looked at it carefully. After calculating the time, he knew that it was not long before he left the Great Snow Mountain Range. At that time, Sun Jian had not left the Xinhua continent. At this time, if there were no accidents, Sun Jian should have returned to the Immortal Palace. According to Sun Jian's knowledge, he must have reported this matter to the Immortal Emperor. How could the Immortal Emperor hastily send troops to the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range? Therefore Xiaohua smiled and said, "This news was sent a long time ago. If the Immortal Palace had received the latest news from our Fortune Gate, they might not be in such a hurry to send troops to the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range. Moreover, 1 day in the Immortal Palace is equivalent to 1 year on the surface. Once this news travels back and forth between the Immortal Palace and the so-called court discussion, there won't be any results for several years. At that time, we would have already returned to the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range. Who would be afraid of them?" Teacher Xiao is right. Yingpe nodded. Junior is afraid that the Immortal Palace would not have received the exact news and send troops rashly. The Soaring Dragon Mountain Range's troops are insufficient at this time, which would make us regret it. And before this Xiao came to the Thousand Demons Sacred Domain, I had already sent my disciples back to the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range. Xiaohua smiled. With their cultivation of 7th or 8th grade essence force, they won't have any pressure to deal with those immortal soldiers and immortal generals. When Yingpe heard that Xiaohua's disciples had cultivation of 8th grade essence force, a trace of envy appeared in his eyes. He smiled apologetically. "If that is the case, then Junior is relieved. Junior will send my clansmen back to gather information so that I can inform Teacher Xiao of the latest situation. This matter is not urgent." Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand asking, "Yingpe, how many of your people died this time?" "All right, Teacher Xiao knows." Yingpe smiled apologetically. "My clan is of the demon race, so coming to Bai Qingyu is not considered difficult. However, we lost 10% of our people when fighting under Bai Qingyu's command, which is 100 times better than what we expected." "When you came to Bai Qingyu, did you not plan to go back?" Xiaohua asked. Yingpe nodded. "I won't hide this matter from Teacher Xiao. What the other clansmen thought, Junior is like this. The matters of the Endless Merchant Union have already been handed over to others, but the position of Patriarch has not been pushed out." "Oh, what?" Xiaohua was startled and asked curiously. Yingpe said proudly, "Because this time, Junior is leading 6,000 clansmen. If all of them are unable to return, my clan will probably not exist in the 3 continents. Junior can choose whether or not to take the position of patriarch. Xiao Hua's heart trembled and he bowed. Fellow immortal, this Xiao will definitely repay you for your kindness. When the human Grand Ascension stage expert bowed, Ying-pe and the other elders' knees went soft, and they almost fell to their knees. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over them and supported them. Ying-pe could only cry out, Teacher Xiao has done a lot for my clan. If it weren't for Teacher Xiao, my clan and the Endless Merchant Union would not exist. My clan is willing to live and die with Teacher Xiao. Good, in that case. My Fortune Gate and the Endless Merchant Union have formed a life and death alliance. Xiao Hua raised his right hand and placed it in front of Ying-pe. As long as my Fortune Gate exists, the Endless Merchant Union exists. Ying-pe's eyes lit up and he slowly raised his right claw. There was still a lot of mane on his right claw, and it shone brightly in the night sky. Ying-pe said, My Endless Merchant Union is willing to form a life and death alliance with the Fortune Gate. I, Ying-pe, represent the Endless Merchant Union and swear that as long as my Endless Merchant Union exists, the Fortune Gate exists. The human Grand Ascension stage expert's hand and the demonic beast's claw collided. Due to the presence of the mane, there wasn't much of a sound when they clapped hands. However, this was a promise that was as solid as gold, and a sincere alliance was formed before everyone's eyes. Ying-pe, thank your clansmen on my behalf. We're now allies, and if there's a chance in the future, we'll meet again at the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range. If there's anything in the Thousand Beast Holy Realm, feel free to tell Xiong-yi or Fujiwen. Xiao Hua smiled and said, As for other matters, we'll discuss them in detail after we return to the hidden immortal continent. I'm confident that I can help you build the Endless Merchant Union into a business union that's even more powerful than the Star Plucking Tower. Yes, Junior understands. Junior thanks Teacher Xiao. Ying-pe was ecstatic and he bowed deeply to express his gratitude. He knew that with the support of Xiao Hua, a Grand Ascension stage human cultivator, and the Fortune Gate, an unprecedented Taoist sect, how could the trade union not surpass the Star-Plucking Pavilion? Of course, Ying-pe also understood that the Endless Stream Merchant Union had long been tied to the Fortune Gate. If Xiao Hua and the Fortune Gate were to be attacked by Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sects, or if the ancient immortals and Buddhas joined forces to destroy the Tao, then his Endless Stream Merchant Union would not be able to survive. However, how bad could that outcome be compared to what he had prepared for the day before? All of you go rest on the lightning boat. Xiao Hua helped Ying-pe up with a smile and said, We'll return to the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range right away. Yes. Ying-pe had just gotten up when he suddenly thought of something, and he hurriedly took out a universal bracelet. After searching through it for a moment, he took out a jade eye bracelet and respectfully handed it to Xiao Hua, and said, Teacher Xiao, there's something that Junior almost forgot. It's been over 200 years, and if Teacher Xiao hadn't mentioned the Star Plucking Tower, Junior would have really forgotten about it. What's the matter? Xiao Hua was taken aback and he took the jade eye bracelet, but didn't immediately examine it. Alright, I'll let Teacher Xiao know. Ying-pe recalled a little and answered, That year, after Teacher Xiao left the Feather Spirit Bay about 10 days later, a Confucian cultivator came to my Yazi auction to find Teacher Xiao. Junior was preparing for the auction, so I ignored him and pretended that I didn't know Teacher Xiao. That Confucian cultivator didn't say much, and only said that he came from the Star Plucking Tower, and that he had seen Teacher Xiao in the Star Plucking Tower, and was an old acquaintance of Teacher Xiao. Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He naturally knew that Confucian cultivator must be the mysterious Professor Dushan Jundu, so he smiled and asked, Did that Confucian cultivator leave his name? No. Ying-pe shook his head and said, Junior not only doesn't know his name but now that I think about it, it seems that Junior can't remember his appearance. If Junior hadn't seen Teacher Xiao, Junior really wouldn't have remembered this matter. What else did he say? Xiao Hua was even more certain in his heart and asked, You couldn't have also forgotten, right? No. Ying-pe's eyes revealed surprise. Junior remembers everything he said even more clearly. He gave this jade eye bracelet to Junior and said that Junior must give it to Teacher Xiao. He also said that, this matter is very important to him. Oh right, he also asked Junior to say something to Teacher Xiao. What is it? Xiao Hua's brows were tightly knitted, and he was rather puzzled. This is your last chance and you are his only hope. Ying-pe looked at Xiao Hua and said each word clearly. His tone was very serious, as if Dushan Jun had said it to Xiao Hua face to face. This. Xiao Hua was shocked and hurriedly asked, Ying-pe, do you know about the Star Moon Palace? I know. Ying-pe nodded. This kind of ancient ruin is very famous in the three continents. How could Junior not know? At this point, Ingpa somewhat understood and said with a smile, "Is Senior talking about the appearance of the Star Moon Palace this time?" Damn it. Xiaohua already knew what was recorded in the Jade Eye bracelet, and he was also very sure that the person who went to the Luo Yi Merchant Union to look for him was undoubtedly Du Shanjun. He slightly thought about it and then secretly cursed. Previously at the star-plucking tower in Yuling Bay, Zhong Qiao once said that the Star Moon Palace might open within 200 years. However, this is only a guess, perhaps 2,000 years is also possible. Looks like the Star Moon Palace hasn't opened yet. Du Shanjun is urging me to go to the Star Moon Palace to keep the appointment. Chapter 44:18. As expected, Ingpa continued, although the Star Moon Palace is an ancient ruin that many humans and demons in the three continents know about, the news of the Star Moon Palace's appearance is extremely secretive. Everyone wants to snatch the right to enter the Star Moon Palace. Everyone wants to search for opportunities in the Star Moon Palace. Once any human or demon obtains the news, they won't tell anyone else. It is only in the recent decades that the continuous merchant union has grown bigger and bigger, and the information it has obtained has also increased. This Junior is qualified to know some of the Star Moon Palace's secrets. However, even so, Junior only knows that the Star Moon Palace may appear in the Thousand Demons Sacred Territory's easternmost region in a few months. As for the specific location and time, Junior is not particularly clear. Hearing this, Xiaohua hesitated. He had thought that the Star Moon Palace had opened long ago, so he had thrown the matter of the Star Moon Palace to the back of his mind. According to his plan, he was prepared to bring the 200,000 Fortune Gate disciples back to the hidden immortal mainland. However, the Star Moon Palace was about to open, and he had previously made an agreement with Do Shanjun to follow him into the Star Moon Palace. Thus, he had no choice but to give up on returning to the hidden immortal mainland and head to the Thousand Demons Sacred Territory's easternmost region. Of course, Xiaohua was hesitant because he had returned to the three continents in a high-profile manner. First, he had defeated the 4 Sea Dragon Kings and destroyed the Southern Sea Dragon Palace. Then he had defeated the demonic beast race's 3 great sages and massacred Bai Qingyu. This would definitely attract the attention of the Immortal Palace. He could not guarantee that Sun Wu would be able to persuade the Immortal Emperor to not attack the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range. If he went to the Star Moon Palace, the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range might be destroyed. As for whether he would go to the Star Moon Palace, he did not hesitate at all. This was because Do Shanjun's help to him was simply too great. Not to mention the lightning cultivation method, not to mention the Crimson Infant technique, just the darkness breaking pill, void bearing pill, lotus connecting pill, and jade heaven pill that Do Shanjun had given Xiaohua in the stargazing pavilion in Yuling Bay, as well as the pill formulas that they had refined, had played an extremely crucial role in Xiaohua's cultivation. The darkness breaking pill was a necessary pill to break through the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm and enter the spirit severing realm. The void-bearing pill was used to break through to the void refinement realm, the lotus connecting pill was used to break through to the unity realm, and the jade heaven pill was used to break through to the Ma ascension realm. Without these medicinal pills, Xiaohua would have wasted the 20,000 years in the heavenly prison, and it would be impossible for him to reach the Deshang stage at this time. Moreover, Do Shanjun had already made it clear that he would not let Xiaohua do anything that went against Xiaohua's conscience. In fact, the most reassuring thing for Xiaohua was that Do Shanjun's words had revealed some secrets. The Grand Mist Ancestor, who was currently in the limelight, seemed to have received Do Shanjun's help, and the Grand Mist Ancestor did not repay Do Shanjun in the end. Even so, Do Shanjun did not withdraw his help to the Grand Mist Ancestor, nor did he punish the Grand Mist Ancestor. Do Shanjun was so magnanimous, presumably he wouldn't have any schemes against Xiaohua. Xiaohua was also willing to work for such a person. In particular, the words that Do Shanjun asked Ing Bo to bring to Xiaohua caused Xiaohua's hesitation to quickly turn into a decision. Xiaohua understood that Do Shanjun's remarkable abilities far exceeded his imagination. Even though he was already a Deshang stage cultivator, he still had not completely comprehended the jade slip that Do Shanjun gave him. That Crimson Infant technique still had a large part of it that he did not understand. Previously, when Xiaohua was in the spirit-severing stage, he might not have understood, but now that he was a supreme cultivator of the 3 mainlands, How could he not know that this Crimson Infant technique was definitely not a cultivation technique from the cultivation world? In other words, Do Shanjun was definitely not a cultivator from the cultivation world. He must have come from the upper realm. Of course, whether this upper realm was the ruins or the desolate continent that Xiaohua had been to before, Xiaohua did not know. Since that was the case, Xiaohua could infer that if there were no rules of the three mainlands, Do Shanjun's strength would far surpass his by a lot. Xiaohua himself knew how to predict the future, and he would have some enlightenment on a whim, then Do Shanjun would definitely have an even more mysterious technique to divine the future. In that case, Do Shanjun did not put that sentence in the jade eyes, and instead asked Ingpa to bring it to him. It meant that he wanted Xiaohua to take it seriously. Xiaohua even vaguely felt that the Do Shanjun from 200 years ago should have already divined that only Ingpa could bring the jade eyes to him 200 years later, which was why he paid a visit to Ingpa. Do Shanjun had already taken it seriously, and had already made it clear that this was his last chance, and Xiaohua was also his only hope, so how could Xiaohua not fulfill his promise? Hee. Xiaohua made a decision and then smiled as he thought, even if Sun Jian can't persuade immortal Emperor Gaochen, isn't there still Xan in the immortal palace? With such a big commotion in the soaring Dragon Mountain range, how could she not know? With a little advice from her, immortal Emperor Gaochen will definitely think about it, and he will definitely understand the importance of this Shao to Confucian cultivators. The so-called true Confucian, isn't it to search for the 5 Qis unifications cultivation technique, to search for the foundation of Xiantian true Qi? At this time Ingpa smiled and said, Master Xiao, in this junior's opinion, now that Master Zhao's cultivation is so profound, I'm afraid there's no need for you to go to the Star Moon Palace. On the other hand, the Fortune Gate's 7th and 8th grade disciples need to go to the Star Moon Palace to try their luck. Opportunities. Xiaohua smiled. In terms of opportunities, could the Star Moon Palace compare to the ruins and the desolate continent? The opportunities that Lu Yi and the others had in the upper realm were many times more than the Star Moon Palace. Xiaohua's own accumulation in the upper realm was only completed at the moment of life and death. Lu Yi and the others didn't know how long it would take for them to fully comprehend those accumulations, so there was really no need for them to go to the Star Moon Palace. Thus, Xiaohua replied, it's a pity that they've already rushed back to the soaring Dragon Mountain range, so I'm afraid they don't have time to go to the Star Moon Palace. That's true. Ingpa slapped his own forehead and smiled. The soaring Dragon Mountain range might be attacked by the Immortal Palace. This junior forgot about that. Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart moved and he asked again, what about nascent soul cultivators? Are they suitable to go to the Star Moon Palace? Of course they're suitable. Ingpa smiled and said, the 7th or 8th grade essence force that this junior mentioned in the previous 3 continents referred to the Confucian cultivators and the demonic beast race. How could there be 7th or 8th grade essence force cultivators in the Dao sect? Only 3rd or 4th grade essence force cultivators would go. It's just that there are very few Dao sect cultivators who know this kind of secret information. Alright. Xiaohua nodded and said, ask the elders in the clan to return to the Thunder Ship first. I have something to tell you. Seeing that Xiaohua had something to entrust to him, Ingpa was extremely happy and led the elders back to the Thunder Ship. After Ingpa left, Xiaohua asked Xiong Yi, Prince Lan Ao Zhantian, Su Tingzi, and the other nascent soul disciples to come over. After thinking for a while, he also called Zhai Xingzi and the others over. Everyone didn't know what was going on, so they stood at the side and listened respectfully. After Ingpa returned, Xiaohua spoke, I have something to discuss with all of you and I want to hear your opinions. Xiong Yi was surprised. He glanced at Prince Lan and the others and said, Master, please speak. Zhai Xingzi exchanged glances with Zhang Daoran and nodded, Spiritual Master, please speak. Xiaohua told them about the Star Moon Palace and finally said, I'm preparing to head to the extreme east of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm to explore the Star Moon Palace, and I want to ask your opinions if you're willing to go together. Of course, I don't need to say more about the dangers of the Star Moon Palace, all of you should know. Therefore, if I can protect all of you in the Star Moon Palace, I will definitely do so. If I can't, then it means that your fate hasn't arrived. Master. Prince Lan hurriedly asked, if we go to the Star Moon Palace, what about the Fortune Gate's disciples? Do you want Black Bear and the others to bring them back? No. Xiaohua shook his head and said, Black Bear, White Lion and Golden Eagle are from the demonic beast race. They can lead the troops for a while but they can't bring them back. I'm planning to let Spiritual Master Jing Ting and Xian Song Zi bring them back to the hidden immortal mainland, but they aren't good at commanding troops. I want to invite Ing Per of the Flowing Merchant Union to be the military advisor. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Prince Lan's mind started to work. The current situation was obvious. The Fortune Gate's disciples that Xiao Hua brought back were much stronger than the Fortune Gate's disciples in the Soaring Dragon Mountain range. In the future, the Fortune Gate's overall situation would be controlled by these disciples. Furthermore, Xiao Hua wasn't interested in the sex affairs. Everything would be left to the disciples to handle. Xiong Yi, Prince Lan, and Li Xiang's positions would definitely change in the future. The era where they could give orders to the Fortune Gate's people was gone forever. If they wanted to occupy a place in the Fortune Gate in the future, other than strength, they would need to command troops and wield authority. Prince Lan was well aware that no matter how great the opportunity in the Star Moon Palace was, it was impossible for him to advance to the 7th grade in one go. Even if he really reached the 7th grade, there were still Lu Yi, Yu Zhongquan, and the others above him. He wouldn't have any chance to stand out in the Fortune Gate. The path of cultivation was already bleak, so the only path left was to command troops and wield authority. Right now, in front of Prince Lan, it was an excellent opportunity. These 200,000 Fortune Gate's disciples didn't seem to be familiar with the three mainlands. Xiao Hua wasn't particularly familiar with and trusted the disciples at the 7th or 8th grade. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Daoist Jingting and Shen Songzi lead the troops. He even let Ing Po from the Demonic Beast clan be his advisor. If Prince Lan took advantage of this opportunity to command troops, not only would he be able to build a good relationship with the disciples at the 7th or 8th grade, he would also be able to occupy a better position before the new Fortune Gate structure was clear. Moreover, Prince Lan was looking forward to the Immortal Palace's punitive expedition. He understood that the immortal soldiers and generals that could come on the expedition were at the 4th grade at most. In front of these 200,000 ferocious beasts, they were just appetizers. If he could command troops, it would be a great merit. When Xiong Yi returned from the Star Moon Palace, how could Xiong Yi be ranked ahead of him? It could be said that this was the opportunity that Prince Lan had been dreaming of. As for the opportunity in the Star Moon Palace, Prince Lan could see clearly. Not to mention the risks, the so-called opportunity might not be much better than the Fortune Gates. Not to mention, with the authority to command troops and speak in the sex affairs, he would also have cultivation resources. In fact, he wouldn't have to worry about his cultivation speed falling behind others. Who knew, he might even surpass the disciples who had entered the Star Moon Palace in the future. Chapter 44:19. Thinking of this, Prince Lan glanced at Xiong Yi, who was about to speak, and quickly volunteered. He bowed and said, "Master, disciple has known about the Star Moon Palace for a long time, but disciple has never had the opportunity to go there. Now that Master has placed this opportunity in front of disciple, disciple is really excited. However, compared to the Fortune Gate's affairs, disciple feels that disciple's opportunity is far less important than the Fortune Gate's development. Only when the Fortune Gate thrives can disciple obtain more opportunities. Therefore, disciple has decided, disciple will give up this opportunity to solve Master's problem. Disciple will bring these disciples back to the Soaring Dragon Mountain range to resist the Immortal Palace's invasion." Xiao Hua was taken aback. He was indeed having a headache about the 200,000 soldiers returning, but it was not as serious as Prince Lan had said. After all, there were still some high-level disciples among the 200,000 soldiers. With them around, there would not be any trouble. As for the problems they would encounter along the way, Ing Po was more than enough to deal with them. That being said, hearing that Prince Lan was willing to give up his opportunity to contribute to the Fortune Gate, Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He smiled and asked, "Prince Lan, have you really decided?" Disciple feels that not only disciple thinks so, senior brother Xiong Yi probably thinks so too. Prince Lan respectfully said, "After all, on the hidden immortal mainland, our Dao Gate's disciples were bullied by Confucian cultivators. It is not easy for the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range's Fortune Gate to grow to such a scale. Disciple and the others are not willing to turn this into nothingness." Indeed. Xiong Yi also spoke. Disciple is also willing to bring these disciples back to the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range and let senior brother Li Xiang rush to the Star Moon Palace. Good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, "Master is comforted to have disciples like you. As long as you sincerely cooperate and help our Fortune Gate, there will be more opportunities like the Star Moon Palace in the future." Subsequently, Xiao Hua sent a voice transmission to Prince Lan. Also, you should remember where Changyu died, right? When Prince Lan heard this, he was stunned for a moment before replying, "Yes, master, disciple will never forget that place. You should also know the demonic beast race that perished together with Changyu." Of course. Prince Lan seemed to understand what Xiaohua wanted to say and nodded his head firmly. There was a trace of joy to be seen in his eyes. "Good, kill them and avenge your junior brother," Xiaohua ordered coldly. Then, with a wave of his hand, he took out a bottle of pills and a jade eye pendant from his bosom and handed them to Prince Lan. He said, "This is master's reward for you. I won't say the names of the cultivation methods and medicinal pills. You can comprehend them yourself first. If you feel that the time is right, you can take the medicinal pills. I guarantee that you will be able to break through to the middle stage of nascent soul before I return. Master will to help you break through to late stage." His Highness Lan was overjoyed. He originally wanted to decline and express his noble character and unquestionable integrity, but he remembered that Xiaohua didn't like empty formalities, so he hurriedly took it and said, "Thank you, master. Since Prince Lan is willing to lead the troops, there is no need for Xiongyi to stay. To go to the to leave. To go to the heaven to and to go. To go time, to gather time, to the ascento the head to head. To head to head. To the place." "Yes." Xiongyi nodded and handed the items to Prince Lan before flying to the Thunder ship. Xiaohua turned to Yingpe and said, "You don't have to be the military advisor. You can go to your own demon realm with the army." "Junior doesn't have any demon realm." Yingpe smiled bitterly. "Junior will bring my clansmen to the ascento the ascento. And that's fine. Your clansmen can settle down in the ascento. Xiaohua smiled and said to Xian Zi and spiritual master Jing Ting, "You two will be Prince Lan's assistants. You must protect him well. Don't let him get hurt." "Yes, disciple understands." Xian Zi and spiritual master Jing Ting bowed. "Disciple will definitely protect junior brother Lan." Prince Lan was truly happy with his wise decision. He smiled and cupped his fists. "Thank you, senior martial brothers. What about you?" Xiaohua looked at Ao Zhantian and the other disciples. The Star Moon Palace was a great opportunity. How could Ao Zhantian and the other disciples not agree? They all nodded happily. After settling the matters in the Fortune Gate, Xiaohua asked Zhang Daoran and the others, "What about fellow Taoists?" "Junior is willing to go." Zhai Xingzi was the first to speak. "But I don't know if Chiu can go with her injuries." "It's fine as long as you want to go. Her injuries aren't a problem. At most you won't go." Xiaohua smiled. After all, not everyone has the opportunity to enter. However, fellow Taoists' wedding night will have to be pushed back. "Fuck, only a fool wouldn't go with such a great opportunity." Venerable Master Sun Kong shouted. Go. It's the wedding night. Who knows if they've already been singing every night." After saying that, Venerable Master Sun Kong realized that something was wrong. He hurriedly said to Prince Lan, "Fellow Taoist Prince Lan, I'm not talking about you. After all, we don't have your noble character and unquestionable integrity." When Venerable Master Sun Kong, who was at the 5th grade of Origin Energy, called him fellow Taoist, and even mentioned the noble character and unquestionable integrity that he wanted to flaunt, Prince Lan knew that he had made the right choice. He smiled and said, "There's no need to mention noble character and unquestionable integrity. It's my duty as a disciple to make some sacrifices for the sect." Venerable Master Sun Kong gave Prince Lan a thumbs up to express his appreciation. Prince Lan didn't mind, but Zhai Xingzi's face was so red that it was about to drip blood. After all, the so-called singing every night had a double meaning. "Very well, since everyone is willing, you all can stand to the side." Xiaohua smiled and glanced at everyone. He then said, "In a bit, follow this old man." Xiaohua raised his hand and slapped the top of his head. Hong! A thunderous sound rang out. Tru Chi rushed out and he flew up into the night sky. Soon after, Xiaohua's body flashed with lightning, and his body suddenly expanded to more than 1,000 zhang tall. High up in the sky, in the space of 100 li, all kinds of thunder rumbled and thick lightning bolts swam in the night sky like a horned dragon. Not only that, under the horned dragon, Xiantian Tru Chi condensed into the shape of an auspicious cloud, and all kinds of colored pearls appeared everywhere, protecting Xiaohua's golden color. Looking at Xiaohua's feet, the pillars of light from the stars and moon that originally descended from the sky, once again appeared from the void, transforming into spirals that supported Xiaohua, and even transformed into halos that swam up and down within the pearls. When Xiaohua slightly released his Mahayana aura, a supreme aura that was not inferior to immortal Emperor Go-Qin and Mahavaracana's aura enveloped an area of 1,000 miles. Disciples. Xiaohua's voice was like a thunderclap. His avatar was like a god. With just a whisper, all 200,000 disciples knelt down and said in unison, "Disciples are here. Beast King Bai Qingyu bullied my fortune gate and suppressed my avatar. You defeated Bai Qingyu and your morale soared. The heaven-concealing ridge and ancient Bell Mountain surrendered without a fight, handing over the 2 demon domains to my fortune gate." Xiaohua added, "This is my glory and the glory of all my disciples. From today onward, there will be another invincible army on the 3 mainlands. Our fortune gate's great army will be invincible wherever it goes. Whether it's the demon race or the human race, anyone who dares to stand in my way will be killed." Kill. 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 Hundreds of thousands of Fortune Gate disciples killing intent soared into the night sky like rainbows. In the southern part of the night sky, the 7 merciless stars' radiance suddenly shone brightly, as if it wanted to illuminate the entire starry sky. At the same time as the 7 merciless stars' radiance, swish, 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 another 6 rays of starlight shone brightly. They were the Tianfu star, Tianliang star, Tianji star, Tiantong star, and Tianxiang star beside the 7 merciless star. The 6 stars of the southern dipper lit up the entire southern part of the night sky. Kill. The stars and moon's radiance were invisible, but it dyed the entire 1,000 demons' sacred grounds. The Fortune Gate's disciples were confused, and their auras surged as they shouted again. Boom. This time the stars in the sky lit up at the same time. The entire 1,000 demons' sacred grounds was as bright as day, and countless pillars of starlight fell on a certain spot in the 1,000 demons' sacred grounds. Oh. Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. The pillars of starlight fell in the same direction as the Feng Wu golden-winged Great Peng and the others. If he guessed correctly, it should be where the Great Holy Hall was. When Xiaohua saw that only the Big Dipper wasn't lit up, a smile appeared on his face. Damn it, this must be the Feng Wu's doing. I wonder what kind of fortuitous encounter he had in the Great Holy Hall. Disciples. Xiaohua's voice resounded in the starlight. When the heavens emit killing intent, the stars move. When the earth emits killing intent, dragons and snakes rise. When the humans emit killing intent, heaven and earth overturn. When my fortune gate emits killing intent, the 3 mainlands tremble. Today my fortune gate has risen and the heavens have changed. Today, all of you are escorting the soaring Dragon Mountain Range's disciples back to the Fortune Dao Palace. With Taoist Zhao's orders, all of you shall exterminate anyone who dares to harm my disciples. Anyone who dares to harm my disciples will be exterminated. Yes. We know that anyone who dares to harm my disciples will be exterminated. Anyone who dares to harm my disciples will be exterminated. The group of disciples roared, and their voices surged out in all directions like a tidal wave. Although they didn't know if the demonic beasts could hear them, Taoist Master Qing Su, Venerable Master Fan Tian, and the others paled. They had never seen such an iron-blooded army. Black Bear, White Lion, Golden Condor, where are you? Seeing the unprecedented momentum of the Fortune Gate's disciples, Xiaohua smiled and ordered. Black Bear and the other 2 demonic beasts didn't understand, but they still stepped out and knelt in the air. Master, we are here. What orders do you have for us? Although you are demonic beasts, you are loyal to my Fortune Gate. You have already submitted to me in the Black Wind Mountain Range. Now, my Fortune Gate has conquered the Bai Qingyu Ancient Bell Mountain and Shrouded Sky Ridge. This is my Fortune Gate's foundation in the 1,000 demons' sacred realm. I hereby order you all to guard the Black Bear Beast King, the White Lion Beast King, and the Golden Condor Beast King on my behalf, and become the backbone of my Fortune Gate. Xiaohua ordered. You can recruit disciples in the 1,000 demons' sacred realm, or you can bring the soaring Dragon Mountain Range's demonic beasts over. You can make all the decisions. Chapter 44:20. Thank you, Master. This lowly one thanks Master. The White Lion and Golden Eagle were overjoyed hearing this. A beast king of a generation, this was something they had never dared to imagine. That day on the Black Wind Ridge they had called themselves beast kings, but that was just arrogance. But today 200,000 disciples had passed by, and all the fruits of victory were theirs to reap. This was their reward for their loyalty to the fortune gate. Ah, Master. The black bear hesitated for a moment, then kowtowed. This lowly one has never been ambitious. This lowly one does not want to be a beast king. This lowly one only wants to guard Master's cultivation dwelling. His granny? Xiaohua did not expect the black bear to abandon Bai Qingyu, nor did he expect the black bear's spirit to be so loyal to him. He would rather not be a beast king or a feudal lord than follow him. Xiaohua was touched, but at the same time he was a little passive. However, a moment later Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly sent a voice transmission to the black bear. The black bear was stunned for a moment, then he hesitated for a moment before saying righteously, "Moreover, this lowly one feels that this lowly one is Master's gatekeeper, so it is only right for this lowly one to work for Master, and should not receive any rewards. The Flowing Merchant Union's patriarch Ing Bo led his entire tribe to help our fortune gate, and they also had a share in trampling Bai Qingyu. This lowly one is willing to give Bai Qingyu to the Ing Bo tribe, and make this place their demon territory." Hearing those words, the distant Ing Po was greatly shocked. However, he was both surprised and delighted. Although the Flowing Merchant Union had grown stronger, the Ing Bo tribe's overall strength was still weak, and they could not win a place in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. Furthermore, the demon realms of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm varied in size, but no matter how big or small they were, they all had demon kings, mountain lords, and so on. These demon kings and mountain lords all had the support of even more powerful demon clans, and all of these forces could be traced back to the 6 great saints of the Great Sage Temple. Therefore, if there were no accidents, it would be extremely difficult for the Ing Bo tribe to obtain a demon territory in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. Although Xiaohua had made it clear that he wanted to invite the Ing Bo tribe to the Soaring Dragon Mountain range, the Ing Bo tribe was still a demonic beast clan. However, Ing Bo's clansmen were demonic beast clansmen. They could stay in the Soaring Dragon Mountain range for a while, but they couldn't stay there forever. Moreover, they couldn't stay under the Fortune Gate's protection forever. Therefore, Ing Po was still willing to establish himself in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. However, Ing Po had never imagined that Bai Qingyu would fall into his lap, because the Fortune Gate's disciples were too powerful. Any random Fortune Gate disciple with a cultivation of grade 7 Origin Qi realm had the ability to annihilate his entire clan. Moreover, his clan had not obtained any battle merits from the battle with Bai Qingyu, so why should he ask Xiaohua to bestow Bai Qingyu to him? Therefore, the Black Bear's suggestion stunned Ing Po. He didn't understand why the Black Bear's spirit, whom he didn't know, would take such good care of him. Of course, Xiaohua's words made Ing Po understand. This was because Xiaohua pondered for a moment before saying with a smile, "Black Bear, you're right. To resist foreign aggression, one must first pacify internal strife. To reward internal strife, one must reward external strife." This old man was wrong. Ing Po, Bai Qingyu will be bestowed to you today as a place for your people to live and reproduce. Are you willing? Hearing this, how could Ing Po not know that this was Xiaohua's intention? He originally wanted to decline, but seeing that He Xiong had already declined, if he continued to decline, Xiaohua's face would not be good. Furthermore, he himself really wanted to find a place for his clansmen to settle down, so he knelt down without hesitation and said, "Ing Bo thanks Teacher Xiao on behalf of my clansmen." Just as Ing Po's words fell, all of Ing Po's people on the lightning boat knelt down and cried, "This little one thanks Master Xiao, we will forever be loyal to Master Xiao, we will never betray him." Master. The Golden Condor and White Lion were dumbfounded. They didn't expect the Black Bear to not want to be a beast king. Wouldn't that mean that one of the 3 beast kings was missing? They hurriedly wanted to say something, but Xiaohua smiled faintly and said, "From now on, the heaven-concealing ridge and ancient Bell Mountain will be my Fortune Gate's foundation. Your task is difficult. Don't tell me you want to decline?" The Golden Condor and White Lion's hearts trembled, and they hurriedly answered, "We bear Master's heavy responsibility, we will do our best until our last breath." Good. Xiaohua nodded and said, "Discuss this matter with His Highness Lan." Yes. The 3 demonic beasts stood up and retreated to the side. Xiaohua looked at the 1,000 demonic sacred grounds that was as bright as day, then he pointed in the direction of the hidden immortal mainland and said, pointing the sword at the hidden immortal mainland, "Whoever dares to block my army along the way, kill them all." "Yes, Master." All of the Fortune Gate's disciples stood up and shouted in unison. Then the 2 lightning boats rumbled and Ing Po and the others flew up to the lightning boats. On the lightning boat, His Highness Lan shouted in high spirits, "Fortune Gate's disciples, listen to my command, set out." Boom boom. The lightning boats flickered with lightning, competing with the starlight in the sky. On the lightning boat, His Highness Lan bowed and said, "Master, this disciple is going. Go, be careful on the way." Xiao Hua nodded and smiled as he looked at the hundreds of thousands of Fortune Gate's disciples, Ying-Po's people, and some dragons and humans in an orderly manner, flying in the direction Xiao Hua pointed out. After the disciples left, Xiao Hua withdrew his avatar, leaving Zhai Xingzi and the others in the sky. At this time Xiongyi flew over and asked in a low voice, "Master, why are you pointing to the east? That is not where my soaring dragon mountain range is located." "Is it wrong?" Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and said while rubbing his nose, "It's also the hidden immortal mainland. His Highness Lan can go as he pleases, he will definitely find the way back to the soaring dragon mountain range." "But," Xiongyi said in a low voice, "that direction is where junior brother Changyu died." "Heavens will." Xiao Hua's eyes turned cold and he said, "Those who dared to kill my Fortune Gate's disciples must pay the price." "Yes, this disciple understands." Xiongyi nodded and pointed at the several thousand golden core disciples in the distance and reported, "These are the 8,111 golden core disciples I brought from the soaring dragon mountain range." "Why are there so many golden core disciples?" Xiao Hua was a little surprised. After all, in his impression, the hidden immortal mainland's Tao Gate had withered. How could there be so many golden core disciples in the soaring dragon mountain range? "Good father understands." Xiongyi explained, "After master left, this disciple discussed with senior brother Li Xiang, junior brother Lan and junior brother Changyu. Our soaring dragon mountain range covers a large area and there is abundant heaven and earth origin energy. Not to mention several tens of thousands of disciples, even hundreds of thousands of disciples can be accommodated. Therefore, the Fortune Gate's disciples regard recruiting disciples as the most important thing to do. Every year, disciples will be sent to villages and other places to look for children with excellent aptitudes. It's very strange, in these 100 years, the hidden immortal mainland's weather has changed greatly. The 9 prefectures often have disasters, there are many mediocre officials in the Confucian government, and there are many disaster victims everywhere. Wherever our Fortune Gate's disciples go, not only do we recruit disciples, we also take out enough good seeds to help the disaster victims cultivate. The villagers are all willing to give their children to our Fortune Gate. Moreover, the method master left behind to select disciples is also very powerful. The so-called spiritual roots technique is very useful, as those who have spiritual roots are all very talented. Their cultivation speed is several times faster than the average disciple, so 200 years is enough for many disciples to step into the golden core realm. Xiongyi habitually waved his hand as he said, "Our soaring dragon mountain range, according to master's custom before he left, recruits about 10,000 disciples every year. However, because of the recruitment of disciples, the transactions with the Luo Yi Merchant Union, and the disciples going to other places in the hidden immortal mainland to recruit Foundation Establishment and Golden Core Realm disciples, the movement is quite big, attracting the attention of Confucian families and immortal palaces. In the past few decades, there are often Confucian cultivators coming to visit our soaring dragon mountain range, so this disciple and the others slowed down the expansion of the Fortune Gate. In the past 200 years, we have recruited a total of 1.6 million disciples. Not bad. Xiao Hua praised, "Your ability in this aspect is much stronger than master's." Although he said so, Xiao Hua was clear in his heart that the Xinhua continent could not be compared to the 3 mainlands. The Xinhua continent was purely starting from scratch, and the number of humans in the 3 mainlands was absolutely terrifying. This was because the Tao Gate was suppressed by Confucian cultivators on the hidden immortal mainland. If there were no restrictions with the Fortune Gate situation, it would not be a problem to recruit 100,000 disciples every year. Of course, it was precisely because the Tao Gate was not prosperous and the threshold for Confucian cultivators was too high that the Fortune Gate could casually recruit talented disciples on the hidden immortal mainland. Master doesn't know there are too many disaster victims, and they are fighting to give their children to our Fortune Gate so that they can have food to eat. Xiongyi smiled bitterly, so in the end, this disciple and the others have already become a minor detail, and the distribution of grain seeds is the most important task. In the soaring dragon mountain range, there are many places where grain seeds are planted, and they have to be sent out every year. Not bad. Xiao Hua nodded again, "Our Fortune Gate's mission is to save the world. We would rather not have disciples and not develop, but save the common people. Disciple, you have done well. Master, it's good that you say so. Xiongyi nodded, then this disciple can rest assured. Oh. Xiaohua asked curiously, could it be that the four of you have different opinions? He, it's not convenient for this disciple to say, Master will know when you return to the Fortune Dao Palace. Xiongyi did not say much and only pointed out, this disciple's opinions are not quite the same, but all of us are thinking for our fortune gate. Xiaohua nodded again. Xiongyi said proudly, but Master, people often say that good people will be rewarded well. Although this disciple does not wish to recruit disciples, the disciples that our fortune gate recruits are all outstanding. Among the 1,600,000 disciples, there are more than 400,000 foundation establishment, enlightened and fusion stage disciples with first-grade essence force, 600,000 heart-moved disciples with second-grade essence force, and 500,000 tranquil spirit stage disciples with second-grade essence force, 300,000 disciples with second-grade essence force. The composition of the Fortune Gate's disciples is a little strange. Xiaohua laughed, I'm afraid this kind of situation can only happen in our Fortune Gate during this period. Chapter 44:21. Xiongyi nodded respectfully and said with a smile, Indeed. Normally, when a Dao sect established a country, there would be a nascent soul imperial advisor or a golden core imperial advisor. Below them there would be dozens of so-called disciples. Under these disciples, there would be dozens of disciples. Below these disciples, there would be hundreds of disciples. However, our Fortune Gate's disciples do not have any bottlenecks at grade 1. From integrating with the Fortune Gate to the heart movement realm, everything is as smooth as flowing water. In the past, we also wanted our disciples to give pointers to the new disciples, but there was not much difference in their cultivation speed. In the end, we simply let our disciples give pointers to the new disciples for the first 10 years or so, and then when their cultivation realm was high enough, we would recruit new disciples. In addition, we did not dare to recruit more disciples in recent decades, so now our Fortune Gate's disciple structure is like a spindle, thin on both sides and thick in the middle. Many heart-intent disciples who have reached grade 2 have no disciples. Xiaohua was used to the training and foundation building realms, so when he heard Xiongyi talk about foundation building, consecration and fusion, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. Fortunately, when Xiongyi was explaining, he also mentioned the grade of his elemental energy so he could at least understand. Xiaohua frowned and said, Disciple, didn't Master give you a new cultivation technique when I left? Those are the Qi refining and foundation establishment realms, did you not teach them? Oh, Master. Xiongyi slapped his forehead and said, Disciple was a little confused. Disciple has followed Master's cultivation technique to the newly recruited disciples. Only the disciples who entered our Fortune Gate later use Master's modified cultivation technique. But because Disciple has been using foundation establishment, light illumination, and integration since young, Disciple can't help but lean towards that direction. It is easy to impart cultivation techniques, but changing one's mindset is really difficult. Xiaohua sighed. Disciple was wrong, but Master does not need to worry. Xiongyi smiled and said, Our Fortune Gate's disciples use Qi refining and foundation establishment realms, only Disciple can't change. Alright, go on. Xiaohua himself was not used to the hidden immortal mainland's cultivation system. Of course, he could not force Xiongyi and the others to correct it immediately. Yes, Master. Xiongyi continued, Before coming to the Thousand Demons' sacred grounds, our Fortune Gate had over 23,000 Golden Core Realm disciples. Among them, 2,000 mid- and late-stage Golden Core Realm disciples joined the Fortune Gate later. This includes this disciple, Senior Brother Li Xiang, and Martial Uncle Lan's disciples. Senior Brother Li Xiang stayed behind to guard the soaring Dragon Mountain range, leaving behind 5,000 Golden Core disciples. Junior Brother Lan, Junior Brother Changyu, and I have brought a total of 18,300 Golden Core disciples and 10,000 late-stage Foundation Establishment disciples to the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. Along the way we lost 50% of our disciples, and half of our Golden Core disciples and Foundation Establishment disciples. Oh? How come the number of Jindan disciples and Foundation Establishment disciples are equal? Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled because according to common sense, it should be the Foundation Establishment disciples that were injured more. Xiongyi bit his lip and said, That's because core formation disciples have to protect foundation establishment disciples. When they encounter danger, they let foundation establishment disciples go first. Ai, what a good disciple. Xiaohua also sighed, deeply moved. Therefore, before the war, there were only 4,000 late-stage foundation establishment disciples and 10,221 golden core disciples left. Xiong Yi continued, during the Great Battle, although there were disciples led by Master, there were still many casualties. Most of them were golden core disciples. Those foundation establishment disciples didn't fly as fast as golden core disciples, so they didn't fight as much with the demons. Now there are only 8,111 golden core disciples left? Xiaohua asked. Xiong Yi nodded. Yes, there are still 3,607 late-stage foundation establishment disciples. Good. Xiaohua said, then turned to Black Bear and said, Black Bear, quickly catch up with the army and bring back the remaining Soaring Dragon Mountain Range disciples. Yes, Master. Black Bear Spirit didn't hesitate at all and urged the demonic cloud to chase after the army. Master was wrong. Xiaohua sighed. These foundation establishment disciples also have the qualifications to enter the Star Moon Palace. But Master. Xiong Yi looked at the thousands of golden core disciples and said, Disciple only heard that there are very few cultivators who can enter the Star Moon Palace. We have over 10,000 disciples. How can we all enter the Star Moon Palace? It depends on fate. Xiaohua laughed. If there is no fate, how can Master bring back 200,000 Fortune Gate disciples? Yes, disciple understands. Xiong Yi had to explain even if he didn't understand. Go, instruct the disciples that when the foundation establishment disciples return, Master will bring them into the Kunlun immortal realm to cultivate. Do not resist. Xiaohua took out the Kunlun mirror and instructed Xiong Yi. Xiong Yi naturally knew about the Kunlun mirror. Didn't Yuan Ya and the others' cultivation soar after entering the Kunlun mirror? He agreed and hurried off. Fellow Taoists. After Xiaohua finished instructing, he looked at Zhai Xingzi and the others and said, I have a Kunlun mirror here. There is a world inside that can cultivate. I will bring you all into the Kunlun mirror and bring you all to the Star Moon Palace. Zhai Xingzi and the others naturally knew that once they entered the Kunlun mirror, their lives would be in Xiaohua's hands. But how could they not trust Xiaohua? All of them nodded in agreement. Xiaohua shook the Kunlun mirror and sent them into the Xinhua continent. He then took Ao Zhanqian, Su Tingzi, Yuan Ye Dai, Little Black Little Yellow, and the others into the Kunlun mirror. Not long after, the Black Bear Spirit returned with several thousand Foundation Establishment Realm disciples. Xiaohua took the Fortune Gate disciples, Xiong Yi, the Black Bear Spirit, and the others into the Kunlun mirror. Only then did he look at the starry sky and land and flew towards the east of the Thousand Demons' sacred territory. The changes in the Thousand Demons' sacred territory were naturally caused by Feng Wu. After bidding farewell to Xiaohua, Feng Wu flapped her wings and flew towards the Great Holy Hall. The golden-winged Great Rock, Flying Feather Void Beast, and five-colored Sea God Shell followed behind her. The four demonic race great sages displayed their various abilities. In just a short moment they had already flown tens of thousands of miles away. Seeing that they were gradually leaving by Qingyu, Feng Wu's eyes flashed like lightning. She swept her gaze across the land that was still in a mess and sneered in her heart. Wasn't Bai Qingyu, Shrouded Sky Ridge and Ancient Bell Mountain the same case? Moreover, because of Bai Xian'er's selfish desires, she had triggered the divine punishment and implicated all the Shell race's bloodline in the Thousand Demons' sacred territory. From today onwards, although Bai Xian'er's influence still lingered, the arrogant and despotic Shell race might not be able to recover for a period of time. As for when they would be able to make a comeback, that would depend on the little white dragon and Bai Bo's abilities. Thinking about the little white dragon, Feng Wu couldn't help but laugh. Regardless of whether it was the human race or the demonic race, they all treated him as Xiaohua. Whether it was the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range's Fortune Gate, the demonic race's Endless Merchant Union, or even Ao Zhanqian, Zhai Xingzi, and the others, they all sacrificed a lot in order to rescue the little white dragon from Bai Qingyu. Little did they know that the little white dragon actually enjoyed the blessings of multiple people. There was no need for anyone to rescue him at all. That beast king Bai Qing's daughter actually obediently stole him away. However, it was precisely because of the little white dragon's disappearance that Xiaohua and the three demonic race great sages had to make a move. Damn it, the dragon race is really powerful. They're really attractive to ordinary female demonic race members. Feng Wu thought naturally in his heart. At this moment, he suddenly frowned as if he had thought of something. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a streak of golden light above his head. The golden-winged great rock had already flown past him and rushed towards the horizon. Haha. Feng Wu laughed loudly. Does the great rock sage want to compete with this sage? If that's what the great rock sage wants, why don't we compete? The golden-winged great rock's voice came from afar. He laughed and said, let's see whose demonic body is stronger and whose flying speed is faster. The limit is 1 day. Behind Feng Wu, the flying feather void beast shouted loudly. If you go any further, I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up. All right. Feng Wu agreed. He flapped his wings and lightning crackled around his body. Beams of starlight and moonlight blasted into the great rock sage and a string of illusory figures appeared out of thin air. Feng Wu chased after the golden-winged great rock at lightning speed. Hee, the great rock sage is indeed extraordinary. In the sky, the golden-winged great rock laughed loudly and shouted proudly, however, it won't be easy for you to catch up to this sage. As they spoke, the 2 demonic race great sages' figures disappeared at an extremely fast speed. The flying feather void beast and the 5-colored sea god shell were naturally not slow, but the 2 saints were slightly inferior to the great rock sage and Feng Wu. Layers of ripples rose rapidly in the air. Within the ripples, the 2 saints' figures were faintly discernible. Sometimes they were distorted abnormally, sometimes they returned to normal, but most of the time they were broken illusory figures. Similarly, in just a moment, the 2 saints' figures also disappeared. While flying, the 5-colored sea god Shell heard the flying feather void beast's voice. Shell Sage, what do you think of the 7-star Phoenix Sage? What do I think? The 5-colored sea god Shell's mouth was bitter. While urging his demonic body to continue flying, he replied indifferently, what can this sage think? This Phoenix Sage has obtained the recognition of the 7 stars, so his strength must be far beyond ours. Didn't you see his battle with the Great Rock Sage? Even the Great Rock Sage was almost defeated by him. If the Great Rock Sage hadn't materialized his star mark at the critical moment, the position of the strongest demonic race would have changed hands. Speaking of this, the 5-colored sea god Seashell looked at the distorted space in the distance with disappointment and said, fighting naturally requires strength. It may be a cultivation method, a secret technique, or a monster body. The Great Rock Sage has been a great saint for hundreds of thousands of years, and the time he spent in the Great Saint realm is only second to the profound Pentaceratops. As for the Phoenix Sage, not only has she just become a saint, she hasn't even entered the Great Saint Hall yet. How would we know about her opportunities? Also, the Great Rock Sage wants to compete in flying speed with the Phoenix Sage. I'm afraid he wants to compete in physical strength, right? Shell Sage, this sage's flying speed isn't my strong point. Who do you think is faster? The flying feather void beast didn't hesitate at all, as if it had already guessed. It should be the Great Rock Sage. After all, his true form is the Great Rock Sage, and he's known as the demonic race's #1 flying beast. However, even so, this sage feels that the Phoenix Sage isn't too far behind. Chapter 44:22. That's right. Saint Anai is right, said the pentacolored seashell. The demon body is the #1 cultivation proof for the demon race. Saint Phoenix's demon body isn't inferior to Saint Peng's. Even if Saint Phoenix is defeated today, it's only a matter of time before he becomes the strongest of the demon race. The flying feather void beast smiled. Who is the strongest of the demon race isn't something we should be concerned about. It should be a matter for the 2 great sages, Saint Phoenix and Saint Dragon. They've been fighting for so many years and now there's a 7-star Saint Phoenix. Haha, the great sage hall is getting more and more lively. AI. The pentacolored seashell sighed. That's right. There's going to be a great change in the 1,000-demon sacred realm. I wonder if there'll be an even greater bloodbath. That depends on Saint Phoenix's ambition. The flying feather void beast smiled. He only needs half of Saint Dragon's ambition. That's unlikely. The pentacolored seashell replied absent-mindedly. From the situation in by Qingyu, Veiled Sky Ridge and Ancient Bell Mountain today, Saint Phoenix's heart doesn't seem to be here. That's right. That's what this saint finds most strange. The flying feather void beast smiled. However, that was all he said. He paused for a moment and waited for the pentacolored seashell to continue. Unfortunately, the pentacolored seashell was preoccupied and didn't ask. The flying feather void beast thought for a moment and took the opportunity to ask, Saint Shell, you just said that the demon body is the #1 cultivation proof for the demon race. That seems a bit lacking, no? The five-colored sea god Bay was startled when he heard this. He asked indifferently, What do you mean, Saint and I? From what this saint knows, bloodline, should be the #1 cultivation proof for the demon race, right? The flying feather void beast smiled. His words were full of meaning. The pentacolored seashell smiled. There's a saying in the human race that the benevolent see benevolence and the wise see wisdom. I'm afraid that's what it means. Perhaps Saint and I is right, perhaps this saint is right, or perhaps you and I are both right. Seeing that the pentacolored seashell didn't answer directly, the flying feather void beast's eyes turned. Earlier, the five-colored sea god shell had said that its bloodline had been taken away. The flying feather void beast was both shocked and confused. He was proficient in bloodline techniques, so he was naturally aware that ordinary bloodlines couldn't be stripped away. Even though Xiao Hua was a Grand Ascension stage human cultivator, he didn't possess any powerful abilities. Therefore, he didn't believe the five-colored sea god seashell's words at all. He felt that the five-colored sea god seashell was trying to cover up something. Moreover, the seven-colored seashell's shell had been shattered by Xiao Hua. If the five-colored seashell's bloodline had really been taken away, then the seven-colored seashell's bloodline could naturally be taken away as well. In that case, the situation of the entire Thousand Devil Sacred Realm would fundamentally change. For the sake of the future arrangements, the flying feather void beast had to clarify the matter of the bloodline and how Xiao Hua had defeated the old ancestor. The flying feather void beast pondered the situation for a moment before asking, By the way, Saint Bei, why did a streak of light suddenly appear after that Grand Ascension stage human cultivator was trapped by the old ancestor? Not only did the light disappear from the old ancestor's body, but even more light from the Thousand Devil Sacred Realm fell into the light, and as the light began to flow, the phenomena created by the old ancestor's attacks gradually disappeared. The old ancestor's bonded shell was destroyed, and in the end the Grand Ascension stage human cultivator managed to break free, but I wasn't able to identify what method he used in the end. Can you answer my question, Saint Bei? The five-colored sea god shell faltered slightly upon hearing this, and it glanced at the flying feather void beast with a hint of hesitation in its heart. Earlier, it had revealed that its bloodline had been taken away, and it had regretted it ever since. After hearing the flying feather void beast's probing, it made a slight mental calculation before replying in a wary manner, That's the old ancestor's business. How would I know if she didn't tell me? Hee. The flying feather void beast wasn't surprised by the five-colored sea god shell's answer in the slightest, and it continued in a seemingly nonchalant manner, By the way, I seem to have seen an ancient record in the Great Holy Hall about 70,000 years ago, right? The five-colored sea god shell asked in a cold voice, What do you mean by that, Saint and I? It's nothing. The flying feather void beast hurriedly chuckled. After all, the five-colored light is Saint Bei's bonded ability, and even Saint Peng has praised it in the past. The sudden disappearance of the five-colored light has given me some ideas about the origins of that Grand Ascension stage human cultivator and Saint Phoenix, so I wanted to have a chat with Saint Bei. Oh? What do you mean, Saint and I? The five-colored sea god shell was rather perplexed. What's wrong with their origins? Of course it's wrong. The flying feather void beast wasn't surprised at all by the five-colored sea god shell's lack of response, and it smiled as it said, If it were just a human Grand Ascension stage human cultivator, I wouldn't think too much about it. We didn't know that there was such a human cultivator on the hidden immortal continent, so it's normal that we didn't know about it. However, don't forget that this human Grand Ascension stage human cultivator is a Taoist cultivator. All of the Confucian cultivators on the hidden immortal continent view the Taoist sects as venomous snakes and scorpions. How could there be a human Grand Ascension stage human cultivator on the hidden immortal continent? As far as I can remember, aside from the primordial chaos patriarch who stirred up chaos on the three continents, there doesn't seem to be any Taoist cultivator capable of such feats. That's true. The five-colored sea god shell nodded in response. I've already thought of that when I saw that human Grand Ascension stage human cultivator. The five-colored sea god shell shuddered as it spoke, and it hurriedly exclaimed, There seems to be more than one human Grand Ascension stage human cultivator, right? At the time, there were 36 human Grand Ascension stage human cultivators who had besieged St. Peng. That's right. The flying feather void beast couldn't help but scoff at the five-colored sea god shell's lack of awareness. However, it was quite happy to have such a slow-witted great sage as its ally. After all, this pig-like ally had a godlike patriarch backing it up. No, that's not all. The five-colored sea god seashell immediately thought of something else and exclaimed, "That skinny guy has a desolate aura on him. He's also a ninth-grade essence force. That strange cultivator who fought me possesses bloodline power and spatial power, and he's also at the ninth grade of origin force. What the fuck is going on the three continents? Why are there so many supreme cultivators appearing all of a sudden? Could it be that ninth grade origin force cultivators aren't worth anything anymore?" Also, the flying feather void beast continued in a cold voice, "After the patriarch's body was destroyed, there was a massive barrier of light to our left. After the barrier was destroyed, a devilish lord appeared, and his aura is even more powerful than the Pentaceratops. Oh, and there's also that so-called Wenxing. They're all at the mid-ninth grade of origin force, and some of them are even at the high grade. I'm afraid that the old ancestor was defeated under their joint attack." Clear light flashed through the flying feather void beast's eyes as it spoke, and the five-colored sea god shell's body faintly appeared within the light. The flying feather void beast wanted to carefully inspect the five-colored sea god shell's reaction. Unfortunately, the flying feather void beast was destined to be disappointed as the five-colored sea god shell didn't show any signs of abnormality. The flying feather void beast replied, "Even a few ninth-grade origin force cultivators wouldn't be able to defeat the patriarch. I know her, Barrier the best. Have you forgotten Sage Bay? Those 36 human Grand Ascension stage beings?" The flying feather void beast said coldly, "They suddenly disappeared when the first Grand Ascension stage human appeared. So what if they disappeared? The Kunlun mirror can't be used within the patriarch's barrier," the five-colored sea god shell said with disdain. "Then how do you think the patriarch was defeated, Sage Bay?" The flying feather void beast asked with a smile as it led the five-colored sea god shell into its trap step by step. The five-colored sea god shell stammered, I'm afraid only the patriarch knows. Of course, if the patriarch doesn't tell us how she was defeated, we wouldn't know either," the flying feather void beast said with a smile. "Furthermore, Sage Foam wasn't within the barrier at the time, so he might not know. However, if I were to guess, an opponent even more powerful than the patriarch appeared, right?" "More powerful than the patriarch?" The five-colored sea god shell's heart stirred and it said, "The most powerful beings on the three continents are us. The patriarch has a secret technique, so she's different from us. How could she have? See, Sage and are you saying that this human Grand Ascension stage being also has a secret technique? How could a human like him possibly have such a secret technique?" "It's impossible for a human to have such a secret technique, but what about other races?" The flying feather void beast said with a smile, "Can't other races exist in this human's body?" The five-colored sea god shell's imagination ran wild and it cried out, "You're saying that there's a race as mysterious as the patriarch in the human's body?" "It's unlikely that it's in the human's body," the flying feather void beast said with a smile. "After all, the human's body is weak, and a powerful race can't exist in the human's body for a long time. If it's possible, it should be the Kunlun mirror." "Impossible." The five-colored sea god shell habitually denied it, but after saying it, he was dumbfounded and slapped himself in the face. "Oh yes. If there's a mysterious being more powerful than the patriarch, wouldn't he be able to come out of the Kunlun mirror?" "Mysterious being?" The flying feather void beast heard the five-colored sea god shell change the word race to mysterious being, and it sneered in its heart. It knew that the five-colored sea god shell had already fallen into its trap, so it went along with the five-colored sea god shell's words. "Yes, mysterious being. I once read an ancient record in the Great Sage Palace. It was about a demon called Jinxiu, and the entire demon race was wiped out by a mysterious being." Speaking of this, the flying feather void beast looked at Qing Guang again. Sure enough, although the five-colored sea god shell didn't move, the space around it rippled. The ripple was very weak, but it was still detected by the flying feather void beast, who was proficient in the power of space. Chapter 44-23. Zhen and I. As if trying to hide its emotions, the five-colored sea god seashell responded, and the ripples in space disappeared. It then fell into deep thought and after a moment said hesitantly, "I seem to have heard of it before. It seems to be an extremely powerful demon beast from ancient times, proficient in the power of space." "That's right. The flying feather void beast sneered coldly in his heart, but on the surface he flattered, Sage Bei is indeed knowledgeable. This Zhenyu is an ancient record that this sage has searched for a long time before finding. I didn't expect Sage Bei to be so familiar with it. I wouldn't dare. I've only heard the ancestor mention it occasionally. The five-colored sea god seashell really did have some recollection of it after hearing the flying feather void beast's words. I don't remember the details. To tell you the truth, when I became a great saint, I saw a strange monster in the sea of stars. It rejected my ascension to the great saint realm, and it felt like it was similar to my original name, the winged void beast said. So, after I became a great saint, I searched through the ancient records of the great holy temple in an attempt to find the origin of this unknown great saint. Only then did I find the legend of Zhen and I in the ancient records. According to the records, Zhen and I was extremely powerful. Not only was its physical body comparable to metal and stone, but it could also control space as it wished. His abilities far surpassed my flying feather void beast. Saint Bei, think about it. When I saw a demon that was so similar to my ability, and even more powerful than mine, how could I not trace its origin? How could I not find out why this powerful demon had disappeared for no reason? When this sage took a look, it was nothing serious, but it really gave me a shock. The flying feather NI void beast sent a voice transmission with some lingering fear. The records clearly state that one day the Zhenyong Grand Sage fought with another demon for some unknown reason. That demon was no match for the Zhenyong Grand Sage and was almost killed by the Zhenyong Grand Sage. However, the strange thing was that the Fae that was about to die suddenly transformed into a strange existence. This existence's appearance and true form could not be seen with the naked eye or with one's essence perception. Furthermore, the weather in the entire Thousand Fae sacred realm changed drastically. The clear sky turned into dark clouds as spatial vortexes filled the sky. That being used some unknown abhijna, and the Zhenxiong Grand Sage's physical body instantly withered. Furthermore, the blood-red light around his body flowed and turned into tiny fragments that fell into the hands of that being. Not only that, but the situation after that was similar to today. After the Zhenxiong Grand Sage's blood light dissipated into nothingness, the entire Thousand Demons sacred realm was suffused with blood light. Countless amounts of blood light gathered in the hands of this being. At this point, the flying feather void beast stopped, and the five-colored sea god shell asked, and then? After that, the Zhenyong Grand Sage disappeared, and so did that entity. The Zhenxiong lineage lost their spatial abhijna and gradually disappeared from the Thousand Demons sacred realm. The flying feather void beast's voice sounded distant, as if the Zhenxiong lineage had disappeared. Phew. The five-colored sea god shell heaved a sigh of relief and laughed. Thank you for your reminder, Saint and I. However, the Zhenxiong Grand Sage's blood essence was probably absorbed by that being. The entire Zhenxiong lineage in the Thousand Demons sacred realm seemed to have their blood essence sucked as well. It was different from today. Then, what was absorbed by the human Mahayana lineage today? The flying feather void beast seemed to ask casually. This time, the five-colored sea god shell did not answer directly. Instead, it paused for a moment before saying, "This, you don't have to worry about it, Saint and I." "Ah, it's all right, Saint Bei. No matter what it is, I won't mention it again." The flying feather void beast saw the five-colored sea god shell's denial and already had a plan in its mind. It laughed. "What I want to say is that you must have lost something, right? Also, the five-colored sea god shell lineage must have lost something similar, right?" The five-colored sea god shell did not answer. It was actually very dejected. It could not afford to pursue this matter. There were many descendants of the shell race in the Thousand Demons sacred realm, so how could it not be leaked? Furthermore, it had mentioned it in a moment of absent-mindedness. Since Saint Bei isn't answering, I'll take it as a yes. The flying feather void beast finally voiced its conjecture. In other words, the being our ancestor encountered today is as terrifying as the being from before. Think about it, does this human Mahayana lineage have the qualifications to do so? The seven-star Phoenix Sage said that he became a great sage in the Kunlun mirror of the human Mahayana lineage. What does that mean? It means that the terrifying being is in the Kunlun mirror of the human Mahayana lineage. Oh, Saint Bei, do you know the primordial chaos ancestor of the Taoist sect? I do. What about it? The five-colored sea god shell was completely unable to follow the flying feather void beast's train of thought. The primordial chaos ancestor was suppressed by the yin-yang illustration by the Confucian and Buddhist cultivators, and they wanted to use the illustration to kill him. However, the primordial chaos ancestor found a way to refine the yin-yang illustration, and it said that he attached his nascent soul to it. As long as the treasure isn't destroyed, he won't die. Do you think that the mysterious being in the Kunlun mirror also attached his nascent soul to the Kunlun immortal realm and used it to achieve immortality? Damn it, how am I supposed to know? The five-colored sea god shell was confused by the flying feather void beast's words. Saint and I, what are you trying to say? What I mean is... The flying feather void beast smiled mysteriously and transmitted its voice. That human Mahayana lineage is just a cover. He's no match for our ancestor. In other words, those Mahayana lineages, the seven-star phoenix sage, Wenchu, and the others are all subordinates of that mysterious being hiding in the Kunlun mirror. They're even like demon pets. Yes. The five-colored sea god seashell turned pale with fright. He took a deep breath and stopped moving. His entire monster body appeared in the void as he shouted, "How? How is this possible?" After a short while, the flying feather void beast flew back from the distance, and it looked at the five-colored sea god shell with a smile. Most humans and demons on the three continents think that the most powerful being in the thousand-demon holy realm is the golden-winged great Peng. But what about the truth? The six of us have more or less received guidance from our ancestor. If she doesn't care about fame and fortune, wouldn't she be just like that mysterious being? The five-colored sea god shell was silent for a long while before it finally muttered, "I originally thought that the seven-star phoenix sage and Wenchu might be the clones of that human Mahayana lineage, but I didn't think that Saint Ni's thoughts would be even more incredible." Saint Ni's thoughts are even more incredible. The flying feather void beast said with disdain, "The Taoist sect does have cloning techniques, but it's not like we don't have them either. Saint and I, don't tell me you haven't cultivated clones. But think about it, can you create so many clones? Furthermore, each clone is different. Some are Confucian cultivators, some are demonic cultivators, and there's even a devilish lord? Besides, how can clones be more powerful than the true body? Which clone isn't at a lower level of power? If you were to say that the dragon that was sealed was the clone of that human Mahayana lineage, then that would make sense." That's true. The five-colored sea god shell nodded before flying away again. Behind him, the flying feather void beast asked, "Ancestor, do you have any instructions for Saint Bei?" The five-colored sea god shell hesitated momentarily before replying, "Our ancestor didn't say much, she only told me to follow her instructions." "That's right." The flying feather void beast nodded. "Our ancestor's bonded shell has been shattered, but think about it. When she was speaking to that human Mahayana lineage, she didn't sound very respectful at all." "That's right." The five-colored sea god shell hurriedly replied, "You're right, Saint and I. Our ancestor didn't dare to say anything as she was afraid that we would offend that mysterious being." The flying feather void beast looked at the five-colored sea god shell with a meaningful expression. "In that case, you should understand why I'm being so long-winded, right?" The five-colored sea god shell was a little dejected. "I've lost some of my abilities and I don't have any desire to win anymore. I have no intention of getting involved in the matters of the golden-winged great Peng, the arcane pentaceratops, and the heaven-defying lightning phoenix." The flying feather void beast was a little exasperated and it said, "That's part of the reason, Saint and I. The most important thing is still the Dragon Island or the Great Holy Hall. You have to decide which one you want to choose." The five-colored sea god shell was truly perplexed, and it turned to the flying feather void beast with a perplexed expression. "Of course I'm going to choose the Great Holy Hall. What's the difference between the Dragon Island and the Great Holy Hall?" "Motherfucker." The flying feather void beast cursed internally. If it weren't for the ancestor, how could that bastard have become a great sage? With that brain of his. Oh, that's right, the five-colored sea god shell doesn't have a brain. The flying feather void beast could only curse internally. He still needed to form an alliance with the five-colored sea god shell, and he didn't dare to offend Bei Xian'o, so he patiently said, "There's something strange about what happened today. The matter of suppressing the human Grand Ascension stage avatar was the ancestor's idea, and I also know a little about it, but Saint Peng doesn't. The sky-obscuring ridge is being used by other demon races. Don't you think that the demon race we don't know about is plotting something?" "I don't quite understand." The five-colored sea god shell nodded. "Apart from the golden-winged great Peng, it's most likely the arcane pentaceratops that want to obtain information about the dragon race. Those two great sages can both ascend by devouring dragons. From there, they can shatter the heavens. If the golden-winged great peng wasn't putting on a show today, then the arcane pentaceratops must be behind this. What does this have to do with the Dragon Island? If it were that simple, how could the arcane pentaceratops still be the arcane pentaceratops? The flying feather void beast said earnestly, the dragon sage and the rock sage have always been at loggerheads, neither willing to give in to the other. Even if the dragon sage wanted to do something, he wouldn't be so obvious. He'd definitely use other channels and wouldn't let us see any clues. So it can only be the Dragon Island. Chapter 44-24. What does this have to do with Dragon Island? The five-colored sea god seashell asked. You have the favor of the patriarch, so there's no need for you to think too much about this. The flying feather void beast sighed. However, I can't do that. The 9 elders of the 10 races of Dragon Island are all very conflicted. On top of that, Dragon Island seems to be unable to control the Dragon Palace. 200 years ago, a Dragon Master appeared on Dragon Island out of thin air. Will this Dragon Master be able to convince everyone? All of this could point the spearhead at the dragon that Pengjun wants to interrogate. Even so, why should we choose between Dragon Island and the Great Holy Hall? The Pentaceratops has always been at odds with the Dragon Island and refused to obey the orders of the Dragon Island. Now that the Dragon Island has extended their claws into the Great Holy Palace and even set a trap for the Pentaceratops, do you think the Pentaceratops can do anything about it? The flying feather void beast mocked. On top of that, the Golden Rock was taught a lesson by that human Grand Ascension stage being. What can it do? The 7-star Phoenix is an old friend of that human Grand Ascension stage being. What can it do? Yes. The 5-colored sea god seashell was even more astonished. You're right, Saint and I. If the Pentagram Dragon and the Golden Rock are on the same side, then our Great Holy Hall and Dragon Island will really have to go to war. Of course not. Our Great Holy Hall has 7 Great Holy Sages. Sparrow Saint and Spider Saint may not be willing. The flying feather void beast chuckled. Of course we'll need Saint Bay's support. There's a mysterious being behind the 7-star Phoenix. What choice do we have? The 5-colored sea god seashell countered. Indeed, Saint Bay, I and the Patriarch know about this mysterious being. The flying feather void beast said in a mysterious manner. The other great holy sages don't know. Then, what if the Dragon Sage and Dragon Island aren't on the same side as Saint and I? Aha, then Saint Bay should know what choice he should make. The 5-colored sea god seashell void beast chuckled. The flying feather void beast laughed and said, otherwise, this saint would have wasted my breath talking so much. If that's the case. Hearing this, the 5-colored sea god seashell suddenly felt enlightened. He said telepathically, the competition between the rock sage and the phoenix sage won't be that simple, right? Take a guess? The flying feather void beast smiled and flew into the distance. The 5-colored sea god seashell shook his head with a wry smile. He also flew into the air, but without the 5-colored halo he was much slower. Since even the 5-colored seashell had vaguely guessed the golden-winged rock's intention, how could Feng Wu not know? After flying over countless mountains in a single day and frightening countless great demons, the sun gradually set and colorful clouds filled the sky. The Phoenix Parasol General spread his wings and began to slow down. Sure enough, as soon as Phoenix Wu slowed down, the voice of the golden-winged great rock sounded, Phoenix Sage, the one-day limit is not up yet. Why aren't you flying? Feng Wu smiled and said, this saint's specialty isn't flying. How can I possibly be Rock Saint's match? It's fine if we just spar like this, but why must we decide the victor? The golden-winged great rock's flying figure also slowly came to a stop. When Feng Wu flew closer he said, Phoenix Sage, you're too modest. These words really make this saint feel ashamed. Flying is not Phoenix Sage's specialty, but this saint hasn't surpassed you by much in just one day. How can this saint still have the face to claim the title of the first great saint of the demon race? Haha. Feng Wu laughed, don't worry, Rock Saint. This saint has no interest in being the first great saint at all. Furthermore, at this point, could it be that you still care about this empty title in your heart? Phoenix Sage, you really don't care about the title of the first great saint? The golden-winged great rock was slightly taken aback and asked curiously. Feng Wu nodded solemnly, this saint is speaking from the bottom of my heart. Sigh. The golden-winged great rock sighed, if this saint had the same temperament as Phoenix Sage when I first became a great saint, why would I have to wait until today to break through the bottleneck? You're wrong, Rock Saint. Feng Wu smiled, If it weren't for the unyielding spirit of the past, I wouldn't have broken through the bottleneck today. If I hadn't taken one step at a time, how could I have reached my goal with such difficulty? That's what that human grand ascension stage cultivator often says, right? The golden-winged great rock asked in a probing manner. Fengwu nodded. You're right, Rock Saint. I've benefited greatly from following fellow Taoist Xiao. I'm extremely envious that you have such a good friend, Phoenix Sage. The golden-winged great rock seemed to be implying something as he spoke. Fengwu smiled. Fellow Taoist Xiao is an approachable cultivator. If Rock Saint wants to, you can gather some information about his past. You'll be able to draw your own conclusions from this information, so there's no need for me to say anything. On top of that, if Rock Saint wants to, I can also introduce you to Taoist Xiao. Getting to know Taoist Xiao. I feel like it's a bit of a stretch. After all, I had a battle with him today and it almost ended in a battle of life and death. The golden-winged great rock's tone was somewhat lacking in confidence. I just want Phoenix Sage to sound out Taoist Xiao and see if he believes me. You're wrong, Rock Saint. Fengwu raised an eyebrow and the sound of wind and thunder rang out from his wings. There's a saying in the human race that no discord, no concord. Didn't I have a battle with Rock Saint? Phoenix Sage is a demon while Taoist Xiao is a human. This is different. The golden-winged great rock smiled bitterly. Humans are the most petty and vengeful of all. I don't dare to believe him. Time will reveal a person's heart. Fengwu smiled. In the future, Rock Saint will naturally know what kind of cultivator Taoist Xiao is. Oh, of course, that's if you have the time. Actually, the golden-winged great rock hesitated. I have to thank Taoist Xiao for being able to break through my bottleneck today, but I'm afraid that Taoist Xiao will misunderstand, so I don't dare to say too much. Fengwu naturally knew what Xiaohua's impression of the first great saint of the demon race was, so he smiled. Don't worry, Rock Saint. Taoist Xiao should believe your words. Otherwise, why would he let you go? The golden-winged great peng bird harumphed coldly upon hearing that Xiaohua intended to let it go. If I want to leave, not even the patriarch can do anything about it. Even though Taoist Xiao is a grand ascension stage human cultivator, he's not confident in being able to keep me here, is he? Fengwu smiled. That's true. Rock Saint's movement technique is number one in the demon race. Taoist Xiao really might not be able to catch up to you. Haha, not necessarily, not necessarily. The golden-winged great rock realized his attitude was inappropriate and hurriedly shook his head. Taoist cultivators have many tricks up their sleeves. Perhaps Taoist Xiao has some powerful movement technique. Fengwu smiled and scanned behind him with his essence sense, but didn't see the five-colored seashell or the flying feather void beast. He thought for a moment and said, Rock Saint, since you didn't send a message to Ping Jun of Shrouding Sky Ridge, who do you think it was? This. The golden-winged great rock hesitated. Fengwu hurriedly said, Don't worry, Rock Saint, this is just a casual chat between us. I know you don't have any idea, or you would have told Taoist Xiao. Why are you covering for someone else? AI. The golden-winged great rock sighed. Actually, I already have a rough idea of who it is. I have a rough idea of who's behind this, but if I hadn't broken through my bottleneck and broken through to the void-shattering realm, and if you weren't a 7-star great saint, the Great Holy Hall would have most likely revered you in the future. The safety of the Great Holy Hall and the 1,000-demon sacred realm would have fallen on your shoulders. I wouldn't have told you. Is it that serious? Fengwu was also stunned and asked in confusion. Of course. The golden-winged great peng's voice was filled with authority as he replied, To think that a demonic beast would use this saint to give orders. This clearly shows that they don't respect this saint or the great holy temple. These demonic beasts have ulterior motives. What they want to do is beneficial to the 1,000-demon sacred realm. What do you mean, Rock Sage? Fengwu seemed to understand something. That's right. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the Pentaceratops dragon's doing. The golden-winged great rock said firmly. Fengwu smiled and looked at the golden-winged great rock. Didn't you just say you weren't sure? Why are you so sure now? Of the 6 great saints of the Great Holy Hall, only I and the Pentaceratops dragon would covet the dragon. Since it wasn't me then, it could only be the Pentaceratops dragon. Seeing that Fengwu didn't believe him, the golden-winged great rock's tone became colder. He said unhappily, Besides, he's been coveting my position as the first great saint of the demon race for a long time. In the entire demon race, he's the only one who dares to do something behind my back. Of course it's him. Also, The golden-winged great roc hesitated, then added, according to what I know, the Pentaceratops dragon seems to be in contact with some elders of Dragon Island. Otherwise, he wouldn't know about Taoist Zhao's relationship with the dragon race. Do you have any evidence, Rock Sage? Feng Wu asked with a smile. The golden-winged great roc stiffened and said coldly, my words are evidence. If you don't believe me, then so be it. In fact, if I hadn't broken through, I definitely wouldn't have said what I said today. I also wouldn't have schemed to find a chance to be alone with you. After all, a human Mahayana stage is only a human Mahayana stage. Even if you're stronger than me, so what? As for inviting you, that's because I respect you as a great saint of the demon race. I also want to borrow your power to restrain the Pentaceratops dragon. As for other thoughts, I don't have them. Chapter 44-25. Seeing the golden-winged great ping bird speak directly like Ping Jun, Feng Wu also secretly felt respect for it. Although the strength of the golden-winged roc was there and there was no need to hide it, this was also related to the nature of the golden-winged roc. In fact, when Xiao Hua learned that the little white dragon had been suppressed by Qingyu, he had discussed this matter with Feng Wu and the other clones. All of them felt that this matter might not necessarily have anything to do with the 6 great sages of the Great Sage Hall. After all, Xiao Hua's strength was only at the 5th or 6th level of origin energy. He was not even comparable to Qingyu, so how could he possibly fall into the eyes of the great sages of the demon race? However, the appearance of the golden-winged great peng, the flying feather void beast, and the 5-colored sea god shell in Qingyu was out of Xiao Hua and Feng Wu's expectations. However, from the mouths of the 3 great saints, they heard something fishy and knew that they might have been deceived by the Monster King. However, at that time all the explanations and speculations would be useless. Only by fighting and determining the victor would they have the right to speak. Therefore, when victory was within their grasp, whether it was Xiao Hua or Feng Wu, they more or less had compassion in their hearts and did not truly beat the 3 great saints to death. Especially later, when Xiao Hua revealed a portion of his strength, the 3 great saints saw Xiao Hua's sincerity. Although the 3 great saints didn't say anything when they fought, they still left some leeway. Because at such a supreme realm, who would really risk their lives if there wasn't a great enmity between them? Not to mention that everyone had already realized that something was wrong. At that time the fight was more about face. Because of this, when Xiao Hua was sucked into the great rainbow shell realm by Beixian, Feng Wu pulled the 3 great sages out of this matter. She stopped them and began to talk about romance. The 3 great sages naturally knew what Feng Wu was thinking. This was also the reason why the golden-winged great roc had invited Feng Wu after part of the truth had been revealed. Because he already knew that Feng Wu was the great sage of the demon race, even though Feng Wu had a very close relationship with Xiao Hua. Feng Wu accepted the invitation with ease because he knew very well that even the 3 great saints didn't have the strength to make things difficult for him. The 3 great saints definitely wouldn't make things difficult for him because of Qingyu. However, after seeing the rare humble attitude of the golden-winged great roc and what he said just now, Feng Wu suddenly understood that Qingyu's matter might be very small and not worth the attention of the great sage of the Great Sage Temple, but this matter had caused a lot of trouble and the power behind it had a lot to plan. This plan had originally been hidden under the ice river, but Qingyu's matter had exposed it all at once. Furthermore, the power of the Great Sage Hall's 6 great sages was balanced. Suddenly the golden-winged great peng broke through the bottleneck and became a great saint himself. In an instant, the balance between the entire Great Sage Temple and the 1,000 Demons' sacred realm was broken. In particular, his strength had suppressed the ambitious mystic armored Pentaceratops. If the 1,000 Demons' sacred realm wanted to reach a new equilibrium, it would be impossible without some turbulence. Thinking of this, Feng Wu smiled and said to the golden-winged great peng, "Sage Peng, I understand what you mean. However, I've already said that I won't interfere in any of the Great Sage Temple's affairs, and I won't allow any power to interfere in the 1,000 Demons' sacred realm. Therefore I'm afraid your hopes will be dashed." The golden-winged great peng sneered, "When the mystic armored Pentaceratops became a great saint, I happened to pass by. The mystic armored Pentaceratops was afraid that I would disturb his celestial worship, so he swore many things in front of me and almost swore a demon oath. With my character, how could I possibly stop the birth of a great saint of the demon race? I didn't pay any attention to him and even stood guard for him. But what happened in the end? He didn't fulfill a single word of his and even frequently caused trouble for me. How could he still be the mystic armored Pentaceratops of that day? Moreover, if you don't want to establish your power in the Thousand Demons sacred realm, why did that human Mahayana realm take by Qingyu heaven-obscuring ridge and ancient Bell Mountain for himself? Why would a human Mahayana realm cultivator want territory in the Thousand Demons sacred realm? Feng Wu waved a hand with a faint smile and said, "There's a saying in the human race that distance tests a horse's strength, and time reveals a person's heart. You can just wait and see what I think in the future, Sage Peng. I won't agree to what you just said, Sage Peng. I won't interfere in the karma of the great sage temple." Hee hee. The golden-winged great Peng chuckled coldly, "Seeing as you've already become a great saint, you've already been tainted by the karma of the great sage temple. Just like today, I had no relationship with that human Mahayana realm cultivator, but I was still dragged into this mess. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that that human Mahayana realm cultivator had a good character, Sage and I, Sage Bei, and I would have been severely injured even if we didn't lose a grade. This is also why I wanted to befriend that human Mahayana realm cultivator." A thought seemed to have occurred to the golden-winged great Peng at this point, and he stiffened his neck as he said, "This isn't me admitting defeat. If he wants to fight me, then you can help me accept it." Haha. Feng Wu laughed heartily as he flapped his wings and said, "Sage Peng, you really are an interesting demon. Compared to the craftiness of Sage and I and Sage Bei, I think Taoist Xiao would be more willing to befriend you." "How crafty can Sage Bei be?" The golden-winged great Peng chuckled coldly, "He doesn't even have a brain." Feng Wu could tell from Bai Qing's confusion. On top of that, Sage and I is inferior to the Pentaceratops. Feng Wu naturally couldn't take the golden-winged great Peng's words at face value, but he still said, "That's true. Among our demon race, it seems that the dragon race is the most crafty. From the ordinary dragon race to the dragon kings of the four seas, then to the 9 elders of the dragon palace. In the future, if anyone dares to call foxes cunning in front of me, I'll break their nose. In the face of dragons, foxes are like 3-year-old toddlers." Haha, that's right. Although Feng Wu didn't mention the Pentaceratops, the golden-winged great Peng felt the same way. He laughed heartily and flapped his wings, causing a gust of wind to blow within 100 miles. He looked at Feng Wu with a much friendlier expression. After the golden-winged great Peng finished laughing, Feng Wu said seriously, "Sage Peng, if we want to find the so-called mastermind, we might as well think about it and start from the nearest place." "What do you mean, Sage Peng?" The golden-winged great Peng was straightforward. At this moment he almost treated Feng Wu as an old friend and asked curiously. Feng Wu thought for a moment and asked, "Sage Peng, I have a question for you." "Please speak, Sage Peng." The golden-winged great Peng nodded and replied, "In the words of the human race, I'll tell you everything I know. I want to know why Sage Peng, Sage and I, and Sage Bei came to Bai Qingyu? I remember that Sage Peng didn't come because of Peng Jun's message, right? Since it wasn't arranged in advance, how did Sage Peng get here in time?" Feng Wu's phoenix eyes flashed as she asked the golden-winged great Peng. So that's the problem." The golden-winged great Peng laughed. "When I first came to Bai Qingyu, I also thought about it. However, it seems that coming to Bai Qingyu has nothing to do with the Pentaceratops. I'm afraid it's Sage Ni's little scheme." "Oh? What do you mean?" Feng Wu raised her eyebrows and asked. Then the rock sage explained everything in detail. Only then did Feng Wu understand. It turned out that Feng Wu had become a great saint in the South Sea Dragon Palace's great array and had triggered a change in the starry sky of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. The golden-winged rock and the other great saints of the demon race all flew out of their cultivation grounds and headed towards the great sage temple. They were all prepared to welcome the new great saint there. However, because Heavenly Phoenix had destroyed the star bridge leading to the great sage hall, Feng Wu didn't go. Therefore, the 6 great sages waited in vain at the great sage hall. The 6 great sages didn't gather often, so they took this opportunity to stay in the great sage hall for a while. During this time, the golden-winged great Peng received a message from Tsang Yuetian saying that there were changes in the 3 demon territories in the far north. After reading the message, the golden-winged great Peng discussed with the other 5 great sages and invited the scarlet flame vermilion bird to the far north to take a look. At the same time, the flying feather void beast also received a message. He invited the 5-colored sea god Shell and the golden-winged great Peng to come to Bai Qingyu, saying that there would be a good show to watch. The golden-winged great Peng was unwilling to come to Bai Qingyu, but the flying feather void beast insisted on inviting him. Therefore, the golden-winged great Peng followed the flying feather void beast and the five-colored sea god shell to Bai Qingyu. The matter of going to the far north was left to the other three great sages. After the golden-winged great Peng finished speaking, Feng Wu asked curiously, "So, it wasn't Taoist Zhao's 200,000 Fortune Gates disciples that lured Sage Peng here?" Of course not." The golden-winged great Peng laughed. "This Holy One was shocked when we arrived here. Since when did so many high-level humans enter the Thousand Demons' sacred land? At that time, this Holy One thought that Sage and I had received the news in advance. There should be a transmission passage from the Great Holy Hall to Bai Qingyu, right?" Feng Wu asked again. "Otherwise Sage Peng and the others wouldn't have arrived in such a timely manner." The golden-winged great Peng didn't hide anything and nodded. "There is a demonic formation in the Great Holy Hall that can draw on the power of the moon and stars to reach most places in the Thousand Demons' sacred land. We came here with the help of the demonic formation. However, the demonic beasts can only go from the Great Holy Hall to other places, and not from other places." The golden-winged great Peng suddenly thought of something and flapped his wings. This Holy One forgot. Sage Phoenix has never entered the Great Holy Hall, and the Star Bridge can sense the star runes on Sage Phoenix's body. Sage Phoenix can rely on this connection to summon the Star Bridge in the Great Holy Hall. And since Sage Phoenix is a 7 stars great sage, the Rainbow Bridge also has the power of 7 stars. Not to mention this Holy One, Sage Anai and Sage Bay can borrow Sage Phoenix's light. Even Sage Dragon, Sage Spider, and Sage Sparrow can be guided to the Great Holy Hall. P.S. Sagittarius Constellations, Nostalgia, a Moonlight Birthday Update. I hope everyone has a happy time. Chapter 44-26. So that's how it is. Feng Wu smiled. No wonder I can sense the location of the Great Holy Temple no matter where I am in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. Especially when I was sparring with Sage Peng, I felt a kind of suction force. So that's how it is. The golden-winged rock laughed when he heard Feng Wu call their previous fight a spar. He said, "Earlier, I resented Saint Anai for scheming against me. However, after thinking about how I benefited from this disaster, I can't be bothered to argue with him anymore." "That's right," Feng Wu said earnestly. "There's a saying in the human race that unity is a fortress. If the 7 sages of the Great Holy Temple can't work together, how can we?" At this point, Feng Wu was at a loss for words. Yes, what can we do? Resist the invasion of the human race? Resist the enemy? However, Feng Wu's eyes turned and she hurriedly covered it up. How can we resist the Dragon Island's instigation? How can we avoid a disaster? What Sage Feng said is true. The Golden Rock shouted. The dragon race is clearly a branch of the demon race, but they want to call themselves the dragon race and split themselves off. They even created a dragon island to compete with the Great Holy Temple. There are 4 dragon palaces in the 4 seas, and they are even more powerful than the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. Damn it, the more I look at them, the more I dislike them. Also, this Pentaceratops, on the surface, seems to be at odds with the Dragon Island, but who knows how many tricks they have up their sleeves. Cough cough. Feng Wu coughed twice, looked back and changed the topic. I wonder when Sage Anai and Sage Bay will arrive? Them? The Golden Rock said with disdain. They won't arrive until nightfall. Alright, Sage Feng, what method did that Mahayana human use? Even the old ancestor had to admit defeat? Also, what are those countless lights? It seems like, even Sage Bay was affected? Sage Bay kept saying that his bloodline was taken away. How can that be true? Feng Xing pondered for a moment and said in a low voice, "This seems to be one of Spiritual Master Zhao's divine abilities. It is extremely powerful and should be related to bloodline. Taoist Master Xiao is very secretive about this kind of divine ability, and even I don't know much about it. However, if nothing unexpected happens, the 5-colored sea god shell is right. The sea god's bloodline of the Shell clan should have been taken away." Ah? Is that true? The Golden Rock was stunned to hear this. Is this human Grand Ascension stage being really that powerful? What do you think, Sage Peng? Feng Wu asked with a smile. If that wasn't the case, how could this sage be friends with him? Didn't I say so earlier? Taoist Xiao has helped me a lot in becoming a great sage. Although I don't know how the old ancestor helped Sage Peng become a great sage, this sage feels that Taoist Zhao's help to this sage is definitely no less than the old ancestors' help to you. No wonder. The golden-winged great peng bird nodded in response. In that case, I can forgive you for helping that grand ascension stage human. Feng Wu naturally didn't care about the golden-winged great peng bird's forgiveness, but he still smiled. Since Sage Peng knows about this sage's difficulties, then it's easy to talk about it. If this sage can become friends with Taoist Zhao, then it'll be good for my Thousand Beast sacred realm. Didn't you see? Although the old ancestor has been defeated and her natal shell has been destroyed, she still doesn't dare to do anything to Taoist Zhao. Sai, as a junior, I don't care so much about the old ancestor's matters. It's just a pity that the five-colored sea god shell was originally ranked 4th, but now he's ranked last among the 7 great sages. Even if he's ranked last among the 7 great sages, he's still a great sage. It's better than losing his life. Feng Wu replied indifferently. Without the sea god's bloodline, Sage Peng Bird's chances of shattering the void have become even slimmer. The golden-winged great Peng Bird sighed. Feng Wu didn't think much of it. No one said that becoming a great sage means that one will definitely be able to shatter the void. Among the 7 great sages, perhaps only Sage Peng Bird can shatter the void. Hee hee. The golden-winged great Peng Bird was rather pleased by Feng Wu's flattery. He laughed a few times and said, "You're right, Sage Peng Bird. Everyone sweeps the snow in front of their own door. Don't worry about the frost on the roof of their house." Yes. Feng Wu nodded. We've already reached this level, so it's better not to think too much about scheming. Instead, we should think about how to reach the highest level. Oh right, this sage doesn't know much about the Thousand Beast sacred realm. Can Sage Peng Bird explain more about it? Well said. The golden-winged great Peng Bird was in a good mood. Before the 5-colored sea god shell and the flying feather void beast flew over, he told Feng Wu a little about the Thousand Beast sacred realm. When the stars shone, the 5-colored sea god shell and the flying feather void beast did indeed arrive. The 2 great sages were very tactful. They didn't ask who the victor was. When the golden-winged great Peng Bird told them about how Feng Wu had used the star bridge to enter the great sage palace, the 2 great sages had no objections. Thus, Feng Wu raised her head and let out a phoenix cry. Her huge demonic body spread out. Then, on her back, the star patterns of the Big Dipper rotated. 7 pillars of stars fell from the Big Dipper in the starry sky. Then, the star patterns turned into a spinning shadow and rushed out. The moment the star patterns turned into a star shadow, Feng Wu sensed the location of the great sage palace. Without thinking too much, Feng Wu spread her wings. At the same time, her demonic body soared into the sky. The 7 star shadows also soared high into the sky. After the shadow spun a few times like a stream of light, boom! A rainbow bridge came through the sky. It was actually the same as the one Feng Wu saw in the Southern Sea Dragon Palace. Sage Peng Bird is indeed a 7-star great sage. Seeing that the arched rainbow bridge turned into 7 colors, the golden-winged great Peng Bird clapped his hands and shouted, "Even the star bridge is 7 colors. Come, Saint and I, Saint Shell, let's each take a color." As he spoke, the golden-winged great Peng Bird landed on the yellow star bridge without waiting for Feng Wu's agreement. The flying feather void beast and the 5-colored sea god seashell looked at each other with understanding in their eyes. The 2 saints didn't say anything and each took a color. When the 3 saints landed on the bridge naturally didn't move. However, when Feng Wu's phoenix claw landed on the bridge, the space within a radius of 10,000 miles began to tremble. Then, thousands of light shadows appeared in the surroundings. These light shadows connected with the rainbow bridge's colors. Countless illusory stars were born in the light shadows, and on the other side of the bridge, an incomparably majestic palace appeared. This palace was naturally the Great Sage Palace. As soon as the Great Sage Palace appeared, it rapidly enlarged and gradually became clearer. In a trance, Feng Wu discovered that the space around him had unknowingly changed. The rainbow bridge under his feet had disappeared at some point in time. Not only was the starry sky no longer high up in the sky, but it was below his feet. Layers of nebulae flowed above his head like a river. The golden-winged great Peng Bird, the flying feather void beast, and the 5-colored sea god shell that were standing near him also disappeared. Strange. Feng Wu glanced around and found so many strange things. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart. But the moment his eyes moved, the originally tall Great Sage Palace seemed to have been hit by a pen. The entire palace was completely distorted, turning into an enormous vortex and condensing into an extremely small dot of light. When Feng Wu looked at the dot of light again, it suddenly shrank and turned into a pitch-black dot that was close to nothingness. Hiss. Feng Wu sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes also shrank into dots of light. He seemed to have sensed something. Feng Wu's heart skipped a beat. A powerful and unparalleled suction force appeared in the small dot and rushed out in a spiral shape. The entire starry sky, the flowing nebulae and the 7 star patterns on Feng Wu's back, which were Feng Wu's body, suddenly distorted and were pulled in by the suction force. It was very strange. Feng Wu felt that her consciousness had been divided into 14 parts. 7 of them fell into a small dot as if they had been crushed. The shattering of the entire starry sky, the rotation of light and shadows, and the shattering of the brilliance of the nebula were all vivid in her mind. Meanwhile, the other 7 were nailed to the spot and could only watch as their surroundings turned into pitch-black darkness and finally disappeared into nothingness. Boom! The moment the shadows completely disappeared, the small dot suddenly exploded. Countless ripples of all kinds rushed out from the small dot. Every inch of the ripples would transform into different things. First it was light, then shadows, then dust, nebulae, stars and so on. Many things that Feng Wu had never seen before flew out. When all of them landed in various parts of the darkness, a star slowly flew out from the small dot. The moment the star flew out, many things disappeared. Only the starry sky that Feng Wu was familiar with was revealed once again. Moreover, the stars in the starry sky gradually rotated in the starry sky as the star grew larger. Each star's trajectory was different. Whoosh! When the star grew larger, the starlight of the star flashed again, and the shadow of the palace appeared. This shadow was the same as the star patterns on Feng Wu's body. It was not solid. When the shadow took shape, the star completely disappeared. Boom boom boom. The entire starry sky shook again. All the stars fell from the starry sky and crashed into the shadow of the palace. In the blink of an eye, a majestic great sage palace that was completely made of stars appeared once again. Woo! 7 howling winds transformed into the cries of phoenixes. In the Great Sage Hall, where the Big Dipper had crashed into, 7 palace doors appeared, each of which was engraved with the words Great Sage Hall. When the 7 palace doors opened at the same time, 7 stars gushed out and covered Feng Wu's consciousness in 7 different places. Just as the stars fell, the 7 consciousnesses worked together again. Whoa! The 7 stars merged into one and formed an even larger star. Where the star landed, the heavenly phoenix demonic body, which had disappeared to an unknown location, appeared again. Ka-cha-cha. Countless bolts of lightning appeared around the Great Sage Hall, and wherever the lightning struck, countless stars would appear. The 7 palace doors transformed into an even larger star door, and Feng Wu slowly flew towards the star door amidst the starry sky. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.